Hello? I will not be using a webcam today, but don't worry, your visual needs will be taken care of. We will have another human being on webcam whenever that. I'm hoping that you'll. Anyway, there's something going on here, but I will be playing a video game today. I will be playing through a series of video games today. Today is Christmas, which is a holiday that some people celebrate, myself not included. However, one thing about Christmas that I do enjoy is it is my yearly time to engage in warfare. I am a supporter of the war on Christmas, and I will continue to be a supporter of the war on Christmas, both ironically and unironically, both at once. And I'll let you decipher how that's possible. But I will soon be joined by Jake. Jake is currently behind the scenes. He's I mean, like, is he? I don't know what's going on with Jake. But he's.
I was
he's
in the
here.
tub.
Jake's in the tub.
That's why you're wondering why my hair's wet.
Is this legal? Are we allowed to do this? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
You should probably look it up first. If Matt were here, he'd have a mental health crisis. Anyway, put Jake back away. Yeah. Jake, get a shirt on. Just you know. But I'm gonna be it's very distracting to be here. Normally I'm not here at 1 p.m. I woke up about an hour and a half ago. So just bear with me. I will be playing a video game here. Oh, Matt is in the chat. Oh man. All right, Matt. I'm sorry. I tried. But we're gonna be playing through a War on Christmas. 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is a series of Doom clones that I produce on a yearly basis, and I will be playing through all of them and talking about how much I hate Christmas. And Jake is here just to, I don't know, just to provide some sort of straight man to my if I'm here by myself for 4 hours, it's going to get really dark extremely quickly. So Jake is here to kind of poke a few light holes in the top of the cup or whatever that I'm trapped.
Fair enough.
I'm going to load up the game here, and then we're going to try to set up a screen share situation. Now, I don't know what I'm doing. So just, let's hope it all works out, I guess,
Look, no matter what happens, you're not going to do worse than the stream started.
That's true.
Disgusting, pale, flabby body.
That is, it's true.
Can only go up. So the War on Christmas games, there is, if I understand correctly,
is there audio? Can you hear this?
Just barely.
Just barely. Okay, so I should turn it up then?
A little justice on that, I think, yeah. There we go. So there's a continuity for these, like there's a plot that goes from one to the next, correct?
That's correct. They're direct sequels pretty much every time, with one exception. There's one time skip in the middle.
Fair.
So the first game here, I released this in 2022. The story is on Christmas Day around this time, sometime in the future. Children all around the world are found decapitated, slashed to bits. It's something like, it reminds you of Gaza in a way. And
this was weapons before it came out.
And I was ahead of the curve. And so basically all we know is someone dressed as Santa Claus went on a child murder spree. And we are being dispatched by the military to the North Pole to find out what the hell is going on. And the title screen song ran out. So
the Holly Jolly music is so good. Now, see, I role play during that opening part. The very first thing I do is walk up to the elves as if I don't know they're going to shoot me.
Right. You have no idea?
Well, yeah, I'm just here from the government investigating. Then it turns out it's basically like a frozen version of who's that one brand?
How's the frame rate? Is the frame rate acceptable?
Yeah, looks really good.
Does it really?
Surprisingly smooth, yeah, considering it's a ancient piece of software being streamed.
I mean, if you say so.
I famously am not very good at telling if it's jittery or not.
Really? Well,
yeah.
Anyway, so we're in the North Pole. You may be seeing Santa Claus teleport away. He's got some sort of teleportation device. And there he is.
Get it.
And now he's dead.
Oh, didn't escape that time, motherfucker.
So Santa Claus is dead.
Mm-hmm.
We have murdered Santa Claus. It's an unfortunate situation, but it had to be this way.
I mean, he did depopulate the Earth significantly. This motherfucker has it coming. Whoa! I didn't even know that the candy cane was a thing. Oh, it's delightful.
So here's the exit. And now we're going to go into the exit. Was that a second Santa Claus? Plot twist. All right, let me look at the chat room. So our producer is assuring me that the frame rate is serviceable. What does serviceable mean? It's serviceable. Better now.
One sec, I need to get
it's a still screen. What do you mean better now? It looks bad. It's better now. Yeah, when the screen stops moving, the frame rate improves. Well. All right, so there's two dead Santa Clauses. What the hell is going on? We have Jake is gone. I don't know if he said anything about that, but he's gone. Here we are somewhere. We're somewhere here. 15 to 25 frames. Well, if that's not acceptable to you, I would ask the producer. I would tell the producer that.
Oh my god. Multiple Santas now confirmed. The place is lousy with Santas. Here,
there's a bunch of them. There's a large quantity.
Are they being produced in this place?
Is
this the Santa factory?
There's some sort of production. And now they're teleporting away.
So I actually do have a shotgun, presumably still in my possession somewhere. I will never buy another firearm again, I think, because I did lose the firearm I have. But if I find it, I do want you to know that since I played this game, it has been my intention to tie a bow around the barrel like this.
Okay. Well, I hope you find your guns.
I bought it to use as a prop in a movie. And then my friends and I spent about $1,000 over the years in ammunition just shooting logs in the woods. Oh, my word. The carnage.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, with this wad, you have found something fundamentally funny that can be on repeat. It is very funny seeing the ultra violence of Doom mashed up with Christmas stuff.
It is very fun. I agree with you. That's why I'm able to tolerate it, because I love shooting Santa Claus to death and watching him explode. I'm drinking coffee, so I will presumably get more energetic as the stream progresses. Now we're in a library.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if children in the current era get books for Christmas, but this may be a little of an outdated concept of the idea of Santa Claus giving books for Christmas. But just try to suspend your disbelief a little bit, and it'll work.
Oh. All right. In this traditional Doom, do you have, I mean, obviously you do have preferences, weapons to enemies, but like, what is your reasoning for using the bullet ammunition on pinkies? Because to me, they feel like bullet sponges.
I didn't feel like changing weapons.
Fair.
I'm trying to play badly on purpose, so it takes longer, so we fill up more time today.
Fair enough. When I played this, I felt like ammunition was constantly running out, and that just does not seem to be an issue. You're not supposed to eliminate every single thing, are you?
Oh, I mean, there's plenty of ammunition. If you're running out, I feel like you've done something fatally incorrect. Like, there's bullets here. I've got hundreds and hundreds of bullets. I honestly don't know how you could run out of ammo. I would be curious to see how you could do that.
Probably I was missing a lot.
Maybe. Now we get the best gun in the game here.
Yeah. Although, I have to maintain my favorite gun to use remains the single shotgun in Doom. That or the handgun. They're both.
You're the only one. I gotta say, you're the only one who would say that.
It's just
the super shotgun is better.
Objectively, yeah, it's more efficient per shotgun round, and I have tested that till the cows come home.
So, but the cows have come home? Like, that's in the past tense. They did?
Yeah, well, they came home, and they said, yeah, we did it, and it takes 3 shots with a regular shotgun, 1 shot, so 2 ammo, 2 bullets with the super shotgun, yeah, to kill most things. Or the things that, whatever. The point is...
Jake is a Doom expert. He's a champion.
Jake is a very specific Doom level fan, not even expert.
Just one level. You've only enjoyed one level? The rest, not so much.
Basically, I have played the first level to Doom 1,000 times, and all other levels like once or twice.
Well, the first level is one of the worst, so you've done yourself a disservice.
I mean, I have played through all the up until the 3D era, all the official Doom games. And
they're all 3D, so...
All right, fair. Up until the... remake
We're outside
era?
now?
What do you call that? I don't know. But no, there's just something about this is one of the first games that made me consider, like, the feedback. I don't know what you'd call it, but the way the guns feel and behave.
Oh, yeah. They feel really good.
Atmosphere. Yeah. I still want to see something, a game that relies heavily on, like, the handgun, just the weaker starting guns. Because I feel like those only feel weak because you are obviously fighting demons.
I believe you would enjoy the Tyson speedrun category where you are restricted to just those guns. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Definitely. Excellent reskinning of these creatures. And ornament is perfect for these beasts.
The sprites are a compilation of all the Christmas Doom mods that have existed from the 90s.
Oh, nice.
and I made a couple edits, but it's mostly that. And I add some stuff like a couple extra guys in the later games. Some textures I changed up, but it's mostly just a compilation of bullshit from the 90s. And that's why it looks and sounds like this, which is really good. I mean, they don't make the 90s anymore, so I'm trying to bring it back.
Well, you literally did. You remade the 90s. Good on you. Oh. Absolute ass whipping you were putting down on these things.
I'm missing 2 enemies.
Those motherfuckers that you just saw are my least favorite part of the Doom games. I hate those floating skull things.
They don't count as monsters, so you can just skip them if you want 100%.
Oh, excellent. I did
instead
not
of that, there's a glitch with those guys, and instead of fixing the glitch, they just made them not count as monsters. So the glitch remains, and they just, you don't have to worry about it. They don't do that anymore. And now that's classic problem solving.
It was a very common thing in earlier games. Woo!
It's a demon devil spawn from hell.
Yeah. Like, that's how in Tekken they got combos originally, was some glitch with when you knock somebody into the air. But I think that was a result of smaller teams with less funding. Basically, capitalism had not yet sunk its hooks into the industry, so even a AAA game had to make do. And
you ever think about how video games now are all terrible, nonsense, pure and utter garbage? It's really, I hate it.
I think a lot of games are garbage, and I think the popular, like, not popular even, but the famous games are more often garbage than they used to be. But at the same time, if you were to just take the indie scene now and offer it to people of my generation when we were like 10 or whatever, we would think we were in Valhalla for nerds. We would think we are in the best of times.
It's really good.
Harder.
Yep.
It's just harder to hear about these things. The indie scene's doing great. The AAA scene is almost dead. I think it's a bubble that is in the middle of bursting, as a matter of fact.
Well, all these companies are just doing AI fucking bullshit on everything. So they're just firing all their employees and replacing them with machines, and it's going to backfire really hard.
And before that, they were... I mean, they're doing that now because they were already at an impasse. It's costing like $250 million to make a game all of a sudden. There was inflation with studio greed. They weren't paying their programmers anymore. They weren't hiring an amount of programmers that makes sense. They were just saying, let's give $15 million to the celebrity to voice a character for 5 minutes. Let's give our CEO a massive golden parachute so that they make money no matter what happens.
Jake's going off on a rant here, everybody. Someone get the clip machine?
Sorry.
No, go for it. Keep going.
It's just that capitalism sunk its hooks into the industry, added bloat, and we got a worse product that cost more money. And AI is an attempt to bandage that, but it's not fixing the problem. It's just delaying. It's
well, with AI, you'll never be able to afford a computer ever again. Have you looked at RAM prices over the course of the last couple months? If you haven't seen this yet, it's gonna shock you.
Oh, I saw a video talking about why they're getting expensive. Didn't follow any of it, but I understand that's accurate.
Yeah, so no need to worry about how games are getting shittier. You won't be able to play them.
Nah, you won't be able to play what they're trying to make them. But what I've been saying the industry ought to do for my whole life, they're now going to have to do. We should have. I mean, the last generation of games should have been all.
All right, check
inspired
this
by-
out. We have a
Max.
secret. This is a hidden location. Turns out Max the dog was here.
Who's a
How did he
good
get here?
boy.
We'll find out later.
Oh, do we have a Silent Hill thing on our hands?
We may, possibly.
Okay. But yeah, games just need to Minecraft and Doom it up. Like you don't. That's a holdover from my generation. The idea that you need to always have shockingly good graphics with everything. That was only around because we were fascinated to see a human face that you could tell was a human in a video game. But we're so
That
far
is pretty
past
cool. You know, the first time I saw a human face, that was interesting. I was like, oh, whoa, that's a human face.
Dude, my brother and I sitting around the Xbox back in the day. I grab him and I say, "Look at this," and I have my character run up to the Silt Strider, the fast travel in Morrowind, and he says, "Oh wait a minute, wait a minute."
Jake is not playing. It is I that am playing the game.
The guy says something like, "Anywhere you want, name your price." I can't remember the thing the guy says anymore, but the little mouth chunk goes, and just that flap as he was talking made us go, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
Oh my god, what the f is happening?
I got the
you're
invulnerability
invincible.
power up, so I've got God mode for about 30 seconds.
You are beating their asses. This music sounds familiar.
Most of the songs are from the Rockman series of video games. Because Christmas music got boring after 2 levels. And plus, I couldn't stand listening to Christmas. It's really horrendous series of songs associated with the holiday.
All right, then going in the opposite direction, what is your favorite Christmas song?
I don't have one.
Oh,
I couldn't
dang.
name a Christmas song, let alone have a favorite.
Fair enough. I'm going to go with Jingle Bell Rock. No,
Okay,
wait,
I know
Rockin'
that
Around
one.
the Christmas Tree.
It's just, it's so corny. Like, it's unbelievably corny. I can't do it.
Yeah. It's definitely a corny holiday. Also, let me say hi to everybody. Hey, Pink. Hey, Johnny Too Late. Hey, Nagicat. Hey, T-Bone.
We got T-Bone in the
Twitch
chat.
feed.
Holy shit.
Yes, ma'am. Why did Santa Claus, says T-Bone, and Mrs. Claus extend their garden? They love to ho, ho, ho.
That's some good humor from T-Bone.
Solid. Feliz Navidad is Nicholas the producer's favorite. I love it. Hey, Johnny.
I just
Yeah,
have to
that-
say, you know, real quick that I find everything about Christmas to be reprehensible, boring, plastic, fake, and just kind of rough to be around. So I just want to make sure that my opinion is understood. Go on.
You know what? Next year, I want to try to tempt you into having a classy Christmas with me. Oh, a classic Christmas. A really plastic, fake, adorable thing.
There's a little Max picture, but it's fucked up.
Oh,
I fucked it
my
up?
God, I see a smile there.
A little bit.
Tinkerbell says, "Yeah, I've got a bunch of games on a box thing my sister gave me, and it's really amazing how far graphics have come in my lifetime. Yeah, very far. I just don't think every game needs to have great graphics. I would rather, instead of the modern Doom games, I would rather have this, but there's like 1,000 levels in the thing, you know?
Well, thankfully, that already exists, and they're free, and you don't need to
Yeah.
pay a corporation that funds and operates genocide in Gaza in order to play them.
100%.
Like you would with whatever the fuck that modern garbage they're shoveling out. That's pig slop trough garbage nonsense that people pretend is a real game.
I mean, look, I'm not going to say that the new Doom games aren't good. They are.
They're terrible.
In my opinion. But they're not more fun than 1,000 levels of this. And you're right, this does exist. You can download it for free. And I see no reason why you wouldn't just do that.
Well, then you can't be a part of the mainstream cultural zeitgeist for 3 days when a new game comes out.
Fair.
So right now, in the North Pole, the devil himself has taken over this section. And that's why there's like creepy faces everywhere and stuff. How crazy is that?
Oh, I take back what I said about the floating skulls. Those sons of bees. No, I don't take it back. I really do hate the floating skulls the most. But those dudes that do the fire attack unsettle me.
Oh yeah, I love the fire attack.
And
see, that's why
is,
Jake is here, because Jake is a good foil. Because he's talking about enemies in Doom, something I know intimately, and he's like, yeah, the one with the fire attack. This is great.
What is the name for those? Are those revenants?
Archvile?
Archvile. So what you'll know the mechanics. For me, I always feel like I have dodged their attack, and then I find out I have not.
It's a line of sight. You have to get out of the line of sight?
That's what I thought. Line of sight, and yet they don't need a direct path to you. So, like, if they can see you at all,
they got
That's
you. Right. You're fucked. And not in a good dick way, I'm afraid.
Archviles are brutal, says Natchikit. Natchikit, you have the vaguest age of all of the audience. I can't tell if you are 50 or 20.
Well, you're going off of like a profile picture where like 90% of the face is like cast in a shadow and hair.
Yes.
So
there's that.
There's a little like, and who would someone who's 20 take a photo from that angle? Probably not. Let's be honest here, right? Someone who's 50 might. They're trying to hide the fact that they're 50, right? So that's what I'm saying.
And then there's just there's this cultural stuff. He's all over the place. Okay, now Jake has to put an age on all of us. Well, I got unsettled recently when I realized that everybody I said looked so young was my age, and that probably just means that I'm aging poorly.
Yeah. Well, you know, every COVID infection accelerates your aging by a multiplier, so that's pretty cool.
I believe that. Kills 105%. Did you order in more henchmen to kill?
So when the Archvile resurrects the monsters, which is their other ability, they just count again to the kill count.
Do not care for that. Although in this case, I like the challenge. Oh, that was art.
The music in this level is from Rockman X7, which is the best one.
Oh, Jesus. I got into Doom as an adult, says Natchikit. For those of you that aren't familiar, Rich P is referencing a cursed WAD.
Yeah, it's normie.wad. It's my favorite.
Now, Rich P famously doesn't age on account of being a cat. I've never played My House either. I'm only familiar of it through internet fame. Ooh, she's invincible yet again.
Oh, Jesus.
You are slapping the sense out of these folks. Ooh, yes. Now, those fellas are amongst my favorite to fight.
Yeah.
They take a lot of hit. Whoa, domed him.
I like when they die because it sounds like their blood is melting.
Ooh. Grayscale makes everything more confusing. Fair. Santa Inc. Oh, let's listen to that sound. Zoom. Yeah.
Is the sound good? The quality of the sound?
Yeah.
Compared to the quality of the frame rate?
I mean,
as I load up the second game, I'll try to do a little frame rate adjustment materials.
Oh, nailed him.
This one is going to be over in maybe 10 minutes. I'm taking it a little easy, so maybe 10 minutes it'll be over. And then coming up next is A War on Christmas Part 2, a direct sequel.
Dang. All right, so how do you challenge the players when you're doing this?
How do I challenge the players? Well,
yeah,
I am really good at this game, so I challenge myself, and then everyone else has a much exponentially harder time with it.
That is true. But what do you do to challenge yourself? Do you just fill a room with the toughest enemies? Do you position them in such a way that makes you have to
It's
think
about
on
the
fly?
enemy types, positioning, and where the ammo is, how to acquire it, all the kinds of power-ups. But ultimately, these levels, I make a lot of different levels. Like the Halloween sets that I make are really hard on purpose. These I kind of just make easy just for fun.
Okay.
Does anyone have any Christmas movie recommendations? Because the player character will never watch any ever again if you're reading the storyline.
No, I do like that they say after today. Because that implies that there's room to get one in
Yeah,
to say goodbye. My favorite Christmas movie is the Canadian CBS report on CCOT.
That is a good Christmas movie. I like that one.
Jingle All the Way, that's a solid one. A Schwarzenegger classic. From Rich P.
So this level is called Mass Manufacturing, and this is where all the toys are made. The kids play with toys anymore? I don't know, but they're here.
Yes,
if you want them.
I can confirm. You got to meet my nephews, man. I'm telling you. Well, first of all, they're a lot about my life will make sense. The random bruises and such.
The eye injuries, you know.
I want them to meet more girl gamers, just generally.
Okay. Is this
my
like an
nieces
intervention?
are very. What now?
Is this like an intervention, you know?
Kind
to
of.
make sure they don't turn into whatever that is.
Yeah, I just don't want him. I don't want him to be the kid on Xbox Live yelling slurs or whatever the modern equivalent is. I don't want him to be there. I mean, they're sweet. They're sweet.
Do they still have Xbox Live, or is it just the internet that like the branding is not cool anymore?
I'm sure they still try to brand it, and nobody uses those phrases anymore. The issue is there's a huge age gap with nieces. And the only one who would possibly be gaming age has no interest in anything I like.
That's a shame.
It is. But she is, well, I take it back. She does have interest in being a theater kid. So there's hope.
Yeah, that's good. We need more actors in our low-budget productions that we're planning on making.
Oh, yeah. As soon as they're 18, I'm going to recruit them for free labor. Are you kidding me?
Excellent.
Absolutely. My niece, incidentally, my one of my older nieces is trying to have kids right now, and I am not ready for that. Oh shit! With the barrels.
I like that part.
That was good. That was good. Something I've noticed about your games is that you do tend to like putting the player in a sudden dilemma. For example, you're suddenly in a room where if you retreat, you would have gone back to where you were running from enemies, but you're also surrounded by barrels, and there's also a room full of things ahead of you.
Well, yeah. You know, I do not tolerate absent-minded play, so you got to be on your toes at all times.
Ooh, there she goes. Woo. That's the first time we've had a significant drop in video quality.
Yeah.
But that's...
I just want to remind everyone, I did come up with a method of streaming this game with good quality. The producer told me not to. So, just so we know, it's not my fault. It is the producer. Just so everyone understands who to blame. Though I will try to do something to fix the quality in between this and the second game, which is coming shortly.
Oh my god, I feel this, Pink. My youngest niece just had twins, and it gave me an existential crisis. Yeah.
The game itself is not lagging. It's just that StreamYard is terrible software. And I planned on using other software, but again, the producer was like, no, this is good enough. The producer said it's serviceable, just so we understand what the producer was saying.
I don't want to contradict you, but I'm gonna. I think the producer's correct. I think
you think it's serviceable?
Yeah. I can tell what's going on. And if I can tell, certainly everybody else can as well.
Can only hope.
I didn't even show up with clothes on today.
That is true. That was very concerning. I'm just trying to make sure I kill everyone. I am trying to do 100%, just so we understand. Keyword trying. I may fail.
Ooh, my word.
So little Timmy is, unfortunately, probably not alive anymore. However, the player character does not know that.
Uh-oh.
So, maybe we'll see in a sequel.
Oh, are we gonna have like a Robin situation with Tim Drake, where he's turns out to be corrupted and on the side of villainy? Oh,
maybe.
Oh, this is straight up that scene from the Wong Jung-ho revenge movie. What's that? The hammer scene in the hallway.
I don't know. So this is the final level, if you don't count the secret level, which I will be doing.
Okay. Wow. This is an appropriate ass whipping. Is that a Krampus you're fighting?
Sure, why not?
The scene I was thinking of is the hammer hallway scene from Old Boy.
That's a good one.
This is what Andrea's currently fighting. Oh, by the way, I got to tell you, don't do the internship with Krampus if they come calling.
Don't
I tried
do it.
that out. Yeah.
Not worth it?
You know, I don't know what you like. Look, I don't know what the pay is exactly. We never got to that point. We went
Never
straight
got
to the
to the payment.
Netherlands.
Interesting.
Yeah, we went to the Netherlands last night, and I'm like, "Why are we going here?" And he's like, "Don't worry about it. Put the shoe polish on your face." And I'm like, "Why?" And he's like, It's like a tradition." And it turns out the Dutch Christmas traditions not great, and I did not want to do that. Yeah.
Secret level time.
Yo. So what's the what? Ho ho ho! Good luck. Jake refused to do blackface. I got to the Netherlands, turned right around. Oh, and Max watching the whole thing. Oh, beat their asses, Andrea.
Max, they're talking about you on the TV. You're famous.
Boy, Max. He's a good fella.
This is Max the dog from like fucking 3 or 4 years ago or whatever. This is a young dog. He's old now. Max the dog's getting old.
Oh, he's a
Look at how young he is. Look at that. He's a young doggy right there. Not this current Max. The current Max, he's an old ass dog.
Oh,
he's laying down. Max, are you old? You're old. I'm looking at him. He's old. I almost died. I wasn't really paying attention to my health, but
I mean, this is some straight up DBZ action right here. You are ducking and weaving.
I love Dragon Ball Z. It's my favorite Z.
Now, is there any story to this level?
Well, it's a secret level, so it's non-canon.
I see.
This is so at the end you defeat the devil. You go to the surface. You're on an island in the middle of the ocean. You know, it's a frozen ocean, but it's an ocean. Sure. And you engage in a little bit of like some kind of psychosis. You know, thinking like, how long am I going to get stuck here? You fall asleep, you know, you wake up. Am I in the dream? Am I in the real world? Who knows what's going on? That's what's kind of basically happening here.
So Bo Z is saying he is in fact the best Zed. There.
I don't know about that. I think Dragon Ball is a better Zed.
Well, maybe we have to duel over it. Speaking of, I would love to do a Doom duel. There's got to be multiplayer classic Doom by this point.
Well, yeah, it came out in 1993, so it's been a while.
Oh, Jesus.
It shipped with the game, actually, believe it or not.
What?
Yeah.
No.
It was a core feature of the game upon release, the very first version.
You are a liar.
Okay.
Oh. All right, fine. Withdrawn. Well done.
So that is A War on Christmas #1. There are 3 more to go, and this is the shortest one. Although I was taking my time with it because, you know, I'm going to be shutting the game off, so the screen may change imminently. Okay, it did. I'm going to attempt. I normally play Doom at a low resolution because that's how I prefer it. I'm going to attempt to play it with different settings to see if that somehow makes the stream quality better. It may not. You know, whatever. We'll find out.
At some point, by the way, I'm going to have to log off and log back on because I have an update which is pending, which I keep having to delay.
You want to do that right now?
If it won't interrupt things, yeah, it's going to be really fast.
I mean, why would it interrupt anything? You're not essential. And there goes Jake, everybody. All right. I'm going to attempt just hold on. Just give me a second here. Am I audible?
I
Can you
can't
hear me? Just hold the horse.
Yeah, WAD is just mod, but it pre-exists people commonly saying mods. I am old enough now that I actually can give a pretty accurate history of gaming, which is nuts. So are you, Jesus.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't need this right now. All right. I don't need to be called old live on stream. All right. I'm
Old
going
enough.
to see if this functions. I don't know if it will function.
There's a fun story about why it's called WAD. Andrea probably knows. Let's find out. Does Andrea know?
Oh, that's strange. Somehow what I did, it made it not work even more. So so just give me a second here. It's too late now. We could have had a whole different universe, but it's too late now. The producer said, "Nah, we don't need good quality." So that's a shame. It's a real big shame, but it's not that important anyway. So let me try this again. Why is
I'm trying so hard.
I'm having some sort. The way StreamYard interacts with my computer, it causes me mental health consternation at a record pace. I don't understand how this machine even functions. Okay, I cannot. Okay, I wish I could explain in English what I'm experiencing, but I'm afraid words do not exist. I can no longer actually. I'm gonna have to leave and rejoin. So StreamYard has just locked my entire machine up. So just give me a second here. Just give me 5 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay, so since it's just the two of us, I would like to look up and say, what is that story? Why are Doom WADs called that? Doom WADs are called that because WAD is an acronym for Where's All the Data, referring to the file format that packages all of the game's assets, the levels, sprites, sounds, and textures, into one convenient file for easy sharing and modification, fostering a huge modding community. It's like a digital container for all the stuff that makes Doom work, letting players easily create and play new content. So WADs are called that as an acronym for Where's All the Data? Nerds have funny humor. Yeah. Also, like there's, just people naming things are good. Like there was a restaurant I went to whose name was like it was supposed to be African. It was like a rainforest cafe. It was supposed to sound vaguely African, and it did. And it was like Watusi or something. Uh, but it ended up standing for like who the cares anyway, something like that. I don't know. People are humorous. Doom is one of the most modded games of all time. I'm of the belief that after a certain number of years, a video game, like any other piece of art, should be available for free to the public. What do you think? Do let me know. Cream, best bakery chain. I am poisoned by the 90s. I can never hear with Cream anything other than Cash rules everything around me. Rich P1K saying Duke Nukem 3D used the same technique on a different engine. True. And my understanding is somebody here. Oh, Natchkid had this early. Well done, sir. Who did I see made Duke Nukem mods? I never made levels for Doom, says Rich P, but I did make unreleased levels for Duke 3D. That's awesome. I loved the Duke Nukem games because I liked the idea of fighting aliens more. I liked the pig enemies. I also liked being able to throw money, literal money at things. It was fun. Whoopsie daisy, we're dropping that phone. Oh, Nick the producer was talking to Andrea. What's some foul things I can say about Andrea? Well, I still have this opportunity.
Can you hear me? Testing.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Okay. Just give me 5 more minutes. StreamYard crashed my entire computer. The producer's pretending it didn't happen. I am not technologically illiterate. I just want that to be understood. StreamYard is a terrible piece of software designed by morons that don't know what they're doing when it comes to screen capturing. I have 2 different monitors that are different resolutions. So I am pretty sure that somehow StreamYard interacts with that in a fatalistic way that causes my entire machine to lock up. So with all of that being said, what I'm going to do is do an alternate method. It will take about 5 minutes so Jake can resume his whole whatever he was doing right before I showed up, and I will be back in just a moment. Thank you.
I don't know about y'all, but look at my lips. See this? It is so fucking dry where I am. It is drier than Ben Shapiro's wife. I have to wet my lips before I smile. Otherwise, they pull themselves apart. They crack and bleed into my mouth. I am so fucking dry. I'm sitting here scratching myself like I'm a prostitute that recently visited Donald Trump. I am absolutely suffering with the temperature. How are y'all? We have already seen too much. Yeah, I do find it. I just find something very funny about a pasty, about a doughy fucking torso. I do find it funny. I stopped playing in like 95. Yeah, that's probably healthy. It's probably a good idea. The pain of cracked, dried lips. You're making it worse with the licking. How am I making it worse than them splitting apart and being bloody? I probably am. I need like Blistex or something. They make things for dry skin and lips, you know? Yeah, but I don't think about it until I'm suffering, and then I don't do anything about it. Get a humidifier, and now this is interesting. Never use chapstick. Why not? Why not chapstick? Isn't that the purpose of chapstick? Is that exact scenario? Boku. The roller coaster. Hold on. We're just going through it. I stopped playing in like 95. Fair. Probably healthy. Then started playing again in college. Uh-oh, we're back. Back on the stuff. Then I stopped again 6 years ago. Fair enough. Missing games, though. Jonesing a little bit. I'm just saying. No, joking aside, it's one of the cheapest hobbies there is. I'm very much a fan of games and the gaming community, but you absolutely, as with anything, take a break if it's interfering with important stuff. I actually still make Wolfenstein 3D levels. Dude, Rich P1K, that is fantastic. All right, here we go. Pinkerbell with the health advice. You need some Vaseline or Aquaphor. Licking just makes it worse because then when the spit dries, it worsens the already dried out skin. All right, fair enough.
What the fuck?
Oh, hey,
Hello?
buddy. Hey there.
Okay, I'm on my cell phone, but it's for whatever reason it's forcing me to listen to myself so I can hear myself through the headphones. Does anyone know how to turn this off? Why is this a fucking option?
That is so weird.
What the
Why
fuck?
are
I
you
can
on your
hear
cell
myself.
phone?
This is not good. This is not good. I'm having a fucking psychotic meltdown. Okay,
Well, can't you just turn the
take me down.
volume
Take me
down
down. Take me down. Just take me down.
on your phone? Can't you just turn the volume off on your phone and listen to the volume through StreamYard on your computer? Is my question. I said the word computer in a very disgusting way just now, and I don't know how exactly, but it sounded gross the first time I said it. Oh, it's a dumb setting name. Wait, let me go back up. Pink is oh yeah. All right, look, I'm hearing that Pink's health advice is correct. I will. So you say what should you're saying I should spread Vaseline on my lips like I'm hanging out with a '90s producer? I mean, I'll take a whack at it. Like I'm hanging out with a '90s producer and I want to try to get my music career going, but I'm not thrilled about it. Oh, DJX. What's up? Good to see you, my friend. All right, literally just going to put that directly on my lips. Fair enough. I didn't even know that anybody except housewives used skin moisturizer until like this year. I'm almost 40. And I did not know that like moisturizer is a thing basically everybody everybody uses, especially in the state I live in where it gets very very dry during the winter. Everybody's using moisturizer except for me. So that's a new thing I got to adjust to. My lips were cracked 3 days ago. I get some Aquaphor. I got some Aquaphor. All right, fair enough. Jake, please don't do it on stream. No promises. I do find it delightful to mildly horrify folks. Merry Tree Moita Day to y'all. To all. Oh, Lordy Lou. Miss Glitchmaster. This is why we need to abolish gender norms, because men think we can raw dog cold weather. Fair. I just didn't. It never occurred to me that you would have to. Hello. How are you doing, my dear?
I'm on the verge of a crisis. I'm sure that it's not that big of a deal, but I just want to say I blame the producer for all of this. It is all his fault. I had a perfect setup. I devised the perfect scheme to avoid all these problems. At the last minute, the producer said, "Nah, dude, it's serviceable." My entire machine turns off. Now I'm trying to get in on my phone. It's a huge deal. Okay, so now I'm setting things up now. So thank you for having this moment of time together for us. So, and also just the producer is just now the producer's telling me my audio is horrendous. Yeah, it's because I'm on my fucking cell phone, motherfucker. It's because I'm on my goddamn cell phone, and this is all your fucking fault. This is your fucking fault, producer. You're telling me I sound fucking horrendous. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Started. What was wrong with the very first way we started? I'm also responding to the majority. It ended up crashing my entire machine because StreamYard is a piece of shit. Fair. Well, set it up the way you wanted. Go do that, and I'll okay. Also, the majority report background was an homage. It was an homage, but now I've got a Krampus background. Yeah. Looks a little bit like it's a little bit like I'm getting my salad tossed, if I'm honest. I'm gonna go ahead and maybe adjust this slightly. Oy. I cannot unsee that. So am I audible?
Am I on stream? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's a wampa to me. Fair. Do y'all think we can? I can't stop seeing this fucking Krampus thing. We're going back to the MR background. I will look for a different yeah, there we go. I will look for a different background at a later time. What are some additional holiday characters that you feel we could use? For example, I feel like we need a Krampus for Valentine's Day. I feel like how Santa has his evil opposite in the Krampus. Hey there. Cupid needs his evil opposite. Carly Wynn, good to see you. Pitchforks Dragon, hello. My nephew said, you're so old, I bet you know Mike Jones's phone number. The disrespect. Oh, no. Oh. Rich P with a great point. LOL Pitchforks, the fact that the kid knows Mike Jones makes him older than he'll admit. Fair. Cupus. Yeah, we need evil Cupid. I want to see that. I feel like instead of shooting a heart-shaped arrow into you that makes you fall in love with somebody, like maybe the evil Cupid is the reason why people have developed lifelong rivalries, nemesi. Get the rap battle skeletal horse, Mary Lude. Carly Wynn is having an aneurysm. If anybody knows where their location is, maybe send an ambulance their way. Carly Wynn having an aneurysm while typing words that make no sense when put together.
Are you serious?
That was just, yeah. Get the rap battle skeletal horse, Mary Lude. No, I'm not serious. I should.
Okay.
Evil Cupid is who visits you before you decide to get divorced. Yes. Yeah. So I'm a little bit grateful to Evil Cupid.
Producer, I sent you a message. I want you to tell me if you get audio, if you're getting any of this.
I can hear you, but you want the producer.
Not microphone. I'm talking about the game. I'm sending the producer. It's coming in clear. We'll throw that shit up. Throw it up.
Kalia says, I don't know. Some of my romantic experiences make me think Cupid is the evil one. Fair. Oh, I like this. Diepuck, the opposite of Cupid. Diepuck. Depuck. Oh, that's better. Depuck, opposite of Cupid.
Okay. Is this working? Can you see the screen?
Yeah. I can't hear yet,
but
I can see. No, I cannot hear it. Yep, I can hear it.
Oh,
all
shit,
right, we're
I
good.
can hear it too. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Baby, we're working.
How's the frame rate? Like, this is a lot better, right?
It looks exact. Oh, yeah, actually, it does look kind of crisp.
This is A War on Christmas, Part 2.
Yeah.
So it's a direct sequel. We're in the same island. The psychosis did not occur in this universe.
Okay. The sound effects.
So everyone, if this is a lot better quality than it was before, please everyone tell the producer that he's a sack of shit. Please say in the chat, producer, fuck you. @producer, fuck you. Because this was my idea. I'm a better producer. This was my original idea. The producer said, no, don't do it. It's a stupid idea. And then everything fell apart, and now we did my idea. Now it seems to be working, right? So I understand it's working, right?
Do you, Nick, the producer, if you ever want to team up to screw over Andrea, just let me know. We'll make it happen. I would like to see something like Half-Life Blue Shift, but for Doom, and the single change you make is the person is a security guard, so they have like all the blue keys.
Okay, just all blue keys.
Yeah, like every time there's a level that has blue doors that need to be unlocked, if you're playing this mod, you're playing as just, you know, the employee that has the key. I just think it'd be such an interesting change-up.
That would be interesting. It's just give you the blue key by default, and then that's the game.
Otherwise,
Nothing
plays
else is
exactly
different.
like normal
Yeah.
Doom.
That's crazy. That's a good idea.
Ooh, the absolute
I ripped a bunch
slaughter.
of textures from Spyro the Dragon, so that's what's on the wall here.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's okay. Like the
This whole thing?
stone-looking material
The little
to make it look like
fucking
an ice
wall
cave.
with the whatever it is. There's a level called Ice Cavern in Spyro the Dragon. It's one of the best levels in the game.
Fair. I just realized how in the progressive left online space I am. I've been reading everybody's name up here. Bo Z, Donald James X, yada yada yada. But I've been referring to them like that. Those aren't the words I'm seeing. I'm just referring to them by their handles that I'm normally that I first saw them by. It just there's no way we're gonna be able
talking about here.
Oh, there's just no way we're gonna be able to explain what a weird era we're in.
What is? I don't understand. You call someone by their fucking display name, and that's a weird era. I don't. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I don't actually see that display name. It's like the Matrix. I realized what I actually see instead of Bo Z is the word Boku_SF because that's his like actual YouTube whatever
and
address
then YouTube
handle.
loves to flip the handle and display name. Just every couple months they flip them back and forth. You know, it's weird.
Yeah.
Just to make things interesting, you know.
But I'm so used to it at this point that I don't even like in my brain. I don't even pause and think like, oh wait, is that right or is the other one? And obviously that's a minor inconvenience, which means it will be fixed eventually. But like, we'll never be able to explain this to somebody who's like 10 years old now. In a decade.
I don't think so. I think we'll easily be able to explain it. The names got mixed up, but I remembered who they were. I mean, I don't know. That's not that. I don't get it. I don't get where you're going with this. How's my audio, by the way? The microphone is this acceptable?
It's a little choppy.
It's a little choppy. Well, I'm on my cell phone, so.
No, fair. You know, considering it's not that bad. Let me say this: it's stable. The level it's at is not changing.
That's good.
Yeah. Ooh.
If the producer didn't fuck me over, I might have been able to connect my microphone to my cell phone, but you know, I don't.
You're probably right. I'm probably over-exaggerating in my mind. I just think it's such a strange little quirk of this hobby, I suppose. YouTube isn't real, says Rich P1K. Well, that's fair. Mine's the same except more L's, which seems appropriate for 2025, says Pinker Bell. Correct. I think that is appropriate. I want to do some chatting.
My phone right here. Is this good? I'm balancing my phone in a very precarious spot. And now the microphone's not on the desk, so it should theoretically be a little bit clearer.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Oh.
So right now, this level takes place underneath the ocean. So, as you can see, the ice is on the ceiling.
I love it. Sorry. It's the
Your story?
bauble demon. That's good. You really do have a knack for using the low resources available in this early 90s game and telling a story. It's a lot of fun.
You think so? What's the story? Tell me what I'm telling you.
Literally just the going from one place to another. You're beneath the ocean, etc., etc. The story, as I understand it, is simply that you are a lone agent sent to the North Pole to figure out why Santa is a murderer now.
Yep. Well, there's a lot of Santas. We figured it out in a way. It's just now, how do we tell the world, right? So we're trying to get out of here.
Fair.
We've got the crucial information. There's Santa cloning facilities. There's demons from hell, but no one knows. If a tree falls and no one's there to hear it.
Now, Carly Wynn, I have no idea what you're talking about. I want Jake to look up the Mary Lude because he doesn't believe me. I don't know what you're referring to. Futurama ripped off Andrea. Fair.
Really? Those bastards. So one aspect of switching up how I'm streaming the video game is now my personal copy is not running at 12 FPS, so I can play somewhat competently as opposed to previously. I just want everyone to make sure that they understand the producer is to blame on everything. It's always his fault. It's never my fault. I mean, I've always been perfect with everything, but the producer, you know, he's not he's only been at it for a couple months, so you know he's still new here. By the way, I can't see like the chat or anything. How do I look at the chat comments on my cell phone? Ah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, studio chat comments. All right.
Carly Wynn has given me nightmares. You want to see the? You know what? Can I present and show something?
Whatever. I don't. Sure.
All right. I'm just gonna. 1 second. This is what Carly Wynn wanted me to see. What the? This is a Welsh Christmas tradition. Horse skull on a pole with a sheet. Never sleep
That's
ever
good.
again.
That's good.
Wild. Flashbacks of Midsummer, exactly. Ye olde rap battle. Yeah, that's true. One of this Welsh traditions involves a battle of wits through verses, bringing a spooky yet fun ancient folklore element to the holidays, with the skull's jaw often snapping menacingly. Can you imagine that? Finish a verse. I need a Caganer for my nativity scene. The Yule Cat is pretty cool. Am I high already?
Are you?
I didn't think so. Tell you what, though. I gotta get a coffee and I gotta get nicotine. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
Tell us more about your nicotine addiction. I'm curious.
You know, it's not a traditional nicotine addiction. What I like to do is I like to take Zins and just... I was trying to think of something funny I could say, but I didn't get beyond the concept of Zins.
Is that like the chewing tobacco thing? You just shove in your mouth
Yeah.
and it gives you oral cancer?
Yeah. I like to do that, but I tuck it in my armpits. I don't know. I didn't really.
What?
I was hoping something funny would have arrived in my head by the time I got there.
Tuck it in your armpit, though.
I don't. Yeah, I just smoke
Okay.
like a disgusting, doomed motherfucker.
You smoke cigarettes?
No vaping, but I don't want.
You vape?
I don't like taking.
Uh-huh.
What do you call it? I don't like giving myself credit for somehow being healthier. It's just a different kind of unhealthy, you know?
Yeah, it's in a lot of ways worse as well. Because people think that vaping is healthier, so they're more likely to overdo it, you know?
Yeah.
It's a big problem. It's a big problem.
I did used to smoke way too much, though, because I got into rolling. It doesn't matter. I don't want to talk about this and get other people doing it. Mostly, I want the coffee.
My grandpa used to roll his own cigarettes. I used to think it was awesome. It smelled like shit, though.
It's fun. Yeah, they smell awful.
I prefer rolling a joint. That's a lot more fun, because it doesn't smell that bad.
It smells not great, though.
It smells great.
I'll be back. And 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Probably more like 3 shakes.
Several shakes.
So hopefully the stream is good. I cannot hear the quality of my microphone, but I assume it is adequate. This is a War on Christmas Part 2, released in December of 2023. That was a while ago now. Does anyone remember 2023? Wow, you know, it's like a whole different universe. Anyone? 2023? It's a hell of a time. You know, like before the AI took over the internet, you know, before Elon Musk bought the election, you know, before all the concentration camps, you know, the new ones anyway, we're still dealing with the old ones back then. You know. 2023, the good old days. Is anyone getting this? Let me look at the comments. This is the War on Christmas that Letterhack played 2 years ago. That is correct. He did not make it this far. He did not make it 10 minutes into the game. Notice it says total 10 minutes. He quit before the 10-minute mark. Well, I mean, it took him like, you know, what, 2 hours to get to the 10-minute mark? But, you know, he's trying his best. This level has a secret exit. So, that's cool. I like secret exits. I forgot that Jake's not here to do co-commentary, so I'm supposed to be talking. But this is a War on Christmas Part 2. It's a sequel, a direct sequel. It takes place immediately afterward on the first one. You're the same character and everything, so it's not. There's really not much to talk about. You're just trying to get the hell out of here. But you're still stuck on the North Pole, and it's kind of scary, actually, to be here, realizing that no one knows you're still alive. Who knows what's going on in the rest of the world? You're kind of stuck in the North Pole, right? So, like, you don't know what's going on. Anything could be happening. There could be, like, a world war going on out there. Who knows? Well, maybe we'll find out in the sequel, or the next one. There's more after these. I made 4 in total so far. There's 4. Can you believe that shit? So this is a little toy factory. It's not much of a factory, but there's toys here. You can see because they're in the boxes. Yeah, that way I don't need to make toy textures. They're all in crates, you know, shipping crates. So that way I don't need to draw, like, you know, 30 new toys or anything. You know, like, they're just in the box. Just in the box, and all the boxes look the same, so it's really convenient for me. The musical choice here is from Spyro the Dragon 2, Ripto's Rage. Here's the secret exit. Check this out. Now we're in a cave. That's crazy. Let's look at the comments here. What do we got? How's the stream quality? Optimum stream quality has been achieved. according to the chatters. Singular. One person said that. So now we're in the first of 3 secret levels. Whoa, that's right, there's 3. So I just want to say, I know most people that watch this space are currently out there celebrating their little holidays and all their fucking little bullshit that they do, their little song and dance and their little, you know, the Kool-Aid ritual and all that fucking horse shit. But I would like to say thank you to all of you who are watching currently who have nothing to do with your lives. You know, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And, you know. You ever think about how everyone chooses to do the family get-togethers during the time of year where everyone gets sick? Like, why don't we do this shit in the summer? Why doesn't everyone do the family get-together in, like, July? Why do we do it when we're all sick and ill and it's cold? You ever think about that? It's because humans are fucking dumb. Humans are stupid fucking creatures, right, that are addicted to the fucking song and dance that their forefathers taught them. You know, and that's why I don't value Christmas. Like, just the idea, let's all fly and get together in the sickest time of the year. I don't get it. It boggles my fucking mind why these fucking morons, these cockroaches that we call humans, don't just get together in July or May or June. No. They wait until everyone's at their sickest, then they get together, kill all of each other with their viruses, and then we're supposed to pretend that's normal. But hey, whatever, man. I'm the weird one. Let's keep playing the game. Santa's Saturday Slasher Sequence. That's the map. I'm in that map. So it's a rendition on the previous one, except this is not a Psychosis stream. This is real. This is real life. So the Psychosis stream from the previous game really is deja vu, if you think about it. That's what it is. I'm seeing Rich P in the chat say it only applies to the Northern Hemisphere. Yeah, it does. Correct. I'm talking about Americans, of which I despise. The Southern Hemisphere, that makes sense. They figured that shit out a while ago. There are 1225 Santa Clauses. Santa Claus, you know, so 1225. I wonder what that means. You know, numerology. Anyone? Special numbers? I don't know. It means something. I gotta say, I really enjoy killing these guys. This is a lot of fun. Look at these. They're just dying all over the place. Never stood a chance. Never stood a chance. All of them. They're all just dropping like fire. Look at this guy. Gotta take him out. The Archvile resurrects the monsters, and the monsters, they come back, and then you have to kill them again. So the Archvile is not my friend, for sure. If anyone is curious about watching more of this, I have a YouTube channel. You can look it up. It's called Doom Speedruns by Andrea Rovensky. That's me. That's my name. And you can look that up on YouTube and subscribe if you want. I don't talk over there because I'm shy. I'm a little nervous. But if you like watching the game, check it out. A lot of candy canes everywhere. Does anyone like candy canes? I think they're okay. They're not bad. I would never imagine eating a candy cane ever again, though. Like, that shit can really fuck with your teeth, you know? You accidentally bite it too early. Because, you know, let's be honest, you want to bite that shit as soon as possible, but you really can't. It's kind of hard, you know? More like candy can't, am I right? Because I can't do it. It's not, I can't. Candy can't. Pretty funny, I think. I think I'm funny anyway. I don't know. Catching up on the chat here. You can't hate sugar? I try my best to hate sugar, but it doesn't work out that well. So now that I've killed all these guys, I can go to the Santa's Secret Sanctuary. And I can get all the ammo that Santa left behind. And the previous level has a large amount of monsters because that's fun. And then this level has a large amount of secrets, you know, because that's also fun. You got kills and you got secrets, and those are called statistics. And then, you know. Almost forgot about the last one there. All right. That's all the secret levels. So now we can finish the game. That switch position is just plain mean. Well, whatever. I tried. You know, I was trying. You know, but if you think, you know, if you think it's mean, that's fine. I thought it was fun. I thought it was an interesting, you know, like, oh, look, rewarding for exploration. No, it's just mean. I'm just mean. Okay, well. Here I was thinking it was fun, you know, it was a good time for everyone. Everyone's going to have a great time playing. But nope, turns out, just mean. Damn. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Anyway, I'm invulnerable to damage at this current moment, so just killing all these guys real quick.
Yet again, the invulnerability I am here for. Last level.
Welcome back. Last level? This is not.
You said, level? You just now with your mouth said that this is the last level.
I said the previous level was the last secret level. And now we're back into the main portion of the game. We're in the second half of the game. So the secret levels are in the middle. And then now we're in the... It's a short intermission, you know. Now we're back in.
Oh.
How was your shaking of the lamb's tail, as it were?
Was good. Look.
You shook the lamb's tail really vigorously?
A couple of times. Just the appropriate amount of times. This here is one of my favorite Christmas gifts of all time.
What is? Oh, you're holding something. Let me look.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a simple coffee cup, but it responds to. Let me say this. I am extraordinarily particular about certain things. Cups are one of them, and I think a good gift should express how well the person knows you. That's essentially what you're doing with a gift. You're saying, I see you, I love you, I appreciate you. Here's a thing.
Oh, I thought gifts were about, like, let me buy some cheap crap. I didn't know it was about expressing knowledge.
It can be cheap crap. It absolutely can be. So long as it's cheap crap that speaks to your personality. And
yeah, I hope so.
This has something that is crucial. This is a coffee cup that has a little bit of space between the inside and the outside. And it's extremely efficient, which I love. But it's also the correct shape and size. This is an 8-ounce cup. That's what it ought to be.
I think that is the exact coffee cup that I have. Is it just glass?
It's just glass, which is what I want.
Yeah, that's the one I use. Well, one of, I use it. I don't know if it's the brand I use, but yeah, glass coffee mugs are great. I'm not a huge fan of ceramic, but, you know, glass is just fun. And plus I can look at it and I can just see how much I have left. It's a really useful thing.
Fair. Dual layer glass, exactly, HBS.
I prefer single layer because I like to feel the heat to touch.
I understand that. I do understand that. I don't feel that myself, but I know what you're saying.
If it's too hot to touch, it's too hot to drink. That's my opinion.
Oh my gosh.
The music here is Clown Man from Rockman 8.
I didn't even mention it this year until now, but I once again tried to learn how to program in Unity, and I once again failed.
What does failure mean? You gave up after hitting your first roadblock, or what?
Didn't even like I didn't get beat. The roadblock was the once again only thing I experienced. I didn't even.
You couldn't even download a program.
Downloaded it, installed it. Couldn't figure out how to place the instance of the player within a map. Couldn't even figure out how to make the map. Got furious and left.
Huh. That's why you should just do Doom. Doom is really easy.
Something like that. I do want, like, I have a bucket list of creative things, and one of them is I must make a game. I feel like I must make a game.
I'm missing one monster.
Book, movie, TV show.
I agree with you. I will help you make a game if I can.
Hell yeah.
The rest, I don't know if I'm any good at.
I do. I was talking with Pep Talks recently, and I do think...
Did he pep you up?
He did. I think we have potential for a show.
A show?
With this group.
Really?
Yeah. Like a narrative style thing with a plot as opposed to just chatting.
Oh, a plot. Like an act, okay.
Yeah, like where we play characters.
This is my favorite level, by the way.
All right. What's the premise of this level?
There's a lot of elves and they're dancing.
Fair. Now that is something I have a lot of appreciation for. When you take early game enemies and you put them in a new context that makes them a challenge for late game skills.
Yeah, the challenge is that they're all over the fucking place.
Fair.
That's the challenge.
And they're all tempting you to use your valuable ammo. So yeah, you can beat them individually, but can you beat them efficiently enough to be able to survive the other challenges?
Probably.
Woo. Oh my god. Oh.
Can you hear my keyboard?
Yes.
Is it frustrating?
Frantically. No, it's actually, it adds an element to this.
It adds an element.
Hearing
okay.
the hustle.
All right. I like doing a
Hot
lot
diggity,
of
yeah,
superfluous keyboard presses so people think it's more impressive. Like this, yeah, look at that. Woo! Look at this, whoa! Actions per minute.
Clickety clack, clickety clack, clack, clack. Yeah.
Now we gotta clean up this garbage.
Rage Against the Machine is being mentioned by DJ.
Yeah, correct. You know who else is getting mentioned?
Who? Looks like Andrea's and God.
All right. The producer is not here at the moment. The producer has left the building. Do I have God mode enabled? Of course not. I'm just really good at games.
She is spooky good at Doom in particular. I have never seen anybody bait enemies to attack each other as well as Andrea.
You probably also don't watch anyone else speedrun this game besides me.
I went through a week where I got extraordinarily high when I was very depressed and just watched nothing but Doom speedruns.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I do just every week.
Look, I appreciate the speed of speedruns, sure, but I also just like artistry. I like it when someone is displaying skill in the game.
That's what makes Doom so fun, is because there's lots of areas for you to express yourself. You know, like when I accidentally shoot a wall, and then I go, move the mouse around, I'm angry, I'm mad.
Well, it's not just... So yes, that's true, but it's also... Doom has been around long enough that a lot of folks can look at the screen and immediately know what's happening. Like, they can understand the context a lot better.
I do love context. I'm a huge fan of context. Just in general. Just the general concept of context. I really enjoy it. I like having it. I like giving it.
There was that fighting game, and I don't even remember what it was. Probably Street Fighter. But there's like a famous clip of somebody winning at a tournament, and they're on their last...
It's probably Evo, the tournament that's now owned by Saudi Arabia.
Probably.
Congratulations.
But they're on their last sliver of health, and they're fighting against somebody who's got plenty left. And that person goes into a combo. And there's several layers of appreciating what happens after that moment. Because if you're a regular person, what you see is the combo doesn't work, they get blocked, and then the person who had one hit left wins. And that's impressive.
Oh, yeah. It's a classic moment.
But if you understand the game and the characters they're playing, there's another layer, which is the combo that the person did is one of those that requires like almost pixel perfect response to block. And as it's happening, like people get out of their seats. They go, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
Moments like that are only possible through a shared understanding of the game itself. And you just get more of that with Doom because it's been around, it's been popular, easy to run. As somebody pointed out, you can run it on a fridge.
I mean, you cannot run Doom on a fridge. You can't really play the fucking game. You can't learn how to play the game. You can look at pictures that have Doom's graphics on them, but you cannot run Doom on a fridge. Like, to me, if you can run Doom on something, that means you got to be able to beat the game. I'd love to see someone beat the fucking game on a fridge, okay? Come on.
I promise you that video of somebody doing it already exists.
All right, let me see it.
All right, it's on.
I want to see an entire complete playthrough of Doom on a fridge.
Andrea, I just saw that Max the dog is your banner. I love it.
Max the dog is my banner?
Yeah, on your page. On your YouTube.
Which page?
YouTube.
Which YouTube?
The homepage. What other page do you have on YouTube? Other than
I have
your
like
channel?
3 YouTube channels.
Good point. Fair enough. Your standard Andrea Ravinsky one.
Oh, yeah, I haven't looked at
Not
that one in
the
a
Doom.
long time.
Oh,
Terrible channel. One of the worst, honestly. I've not seen many channels worse, so. There's one monster somewhere that I'm looking for. Hopefully I can discover the location. That would be nice.
yet another thing I appreciate about old school Doom is the wearing of leather gloves. I'm a big believer that the hands of the player character should be able to be anybody's.
Yeah. My arms are extremely hairy, so when I play Doom, I see the hairy arms, and I go, "Oh, that's me." All right. I just realized, by the way, that I probably should actually pick up the pace with these. The music here is pretty intense because it's the penultimate level, so, you know, but I will be here until 5, and I'm on the second of 4 games, so, you know, maybe I should pick up the pace a little bit. The music for this level is the final weapon from Rockman X4.
Let's talk a little bit about predictions for. All right, you know what? I'm actually just trying to sneak in the thing I really want to talk about. Do you think Trump is straight up dying?
Absolutely. Any minute now.
Me too.
I already got some champagne. It's literally like I'm already in. It's just a matter of when. And you want to make a bet? I'm down to make a bet, like on the day. Let's do a little bit of a. Which day do you think it is? It's like roulette. Just throw some money on the table.
So my earnest thoughts are that he is going to be out of power by the end of February. I'm not joking when I say that. And I think he's going to willingly leave power because it's harming him to be in power right now. So
you think he's going to do the Nixon, just going to step down, pardon, all that stuff, and then go live on Pedophile Island or whatever?
And I think he's...
Who is that in the sky?
Oh, hello, Max.
Max, you're famous. That's Max the dog from 2 years ago as opposed to 3, so different Max.
I am going to be going to dinner with my brother's family.
Wow.
Not soon. Mentally preparing for that.
Okay.
So, give me your assessment of my assessment. The whole getting out of power, pardoning himself, yada yada.
I think it's very likely because they don't have any sort of successor plan, and so they're going to try to prop up J.D. Vance at the last minute, and then they're going to fail.
Mm-hmm. Kowalski's talk of whose successor was fascinating last night.
Sure.
Got me thinking about that as well. Also, the toy factory that you were in earlier.
Now this is the real deal. This is the big factory.
Well, that's I think that going back to the storytelling thing, are the guns not Christmas themed because they took over a toy factory and turned it into an ammunition factory?
It's more that Santa Claus is he's in the business of production, and Christmas only comes once a year. Now you can manufacture toys for months, you know. You want to make sure that you have enough time to manufacture all the toys, but really that's only like 3 to 4 months. So that leaves like, you know, an additional 7 months maybe, where it's like these factories are just sitting here. So why not repurpose them to produce artillery, missiles? You know, maybe we can sell them to Israel or whatever. You know, Saint Nick is a free agent. You know, he's kind of like, you know, he's his own guy. North Pole is an independent country, so.
But they're being manufactured by the same folks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get you. Donald James X, Kowalski would be the perfect addition to this space. I gotta say though,
we'll get him at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We can maybe ask him to air his little videos, little video projects.
Oh. I will say regarding the Trump thing, I don't know that the pardon is totally necessary for his plans, because I honestly think he's just planning on dying. The doctors have been pretty straightforward. I mean, yeah, he's openly talking about death, not his death, but come on,
just any death.
Yeah, I mean, he just keeps
the concept of death, you know.
Yes,
he's got concepts.
It's obviously on his mind.
I think about death every day too, so I hope that's not a bad omen.
Sure, but you're a bit more of a, let's say, philosopher than Donald Trump.
You don't think Trump's sitting out at night, you know, reading his meditations and opining on the world?
Oh, I think he is now.
Okay.
But no, I mean, like...
Oh, I fell in the stuck spot, so I'm gonna... You know, don't worry about that. It's a little glitch I left in, so I just did a little bit of walk through walls for half a second. Don't worry about it. I could have not mentioned it and no one would have known anything, but I have to cop to it.
I would not.
I did cheat. I did technically cheat. Yeah.
He's in poor health.
I'm a huge proponent of punishing the player if they make an incorrect decision. Some people would call that being lazy and not patching glitches. I call that you shouldn't have glitched in the first place. That was your fault, not mine. So go on about Donald Trump. He's gonna die imminently, you said?
Oh.
He's too sick or whatever. I don't know.
Tinkerbell was saying he's in poor health, but he's also an evil rich fucker, and those bastards hang around way longer than necessary. Yeah, it's fair. Ugh. Is there, DJ McBusiness asking some real good questions. Is there a Star Wars character that was born a Sith of the dark side and crossed over to the Jedi side? Politically speaking, that's what I am. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like a lot of folks from the suburbs or suburb adjacent areas go through that at some point. Like, oh, damn. Like, I'm surrounded by villains. Kind of hurts.
The suburbs are really, truly depressing.
Also, Asajj Ventress, you might consider to be that. Asajj Ventress was born amongst the Dathomiri witches. Oh, wait, no. I'm thinking of Darth Maul and his brother Savage Opress. But no, Asajj Ventress starts off Sith, or a Sith wannabe, and becomes a Jedi semi-ally.
I don't know anything about Star Wars. I've never seen it. So the Siths are the bad guys.
Basically.
Right? Okay?
Yeah.
And the Jedi is good.
Basically.
Basically, okay. Oh great, I'm up to snuff. I know my knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the test.
Clutch play, says Natchkit. Agreed.
Which part?
Your circle strafe around the last group of villains.
Oh.
That's what I thought he was referring to.
So we're now entering the final level of A War on Christmas Part 2. Coming up next. is A War on Christmas Part 3. Actually, it's not Part 3, it's just 3. A War on Christmas 3 World War C is going to be coming up soon.
Now wait,
We
you gotta
got
give
one
us
more
the
level here.
story. Oh, here we go.
Oh, one more level, and then I'll give you the story.
Okay. Oh. Again with the hallway of slaughter. I love it.
Well, you gotta, it's called callbacks, you know? You gotta refer to the previous.
Whoa. I gotta show the health. Oh my god. Alright, you're great on health, actually. Beating the bricks off a horde of Santas. This is like SantaCon. If
Yeah,
everybody's
basically.
fantasy came true. I just now realized that the plasma gun has the occasional red plasma orb. That's clever.
It alternates between red and green.
What are you shooting at?
The invisible, teleporting specter demons of hell.
Yo, there it is. Yep. Dang. So what is your favorite weapon to use in these Doom games?
It's context sensitive. I like every weapon equally. It just depends on what I'm playing.
Now, wait a minute. You're telling me you like the handgun as much as the minigun?
I am one of the, out of all the Doom speedrunners, I have played the Tyson category maybe the second most out of anyone of all time. So it is one of my favorite categories. So, yes, I do.
Heck yes.
A little known fact about the pistol is that if you shoot, the first shot is always perfectly accurate to your screen.
Perfectly accurate to your screen. What do you mean?
So where you aim, you shoot, as opposed to normally there's some amount of horizontal drift. But the pistol has the ability for the first shot to be perfectly accurate.
So if you fire it and then reload... Wait, no. Because there's no reloading. Is it like first time in each level?
No, just the first shot of any volley. Like, so if you hold the button down...
Oh. So if I'm clicking, like, click, click, click,
if you just click it and you have a little... You need to have a little gap in between. Okay. Here's Max the dog! Again!
Oh, Max. You good boy.
All right.
Oh, he's a good dog. I'm convinced that's a Beretta 92 that they modeled it after.
Something. Coming up next is A War on Christmas 3. World War C.
So has the Christmas assault spilled out into the rest of the world then?
Well, as you can maybe see and surmise based on this title screen, it looks like that may be correct. As you can see, we're in some sort of we were mentioning the suburbs earlier, and it appears that the suburbs are now in the game. I released this, as you can maybe tell at the bottom left, in 2024. When I made this, I made this like literally a couple weeks after the whole thing that happened last year, the big November situation. So, you know, when I was making this, I was thinking about how the world would end. I was thinking this may be the last one I ever make, because who knows if I'll be able to make it to next December. We did make it, and there is a fourth one. But this is World War C. So again, think about what I was thinking about with the Orange Man getting back into power. You know, and now World War C is a reality, or World War V, as we're going to Venezuela or whatever. But before I start this, I would like to get myself a cup of whiskey. So I will return momentarily. Jake, I don't know if you're a drinker, but feel free to join me if you wish, or well, you know, join me later, because I need you to talk while I'm gone. First, I'll be right back.
All right, my dear. Andrea Rovinsky, somebody who is an actual maker of entertainment. I really appreciate the fact that she has made now 4 Christmas-themed WODs for Doom. If y'all don't know, she's also a speedrunner. She's got a channel, I believe it's called Andrea Rovinsky, Speedrunner Extraordinaire. I'm kidding. I'm going to link it in a second. Doom Speedruns by Andrea Rovinsky. Let's pop that up here. Yeah, she's a competitor. She does speedruns, and she also makes the thing. I gotta say, that is one of the elements of gaming that is best. The fact that a lot of times people turn around and do freebies for the community, for literally love of the game. I think it's beautiful. I think it is a tradition that I hope carries on. And I also think it's why gaming as a hobby is ultimately free from capitalism. Even though we end up, the gaming industry famously now is more, there's more money going into it and out of it. It's a bigger industry than the auto industry and the film industry combined. It's a bigger industry than that. But even if you take away every monetary transaction, you would still have the hobby of gaming. Because whether it's Newgrounds, whether it's the Doom modding community, people make stuff for each other for free, asking for nothing in return. That is beautiful. And it's an example the rest of us should take note of. Chess and Go exist. Yeah. Also, gaming is as old as humanity. Gaming will never be totally controlled by corporations. Hello. As much as they want it to be. Yeah.
Throw the bullshit back up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Well done, Nick, the producer. He is quick.
Nick's back? All right.
He's been back.
All right. World War C. Does anyone have any predictions for the storyline?
I think a betrayal is coming. I think a major plot twist. Yeah. I don't know who would or could betray us unless it's Timmy.
Little Timmy, yeah. That's the only real character we know of that has a name. Even the protagonist of the first 2 games doesn't have a name, so...
I'm assuming Timmy Sr., but fair enough.
It's like Tenet, or the name of the character is just protagonist.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go in. We only got 2 more hours here, so I got to hurry up and finish them. Some people may remember this one.
Oh, yeah. That's a famous song right there. Natchikit says, I love that an awesome leftist YouTuber is also an elite level Doom speedrunner. F yeah. Dude, we desperately need stuff like that. Leftists have got to spread out into the culture.
I've been trying to get you motherfuckers involved, and everyone ignores me.
In what?
Doom in speedrunning
specifically?
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
All right, just shut the hell up for a second. Let me do some storyline. So right there is a little non-linear storytelling. So that is a little glimpse of the ending that you see at the very beginning. Have you ever considered non-linear storytelling in a Doom WOD? I don't think so. Most people, when they play this, don't get it because it's not very well telegraphed, but I'm explaining it now so you understand. And now we have a story screen. So Jake, would you like to read the story screen in like some epic voice?
12 years after a Santa-dressed child murderer made headlines and a lone soldier was sent to the North Pole on a suicide... I'm going to wait and let it buffer a little bit. 12 years after a Santa-dressed child murderer made headlines and a lone soldier was sent to the North Pole on a suicide mission to investigate, the Earth has fallen victim to a new terror. Every day life was halted in its tracks when beams of ice and snow hailed down upon the entire planet. From the hottest desert to the swampiest rainforest, the entire world was consumed by cold. A war on Christmas has turned into World War C.
That was good. That was good reading.
Thank you. It was good writing.
I'm a couple typos in there.
Oh, Yellow Santa. What the F?
So this is the first that uses the higher compatibility levels for Doom. If you don't know what that means, I'll explain it later. But I have a bunch of different new monsters that I made, so I did all the recolors and everything. Basically, higher compatibility means you can double or triple the monster roster, so...
Yeah. Boom! Ooh. Yellow Santa equals anti-Coca-Cola. It's Fanta Santa.
Yeah. As you can see, there's snow weather effects.
Wait a minute. I was number 2. Wait a minute. I gotta see what... Yeah, there is weather effects. Look at that. That looks great. And it's in an area that makes sense, too.
Yeah, see, this shit's high-tech. Just wait till the fourth one.
Oh, man. Bo, are you saying actual jet pilot or jet simulation pilot? I was number 2 jet pilot in the USA and number 9 in the world from 2007 to 2019. That's insane. Literally either way.
That's crazy, if true.
Not actual jet. Okay. Honestly, that would have made me a little bit nervous if it was actual jet. I would have been like, whoa, who were you flying for, buddy? What were you doing from 2007 to 2019?
Yeah, maybe it's a Grand Platinum situation.
On the one hand, I'm almost glad that we have former military guys like that who are saying, I gotta run progressive because that's the only yada yada. On the other hand, dude, can we really not do better in Maine than... Never mind. I'm not going to bum us out on Christmas.
No, I think Grand Platinum is an op. I think he's a terrible person, and he's proud of his wartime, and I think that that's an automatic disqualifier. I say fuck the veterans. I say, you know, they should not be running for office, and people should not be allowing them. Plus, he worked for Blackwater. Motherfucker worked for Blackwater! Come on.
That's the thing.
Do not pass go. Do not pass go. Directly to jail. Go directly to jail.
I will go so much farther. For the record, I'm still planning on supporting the dude unless and until, you know, we get a different option. And my support doesn't mean anything, but it's not even that he worked for Blackwater. It's that he worked for Blackwater and didn't immediately quit. It's that he worked for Blackwater and
also he lies about it. He lies about it in interviews saying, well, technically it's Constellus. Yeah, okay, buddy. We're all fucking dumb here. To be fair, Crystal Ball, who did that interview, is dumb. And she has been repeating the lie that he never worked for Blackwater. So to be fair to Grand Platinum, he does think that the people who interview him are dumb, and they are dumb. So, but anyway, well, War on Christmas.
Speaking of wars, so I do want to be clear, though. If somebody was in the military, I don't think that's a disqualifier. You have to have learned, you know? There's no harm in getting tricked.
This guy went to the military and then learned, hey, I'd rather go to Blackwater because the pay is better. That's what he learned after going to the military. Our leftist heroes.
But
this is one of my favorite songs in the game, by the way.
Ooh, let me listen for a sec.
It's from Rockman03.
I don't recognize it, but I like it.
It's from the one snow level in that game, which is a really good level.
Fitting. Yeah, man.
And now we go outside.
Ooh. with the weather effects, that it looks hypnotic. It's very, very cool.
Yeah, it's World War C.
I honestly feel like this is the level of graphics, maybe not interaction between sprites, but the level of graphics that is like the maximum I care to have for like an RPG. I would love an RPG built out of this kind of graphics.
I agree with you completely. You know, the fact that people waste so much fucking time on high fidelity graphics when no one who has an IQ above 12 gives a fuck about this shit. It's really, we hit the, like, think about it, in 1993, and we hit the fucking apex ratio of being able to see what's going on and being able to make a game in like a few months and not 10 years, you know? Exactly. And now every game takes 10 years to make, and for what reason?
Yeah, when they're taking a decade to make a game, and they're like, "Oh, we as a company we invested $53 million or some insane thing," and you're like, "Okay, now
Horrible.
You have to make $60 million off
Horrible.
a game to justify this." Insane, unnecessary. It's just
so in
a
every
game.
secret area, you get the white coat Santas that have like I think it's like triple the health of a normal Santa.
Oh, that's awesome.
And they teleport all throughout the level, so it's like a little bit of a challenge thing. They're not really that challenging, but you know, whatever.
Oh, but they're like the elite troops. Like, that's really cool.
And
fun.
They drop health as well, so that's like, it's a secret, so they're beneficial to you.
Woo.
By the way, these are trees. I don't know if that's obvious or not.
It was not. I thought that was like a rock wall. So there's something to be
Fair
said
enough,
for
yeah.
some graphics, but
Fair enough, you know, I tried my best here, but
they do look cool, man.
But now that you know they're supposed to be trees, right? Like it's like this is an example of a hallucination, but in a positive direction. Like before your very eyes, they morphed from rocks to trees. Like and the visual content on screen didn't change; it was your perception.
Totally.
You ever think about that?
In the world of gaming, I would give Baldur's Gate as an example. Baldur's Gate 3 looks gorgeous, has all these wonderful things. Not any more entertaining, in my opinion, than the original Baldur's Gate, which looks terrible. But
the thing about graphics is you get used to it in the first like 20 minutes. So like, and you'll get used to the graphics no matter what. So like they wear off. Like any graphics, they don't matter after 20 minutes, in my opinion, anyway. Because it's just that from that point onward, it doesn't really matter. You just get used to it regardless.
And what you will never get used to is your computer being stuttering or acting up because you're asking it to process insane amounts of data for no reason.
Yep.
Oh, that's a bad hit. Still above 100%.
Actually,
health,
when you get hit by the archvile, it deals splash radius damage. So if you get hit and run up against them, it will damage themselves. So actually, I got hit on purpose there so that they would take a few less shots to kill. And I had enough health that I would survive, so.
I will remember that.
Only do that if you know what you're doing. Do not do, or, you know, it's the TV warning. This is done by professionals. Do not do this at home. All right, now we're going back inside. The little outside area is over.
I can barely see in all this shit. That is a funny touch.
I'm a funny person. Some people have said that. I haven't. I've never said it in my life, but other people have. I haven't played World War C at all, really, since last year, so this is pretty fun to play. I played like one level of it, but this is pretty cool.
At some point, are you going to put all of these together in a mega wad?
No. On principle, I refuse to update things after they're finished. Even if I make mistakes. I don't agree with endlessly tweaking and re-releasing art. I think it should stand by itself every time, so.
Well,
the best you'll get is all of the games in one download. That's the best you'll get, but I won't merge them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you'd have to load them up individually, you know? Like,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah. To me, it's like it's a slippery slope. Once you start updating and doing compilations and 20th anniversary editions, where like you change one or two things, you know, I'd rather put all that energy into a new project altogether.
Fair.
As you can see, the snow groups up on the floor. Really cool.
That is cool. Most I ever modded a game was when I used the Morrowind Creation Kit engine. And I mean,
that shit is a piece of dog shit, so the fact that you were even able to get that working for more than 5 seconds, I'm impressed.
And they had a drag and drop interface. That goes a long way if you don't know coding.
Yeah.
I take it back. I don't know if you consider this modding, but I did make like games in RPG Maker. But that's
modding as the game. Like the game is you make mods. So that's fair.
Yeah. I do hope that that becomes a more and more popular type of software. I want to see the means of production turn into a whole industry.
I agree with you. We'll get there someday.
Yeah.
Woo. All right, we're back outside.
Boom.
You may notice this, you may not, but I'm going to point it out. Every level it gets darker outside because the game starts on Christmas Eve and transfers to Christmas Day throughout the middle of the game. So there's a day-night cycle.
Telling you, the attention to detail with storytelling is one of the Ravinsky touches that I enjoy.
It's alright.
It's great.
It's a little corny, if you ask me. I don't know.
That's the point of this WAD. It's, you know, this is
a little
jingle all the way of the game. I bought a Game Shark once and will never again. Why not?
Oh, because this motherfucker like accidentally bricked their save file. User error, you fucking idiot. Don't you read the warning on the box, you fucking motherfucker.
A little harsh.
A little bit, but I did the same thing when I was a kid. I bricked everything, and I rage quit Game Sharks for several years. It was a whole to-do. So I feel it. I'm yelling at myself more than anything. Alright, there's one guy left, but I don't feel like looking for him, so go fuck your mother.
How do you even know?
Because when I hit tab, I can see the percentage. But I'm taking I planned on doing this a little slower because I only had like 3 hours and 15 minutes worth of material in a 4-hour block. But I've already wasted like so much time setting it up, so I gotta actually go a little bit quicker if I'm gonna make it. You want to read more text screens?
Oh, I would love to. And after I read this text string, I'm gonna go find. I'm giving it time to load up. I'm gonna find my belt, which I've been looking for literally all day. As Christmas Eve comes to a close, you find yourself stranded in a frozen forest with barely any moonlight to guide your way. The sound of crickets you remember as a child have been replaced with the roars of demonic Santa freaks. 12 years ago, Christmas, now known as X-Day, was the day that children all around the world were found dead, murdered by evil clones of Santa Claus. And it only got worse. Oh, look at the time. Merry Christmas.
That's the only time you'll get that out of me. When Jake is reading it. So now it's midnight and you're trapped in the woods.
Yeah.
All right, you can go find your belt now.
Yes, ma'am. There's no reason for my back to be hurting except I've aged.
Yeah. I didn't know you could get out here like that, so that's a mistake. I wish I realized that a year ago. By the way, this is the first time I've ever played all of these in a row, so that's cool.
That is cool.
So this space is brought to you by this space. Subscribe today and tell your friends. It's a little hard to see in all this weather. I liked it better when there was no weather, you know. It's funny because I put the weather in. That's why it's funny. The musical number here is from Rockman EXE. It's a video game, by the way. Oh, this is some very risky business right now. On the verge of death. Oh boy. And I'm alive. Somehow, I managed to recover. If anyone out there would like to see more video gaming material on this space, feel free to let everyone in the upper echelons of this space know. And by that, I mean just say it in the chat whenever someone asks about what you want to see on this space. You know, we don't do that many video game stuff here, but I like video games, so you know, I'd like to do more, maybe, if the producers will let me. You know, so I gotta, you know, there's a huge bureaucracy here at this space. We got lots of scribes and all that kind of stuff, and you know, all these kinds of people and pushing pencils and all that kind of. It's, you know, it's a whole to do, but you know, just is this good? Is this bad? Should we save it for the holiday only? Like, what? Give me some feedback here. You know. Jake is joining me on commentary. He's currently looking for a belt for some reason. I'm not sure why, but
I just scrambled back here to put in my 2 cents on what you just said. I gave up the search for the belt to say this.
The belt's not
right now. I don't care how many like live viewers it gets. Right now, all we have in terms of reaching out to people who don't already believe what we believe is Movie Night Extravaganza, Alex talking about South Park, and this. This is one of 3 things we have. We need this kind of stuff, dude. All
right.
year, I think. All year round.
Okay.
My actual teeth are chattering over there.
What?
This is my actual teeth chattering. Now
why? But why?
Because the window.
Oh.
This apartment is not, I think, rated for actually living in. Be right back.
Well, I get it. I lived in a half-finished house that had no heating for several winters, and it was really rough. I also had no plumbing for a while. It was really hard to handle that kind of material in my life. Coming up is the best level in the game, part 1. All the levels have been a prequel to the best level, which is coming up next. All right. This is the level that's on the box.
Oh yeah. I didn't turn the camera off. Great. Jesus, Johnny.
What happened?
Oh my God. Oh no, Johnny got really into the gaming thing and he threatened to boycott.
Oh, okay.
Bo Z saying some bold stuff. We should email Matt and Trey and ask for raw footage of basketball for you to start a React channel on. I like that.
I have no idea what any of those words mean.
Basketball was a great movie. Oh, yes. Kingpin Bowling Archives for the same thing. I do think that's a way we should attempt. I'm not, like, pick one of us and be like, do super niche things. Like, only reacting to sports movies or sports comedy movies. I think that's the way to go. Because the internet is all about niches. And they would love it. True. You can do it, and they would love it. That's fair. Ooh, Groove Dragon doing a little cooking. Excellent. Andrea is also cooking. And these orbs are cooked. Oh, glorious.
How does this level look? What does it look like?
Those balls. This honestly, this looks clean as hell. The level looks great. It looks like a Norwegian neighborhood.
Okay.
Boom. Yeah, everybody loves your inclusion of those the Keiko Demons new sprites.
Oh yeah.
Bad News Bears, Walter Matthau, absolutely. Pink, wait a minute, Pink. How's your kid this Christmas? What did you do for him? What'd you get for him? Let me live vicariously through you because I don't care to, bother with actually having a child.
Yeah, it's by choice.
Well, by choice, not my choice, but the world's choice, sure. I can't tell you how happy that made me. To get a chuckle out of Andrea is a high watermark for me.
Yeah, well, I'm drinking, so it's easier to accomplish now.
Noted. Oh, I could go for some eggnog, man. Oh, she's using the close-up technique. I love it. And just feeding them shells. Oh, my word. All right. I don't actually want to try to make this game. I just think it would be awesome. Imagine a fighting game, but instead of... Yeah, but instead of Super Smash Brothers-ing it, it's a fighting game between FPS protagonists.
Oh.
I'd love to see Doom Guy versus Halo Guy, Master Chief versus, all the Duke Nukem.
They put Solid Snake in Smash Brothers, so it's kind of like that.
Absolutely. But have them have all their classic guns available, and it's like a arena shooter, but it's with, folks you've played other games with.
Yeah, I love games. I'm a little bit of a gamer. I play games. I like when the corpses slide off the roof.
I just realized the thing I'm discussing is just if we reskinned with literally any arena shooter, actually. It's just a reskin. Okay. The weird thing is, I kind of had to stop gaming in college, like I just had to stop buying new games for a while. And I have not gotten back to it until very recently. And there's such an obvious gap in my knowledge.
I stopped playing and buying new games when I was about 15 or 16. So
yeah.
I haven't gone back, so the gap is permanent. I do this instead.
Well, then you just change the wording. Now it's just expertise. You have expertise in this era of games.
That's right. That's right.
Boom. I mean, you are just tearing through these folks. The housing market really has collapsed. Well done. My hands.
I skipped a couple enemies because it's a big level and I'm running up against the wire on time here. So hopefully you don't mind 96%. Hopefully that's not a problem. Coming up is my go on.
Oh no, go ahead.
Just coming up is the next best level. All the levels from this point onward, I think, are pretty good. The first half, kind of filler, a little bit of a filler kind of a situation. Second half, it's a lot better. So,
okay.
All right, go on.
Think about saying, I have 2 kids, got one a new guitar and amp, the other one got money. Okay, so I have a sense of the age of these kids, and sounds like they're pretty rad. I learned how to make eggnog yesterday, and it turned out fantastic. I was going to mention eggnog. Oh, wait, I did mention eggnog. That's why. Okay. Awesome. I am jealous. That's awesome, dude. And then Pinkerbell saying, oh, my, he's self-taught. That's wild. And apparently her hands are too small for guitar, hence she plays the ukulele. I love that you play the ukulele. I took ukulele lessons once. It was a horror show. Oh my word. All right. This level is allowing you to go to the interiors of buildings. Interesting.
That's right. A little bit of an open world situation.
Yeah. F yeah. Now this is that good stuff. This is that Duke Nukem feeling. Go anywhere, fight anything. Everything it's wall-to-wall chaos. Oh yeah. Woo. Oh. Room full of henchmen, love it. I'm also liking the soundtrack. What's this track?
This is from Rockman EXE. This is the title screen and the internet.
Fair.
The internet being a level in Rockman EXE.
All right, fair enough. Health was real low for a second there. Delighted you've recovered.
You know.
Good dodge.
Trying my best not to die, but whatever.
Woo! Oh, just feeding him that plasma.
I appreciate you doing the commentary, so I can just focus on the game here.
I literally just stopped doing commentary because I was focusing on the game. Forgot that we were doing a show also.
I wasn't being sarcastic. The noises count. The noises are your common things, right?
Well, here, one of the major things that happened when I was in college is that stopped me from playing games is that I would start watching my buddy play games and just sort of live vicariously through that. This was before the era.
It's a lot cheaper too, watching your buddy. You don't need to actually play, buy the game.
I have watched every Metal Gear Solid game. I have not ever fully played even one. But I watched my buddy go through the whole freaking thing. Oh, and I'm feeling that again. I can't tell you how much I missed that. One day,
as in you're feeling it with this, or you're feeling it as in you want to do it again?
I'm feeling it with this. I feel like I am doing it again. It's the exact same feeling. Just feels like sitting on the couch in my old apartment.
Yeah,
One day you
nice.
will meet a gentleman named Dane Kelly, and I think
Is
a lot
that
of my humor will make
from
sense.
the? Is that the? You know,
I would
from
call
the
him
YouTube channel?
Yes, he's the silent Bob to my Jay.
Excellent. I'm excited to meet everyone involved. Yeah, and Gotham speed dating. What you don't know is I've watched that video at least 20 times since we watched it together. Yeah, I've downloaded the video. I burned it to a DVD. It'll exist forever. My favorite part's when the guy in the background tries the chloroform, just a little recreational chloroform. That's my favorite part.
That guy's name is Richard Craig. He is now a full-on professional chef. And,
nice.
He is one of the most stealth funny guys ever. They'll just quietly do humorous things and wait for you to notice, and it translates very well to video.
One of my favorite parts about Gotham speed dating is when you try to say like "Handsome Joe" like 15 times in a row, but it doesn't work out. And then in the final take, it still doesn't work, but like you just kind of gave up, you know?
Yes, that is exactly what happened. Correct. As with most takes, we were like, "That's good enough."
Yeah, well, that
Somewhere
one you had
there.
like 10 tries there, and none of them actually were good enough. It's a good movie.
Somewhere.
It's a good short film, I have to say. It's one of my favorites. I did also watch There's a Bomb in the House. I like the lighter subplot, the little B movie there, where the guy's trying to find his lighter in the background. That was a good addition.
I mean, that might have been a subplot. That might have just been our actual real life. Who's to say?
Well, you know, either way, it works.
I remember how we came up with that thing, and we hadn't made a video in a while. I had just gotten back from my job delivering pizza at Jets. I said, let's just turn on the camera and I'll scream and run around, and we'll think of a plot as we're filming.
Yeah, it was a great one. It was really good. I'd love to see more of these if you ever have a chance to find them.
There's probably like 1,000 hours of just some of the most bizarre content.
You say that, and yet I've only seen like 4 of the videos.
Well, we filmed them on old school like tapes.
You got to get the tapes.
So
I'll digitize them. I got a whole digitization setup going on. So
fair enough. Do you see how much I've been scratching the entire time? This is how.
No, I can't see you really. I mean, I can. You're on my cell phone, so like you're kind of like in the corner of my periphery.
Rich P is asking about Gotham speed dating. I'm going to put forward that that's got to be deep insider knowledge. It's one of those things where you only get to it if you find like the secret level in this space or whatever. Yeah, definitely don't link it. It, you know, maybe later. There's a whole Left Past 10 about it. So if you missed that episode, that's on you. But wasn't that one where Matt wasn't there? Wasn't that a rare? I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
When Matt's
those are always
there,
the best. He gets pissed when I say it, but those are always the best shows. It's like, you know, in the fucking when you're on like some sort of situation and like, you know, and the teacher gets called out of the classroom and then you're just kind of sitting there and then all the kids realize like, oh wait, there's no teacher here. We can just do whatever we want, you know. That's when Matt's not here. Because Matt's the most right-wing member, and as you know, right-wingers are authoritarians and they love controlling things and they're control freaks. So anyway, we're moving on to the Santa Propaganda Headquarters, also known as a library.
Hat on that thing. When Matt's not there, I think we don't know what to do, and in that nervous energy, we do desperate things. I disagree.
But I'm glad you said that because I know exactly what to do, and it's to manipulate you into doing something like really you can't forget it. And Gotham speed dating is one of those things. Like, never gonna forget it. I am a little
appalled that we showed that in front of a an audience that professionals have assembled.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was the best show we've ever done, so I wouldn't feel so bad about it.
Oh, Johnny Too Late TV, you've made an enemy today.
Uh-oh.
I found out I have the account, the Panjake and Danish account. I apparently either set that up or was like it was linked to my account somehow.
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember the password to log in.
Are there any like
about.
unlisted videos or anything? Like any secret?
I don't think so.
Behind the scenes, maybe.
I'm pretty sure that's only up there because we were trying to share that video amongst ourselves and couldn't.
Right.
Or just use YouTube for it.
Yeah, because you wanted to do something with them, not just put them on YouTube, you know?
Well, you have to understand, we
I
thought
get it.
back in the day that YouTube is where you put stuff to have it die.
Yep,
Like,
yep. I get it.
Given up on making any money, YouTube. So wait a minute, these paler, I'm seeing more and more of these paler style versions of the enemies. Are they all with higher health?
Not necessarily higher, but all the color variants they have different statistics. So sometimes it could be faster speed and lower health. Sometimes it could be they shoot quicker. Sometimes it could be their damage is a little bit different, you know, that kind of stuff. Doesn't necessarily mean higher or lower.
Fair. DJX is a subscriber to the Panjake and Danish channel.
So am I. I'm a loyal subscriber. I'll watch anything day one.
I'm gonna try to get Dane Kelly to make. Here's the problem.
Bring him on. Bring him on Left Past 10. I've like.
Oh.
Fuck it. We'll just bring him on for like a whole special like 60 minutes style
I would love that.
documentary.
The problem is he's like a respected newsman now. He's like the boss of people now. So I might
get him in trouble if I were ever caught on camera with him at the same time.
I mean, he literally. So here's the deal: when you work for like local, like WDIV or whatever, you do have to sign a thing that says like, "I'm not gonna represent the station."
It's like a morality clause or whatever.
Basically, yeah. But it's even more straight. It's like a controversy clause. Like it's not just that you're not going to say awful things, but also you're not going to stir up trouble of any sort for the station online. And I can't live like that. It's incredibly oppressive, but I understand why you have to.
I think the legacy media is a classic authoritarian framework, and that's just part of it. You know, they want to control everything as much as possible. Like if we just lived in a society where it's like, yeah, the news anchor has their own opinions and that's fine. I mean, we could all live in that world, but we collectively choose not to. So
yeah, there's something there that I don't have words for. But I'm
check out this level transition. So we go down here and you go in this little area. Whoa, what's going on in here? We got a big open space. Yeah, the way that one works is weird. All right.
Oh, the twofer at the end is glorious. If only I still had my glasses. That puts forward a lot of questions. It's quite humorous.
Yeah, it's a little humorous. I've been known to cause humor. We got more text here if you want to read it.
All right, I'm gonna give it a what? I'm gonna give it a second to load up. Okay. You have done it. You have located the hidden rail line that connects this city with the North Pole, the center of the enemy's powers. Now it is time. The final operation of humanity's success or failure falls upon you. No, what was the last line? No
pressure, though.
Oh. I was trying to say perseverance. Boom. Boom. So in this scenario, 12 years have passed. The glasses line is interesting. Does that imply that they lost their glasses during the 12-year time?
Well, more so, it's just a Twilight Zone reference, and I didn't think about it other than that, really. So
Fair.
So now we're on a train. This level's moving.
Oh, God, you're doing a whole Polar Express. I love it. Oh, that's clever. All right, take me out of this a little bit. Is that on the other side of those windows, is that an asset that you have spinning?
I'll tell you at the end.
Okay. Whoop. Yeah. Good use of cover, man. You're
I've been playing this game since I was like 3 years old, so it's not that, when you factor that in, it's actually pretty bad.
Ooh, hot diggity daffodil.
The musical choice is Elecman from Rockman, the original game.
There. Ooh, yeah. This is giving me flashbacks to GoldenEye 64. Some of the great train levels, gunfights.
Yeah. Making a train level, it's kind of like crossing it off the list as a level designer. You got to make a train level at some point.
Absolutely. I just realized I keep my real knife for cutting bread next to the fake knife, which I gotta just not do that anymore. Definitely 80s pop, yeah.
So now the railway's exploding, and then we find ourselves outside.
Yeah.
And we got the snowmen are flying by too. That's my favorite part.
Boom! Whoop his ass. Woo! Did Doom ever have green key cards?
No, I changed that myself.
Well done. I am so glad you told me about the splash damage. That's going to fundamentally change how I approach that enemy.
Maybe.
Because I had tried to snipe him with the minigun, and I just could not get through those fights without draining health. Oh, yes, ma'am. All right, what's the difference with the bright red pinkies?
The speed is the main thing. Frequency of attacking. So they'll bite more quickly, and they're traveling more quickly. I forget which one's faster, red or green. I think red are faster.
Well, that makes sense. Especially if you're following Warhammer rules.
I wasn't.
Boom.
It was just accidental.
Oh, that's just so satisfying. Ha ha! The whole hallway. Oh, the Santa car. Wait a minute, is it now you're in the station?
Not yet.
Boom.
So once you get the white key, you can go backwards, and it opens up some of the locked cabins. So, little New Game Plus action.
Oh, I love that. A secret has been revealed, and the Gray Santa Force is on it.
Yep. If you don't kill them quickly, they'll teleport all over the train. So now you gotta find them. It's like Where's Waldo situation.
Yeah. Except Waldo's trying to shoot you. Woo.
Hopefully everyone's enjoying the show. This is a Christmas special, everybody. You only see this once a year, or maybe this is only once. Who knows? I haven't decided yet. This guy's about to kill me.
One of the cleaner ass whippings I've seen in the video game. My word. Every time I yawn, my eyes water. Does that happen to you?
Sometimes. Only when I'm high on drugs.
So I guess there's no way for me to know if it would happen when I was sober, but
I get it.
Let's be reasonable here. I got a raw dog life, but
I made the decision at around 22 years old. You know, I can't go more than a couple weeks, you know. Otherwise, I just start questioning, the hell am I even doing here?
Yeah.
Like, am I really going to get bonus points for going through this whole simulation sober? Who's going to, like, am I going to get graded afterward? Who's going to grade me? Who knows? You know, who's keeping track? What's the system? Of course, there is no system, so, and that's when I choose degeneracy. Alright, so in the story, the train is going toward the North Pole. And as you can see, we've kind of made it. We're at the North Pole now.
Oh, yeah.
And so, now what happens?
At this rate, the train will crash. Uh-oh. It would be fun to have like a beach level for Christmas in July.
This is a revisit of the first game. So we're going through levels from the first and second game now, because we're in the North Pole.
Oh, that's fun.
And that's where the
Look
first
at
and
that
second game
snow
take
effect.
place. Yeah, now I have
That is-
snow. So it does change it.
It looks amazing.
I agree.
Oh. Oh. Girl, I'm gonna get another coffee. I got it.
Yeah, go for it.
I was under the impression, here's how irresponsible I am. I was so sure that I was gonna get woken by children that I set an alarm and woke up early with the intention to ambush them.
Oh, and then no children ever came?
Yeah.
Ah, that's a
Yeah,
shame.
they didn't
This is
even
why I
wake up
never get my
early.
hopes up anywhere. I can't ever be optimistic because I can't be disappointed without, you know, feeling the depths of my soul start to
This was a rare one, though. I was being pessimistic.
Really?
Because I think it's annoying to wake up early on Christmas. Just sleep.
Ah,
Don't
I
make it
see.
hard for Santa.
Well, that's
But I
why,
thought
like
there
in
was
Europe and stuff, they celebrate Christmas on Christmas Eve, and then they sleep in, and then Christmas Day is just for getting fat and drunk.
Yeah. They got something there. All right, I'm grabbing another coffee, though.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Oh. Right there. Oh, it's just so satisfying seeing the super shotgun.
I agree. The song here is the same song from the first game, but slowed down a little bit. So, little fun fact. And the song is from Rockman 8. I know, that probably, you didn't see that coming. Rockman 8. Which is the best Rockman game, by the way. Unless you count the X series, of which X6 is the best. So, you know, just make sure people understand the truth about the Rockman series. The way that the snow effect works is it's basically an item that has a sprite that has motion. And so as a result, you can kind of choose the thickness of the blizzard. I made it so that the North Pole has thicker snow than elsewhere in the game. You know, so I don't know if that's interesting at all to people, but if it is, I mean, there you go. All right. This is a level from A War on Christmas Part 2. I've decided I'm not going to kill everything on this level just because I am kind of running out of time here, so. And I have a whole extra game after this, so this level I will be doing in partial completion. And by that I mean dying. Let's just go this way. So I mentioned earlier non-linear storytelling. So now at the beginning we played a section of the end, and now we are going to be getting to the end. And for anyone out there, you know, who recognizes the you know what I'm trying to say. It's a little boss battle. Just fighting the boss, you know, real quick. All right. Look at all the death and carnage. Now we got another boss? What the hell? It's too many. So this is the last section of World War C. Coming up next is A War on Christmas 4, which was released about a week and a half ago. So brand new, never before streamed. That's not true, actually. It's been streamed by quite a few amount of people that have streamed it, but never before streamed on this space. A War on Christmas 4 coming up very, very shortly. I just got to kill this guy, pretty much. All right. So at the end here, never mind. I didn't get the key. I got to go grab this. Hold on. I just got to go. Got to get that. Okay. And so at the end here, as you can see, who is that? Inside of this glass, that's glass, by the way. Inside of this glass thing, who is that? A familiar face. I don't believe Jake is here at the moment, so I will be reading the ending screen. So, you know, a strange feeling sends shivers down your vertebrae. Have you won? Have you lost? What is this chamber? As Christmas comes to a close, you imagine the cheers of your fellow humans upon your return home. The day the world ended and the day it was reborn. Christmas will be remembered forever. And then we got Max the dog.
Now, wait a minute. Who was in that chamber, though? Oh, Max the dog! Oh, he's got a ball. Who is in the chamber? Is that the real Santa?
Coming up next, A War on Christmas 4, Santa's Revenge Tour.
Yeah.
So in the fourth game, you now play as Santa Claus, the original Santa Claus, who has been awoken in the explosion of the end of the third game. The original Santa Claus is freed. Is Santa an enemy, or has he been here held hostage the whole time? Plot twist. Huh? It's crazy. You never saw this plot coming.
It's true. I thought
so this came out on December 12th this year. So this is about a week and a half old. This will be my first time playing this game and doing any commentary on it.
Dang. Now, you said it's been extensively played. What was another channel that played it?
A bunch. You just look it up.
All right.
So it's a direct sequel. We're literally exactly on the opposite side. And in this game, you finally get the BFG, which has not been in any other A War on Christmas game. This is the first BFG in all of them.
Dude. You're not kidding. Mark Ridlin played it. LY203 Productions. Les 203 Productions played it. Andrea Ravinsky. Ryan Campbell. Clippy Clippington. You're not kidding. A lot of folks, not only did a lot of folks play this, a lot of folks streamed it. That's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. And you can join the Doom playthrough industrial complex if you want to. Record yourself a playthrough today. As you can see at the bottom on the HUD, you now are Santa Claus, so? Whereas before, you're just Doom guy, generic military man. Now you are not generic. So at the start of this game, we're inside the same facility from the end of the third one. So, you know, Just got to get out of here. But we're in the North Pole, so that's cool.
Sorry, I'm still. I was still ogling all the people that have viewed your or streamed your content.
Yeah, that's the best part, is when people play my games. That's why I make them. Making the game's terrible process. It's the worst. It's grueling, nightmarish. It makes me actively hate myself. But when other people play them, that's why it's worth it. So you may have noticed, introduced in World War C is the white key secret mechanic, and that also is in this game. So we got these big, beefy white Santas, and as you know, we gotta destroy everything that is white. So,
oh my God, the Santa where the Doom guy used to be is so good.
Yeah,
ho, 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 let the blood flow.
We're in a new trilogy. This is going to be the Santa trilogy. Little small spoilers. So. Unless I change my mind, which is very possible. All right, Jake, you're up.
All right. You are Santa Claus, the real deal, the one and only. Awoken from a long slumber under the magic spell of some evil forces. Pausing for dramatic tension. After a brave soldier set the headquarters of Hell's hateful head honchos ablaze, you opened your eyes for the first time in God knows how long. Based on what little memory you have, you quickly surmise that someone has stolen your identity and is wreaking havoc. With the experimental war machine weapons that your secret elf weaponsmiths made still locked in your chamber with you, there's only one thing left to do. Revenge.
Thank you for the dramatic reading. That was good.
Thank you for the dramatic writing. It was fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get him. God, that is satisfying. Ooh. Ooh, Lord. You're putting in work with that candy cane, my word.
Oh, yeah.
Bo. Oh my God, will Santa and Tomb Guy team up? Who's to say?
We gotta wait until until I get to like a War on Christmas 17. I'm start running out of ideas, Then they'll team up. Why not?
Ooh. Oh, Lordy. The rhythm. Oh, so satisfying.
So, Jake, what do you think about the plot? Overall, what do you think about it so far?
Oh, I'm enjoying it. I like that there is a mystery. I'm a little annoyed that the mystery doesn't get solved. To like resolve, you can't really resolve the conflict and still have a game. So fair enough.
Yeah.
I love the idea. I love the idea that the war on Christmas. So Christmas turns violent and then spills out to apparently killing every child on Earth and 12 years of chaos.
That's right.
Of some sort. And I also like that you awaken you discover that the real Saint Nick is in fact in suspended animation of some sort.
He's a good guy the whole time. Who would have seen that coming?
Yeah.
It's like a Tachi Uchiha situation, you know?
It's very much like Lost. It answers questions by raising different questions. And it's fun.
This is my favorite song in the game. This is the Santa Cloning Laboratory 2, a sequel to the level from the first game.
Nice. But just in terms of feel, I think it is you've zeroed in on one of the best things that can be done with Christmas parodies, and that is just pure chaos with Christmas themed things. It's hilarious. It's delightful. It is fun
for the whole family.
For the whole family.
Even little Timmy.
Especially little Timmy. Little Timmy's probably the one playing.
Yeah, probably. That little piece of shit.
They went to the same place with it. On a different level, though, I do just appreciate like all the unique assets and change up, and even seeing you evolve as a WAD maker.
Oh yeah. That's the fun part. I get to put all my lessons learned every year into this horse shit.
1 second.
They're just fucking everywhere?
Yeah. Oh, there is something hypnotizing about the chaos. I can't not get over how weird it is to see the Santa face where the Doom guy's face would be.
Yeah.
Very fun.
The Santa HUD face is from a WAD in 1995. One of the first Christmas Doom WADs ever made. And it's the same sprites. I did not edit them at all. So shout out to the H2H modding crew from 1995.
Well done.
Unchanged
My God,
work.
literally 30 years ago.
Yep.
I was 9. Jesus.
I was -1.
You were -1. Oy, ay, ay. Woo. That was clean. All right. The BFG change up with the blue is interesting. Is it function differently, or is it just the color swap?
It's identical. It's just the color. You know, you got to change the color so it's like, wow, the color, which is what you just did. That's why you have to change it.
You predicted it. That's a whole lot of me. Oh God. Are those 3 stars at the right there different ranks you could achieve?
It's a 3-tier par time system. So think of it like gold, silver, bronze, but with Christmas colors.
Love it. Oh, well done. Right down the line with that chain effect. Oh, she's just tearing him to shreds.
Yeah, this one's the best, I think. And it's not just because this is the one I just made, but I think this one is the best. I don't know.
It is. From what I've seen so far, it is clearly. I mean, I don't have a specific complaint about the older ones. It's just everything's a little tighter. You've got more resources to work with. You've planned out Christmas themed levels before, so now you've got little sense of that.
Got an eyelash in my eyeball. Just bear with me while Jake talks.
So I am now going to say mouth words, and those mouth words are.
All right, I'm good.
So that okay. Myget says the only Doomwad I remember was the one that added Adam Sandler's "They're all gonna laugh at you" phrases to it. There.
Nice. Here we got green imps, and they throw double snowballs.
Ooh.
They got a bunch. Also, they do look a little grinchy, so that's cool. It's a small bonus.
True. Yeah. Oh my God. Christmas has a surprisingly deep cast to draw from. You got multiple evil characters.
Oh yeah.
I think Jack Frost might be there. Grinch, Krampus. You got heroes, Rudolph, Santa, obviously. Not even villains. You have bystanders. I think, Donner, Blitzen. They're very passive. It's just, you got a lot to work with. Oh! Fantastic reactions. Oh, and switching to the minigun for the up-close work. Oh, lordy Lou, there it is. And just something about a minigun right to the face up close. That is classic Doom right there. I do not know how you survived just now.
It's just knowing what I can get away with and going right up against the wire.
Apparently so. Oh my God. Half Santa, half reindeer. Absolute carnage. Agreed. Natural get quality mouth words. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Ah! I also like the little touch, like the secret revealed having the sleigh bell jingle.
Oh yeah, that's from just I forget where that's from, but it's from something.
It's funny because if you pay attention to the popularity of guns, you see trends in different properties. Like, for example, the double barrel shotgun was huge around this time, in part because of Evil
Doom
Dead.
2 invented it for the most. Like this, the double barrel you see in any game is just based on this. This is the double barrel shotgun.
True, but the reason that is the double barrel shotgun is arguably Army of Darkness.
Oh yeah,
It's not just the double barrel shotgun, but it's in fact the sawn-off double barrel that slays demons. Similarly, at the same time, Lethal Weapon with the Beretta 92.
Slays?
There's something so fundamentally American about Rudolph being invented for an ad campaign. Yeah. American culture is what culture decent people have managed to carve out of capitalist hell. It's like how
we're now back outside, by the way.
Super Shotgun is so satisfying. Yes. Also, the main gun, the Beretta 92, that is the same gun that Riggs uses in Lethal Weapon. And for a while, it was like the standard gun. It replaced the 1911 in terms of pop culture as the gun all the heroes use. And actually, the 1911 had already been replaced by generic revolvers for a long time because of cowboy movies.
Oh, yeah. Revolvers
and then they got replaced
cool.
by the Glock.
Glocks are not cool. Glocks are try-hard weapons.
Glocks are try-hard weapons. The early 2000s was an embarrassing time.
Glocks are like what a 13-year-old thinks is cool.
Yes. I was consciously disappointed that Americans took to Glocks so much. Even though I acknowledge that they are they're a very well-made machine, they don't have a soul to them. I mean, the soul of a gun is evil, but you know,
people back like 100 years ago, they knew how to make a gun that just made you feel good because they understood most people aren't going to shoot someone. They're going to be holding the gun in their pocket, like rubbing it like it's a cock, you know. And that's like that's what the guns are for. They're for you know, you jerk off with the gun barrel instead of your dick, but you still come anyway.
And truth be told, truth be told, I actually think all civilians should be restricted to a revolver unless you take a special class.
I mean, I would go much further than that, but for different reasons.
Oh yeah. Jake, what is your favorite firearm in terms of ergonomics? All right, so the short answer is almost any revolver. I'm a massive fan of revolvers generally. But yeah, you know what? I also like old-timey dueling pistols. If you talk about actual, like, how it feels in your hand, stand by, though.
Stand by? Are you going to be showing off guns on screen?
No.
Okay, good.
But close. I think like a power drill. That's all you need. It should be heavier above your hand than below, in my opinion. Hence, one of the many reasons I like revolvers. The reason I like it heavier above your hand is just because if you are a civilian like me, you don't shoot a lot, and it is good to have something that keeps your hand from drifting up when you're aiming. That's simple. How about you, Max the Dog Appreciator? Oh, but that's not the reason why I think civilians should be restricted to revolvers. It's just easier to not accidentally shoot a revolver. The whole accidentally shooting thing is how a lot of idiots like myself get injured and sometimes die. Ooh. Oh, never mind. No, that is right. You jumped up in health just now. Or maybe not.
I got a power-up. It's called the Soul Sphere.
Okay. Ooh, lordy. Absolutely scything through, whipping through these folks. Yes! Rich P. 1K, like the gun demonstrators that hurt their own feet. Yeah. Or that poor frickin' moron that tried to put an Uzi in the hands of a child and then got killed because the child accidentally fired it into his head. Like that. Nice!
I love when that shit happens.
You know, I would, except that child is traumatized for the rest of her life now.
Yeah, that's true.
She didn't know enough to know she shouldn't have an Uzi in her hands. Now she does. Jesus.
Gotta teach them early that guns are dangerous, and that's one way to teach them.
Absolutely.
You know what? I guarantee you that kid's never gonna do an accidental gun discharge ever again. That I guarantee you.
Hell yeah. Hell no. You're probably never gonna be able to even go to a gun range ever.
Either that, or just like gonna be a mass shooter in like the 4th grade or something. It kind of could. It could go either way, honestly.
That's true. Oh. Whoop. Give him a little gift there. That was a smart step back and gun switch. I might have panic fired and blown myself up. Ooh, the green on green. That was a clever, cruel thing you've done to the player.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and smooth finish. They have overrun the whole North Pole. Santa's handling business.
Yeah. Who the hell are these motherfuckers? Why are they in my house? That's what Santa's saying. Alright, text.
We'll let that first couple of lines start. Zone. It appears that the same foul-footed fool that captured you has also activated the weather machine at the center of the North Pole's artillery compound. If that machine were to be overloaded, it could be affecting the entire planet. Time to find a way inside. A lot has changed since you last saw it.
Yeah, Santa Claus, he doesn't know that World War C is going on. He just woke up.
Ah, that's true. Done. Yeah, that's satisfying. Santa's brave as hell. Whoop. She's ducking, dipping, dive. Oh, the BFG to the side of the dome, bringing that thing down was amazing. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Now it's just doom galore. Yeah. Oh, acid whipped. Oh, that's a threefer. And got him. Got him. Good Lord. See you later, DJX. This is Santa
Goodbye.
Wick. Yes.
Yeah.
Andrea, with apologies, I must leave in 2 minutes.
Oh, really? That's short-term notice.
It is.
Wow. It's crazy.
I am the transport for children.
Well, you'll never get to see how Santa's revenge tour concludes. So,
Well,
think about that.
I have a cell phone like everybody else. I just can't do commentary anymore.
I'm gonna ban you from watching.
I'll pirate it. I'll jump in as Panjake and Danish. Haha.
Oh, I could never ban Panjake. I could probably, maybe, ban Danish, but Panjake can't do it.
Oh, whoa! Oh yeah. That is the cleanest clearing of a hallway I have ever seen. Well done. Oh yeah. Beauty. All right, my friend.
All right, get the hell out of here. You have a good day or whatever.
Merry December 25th, Andrea.
Yeah. I also look at the calendar. I'm aware of the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me come out today. This was absolutely delightful. Oh, before I skedaddle, do I have another screen to read?
Nope. I mean, you can read this if you want.
The exit should reroute me back. The exit? No, that's a good Santa voice. Ho, ho, ho. The exit should reroute me back to the weather research compound.
That was good.
Time to get
That was
even,
good.
mother.
All right, Jake, thank you for showing up. I will try my best to handle the rest of this. I got about half an hour left. Yeah, so this is a War on Christmas 4 Santa's Revenge Tour, which is a sequel to a War on Christmas 3 World War C, which is a sequel to a War on Christmas Part 2, which is a sequel to a War on Christmas. We are entering the next level, Cold Cave. This level's pretty good. So hopefully people are enjoying the broadcast today. I hope so. Apologize for how it started. It was a little choppy at the start. The producer really fucked me over. We have really what we do here at this space is we kind of have a little bit of a like a goodwill system where like our producer, we've been training him. He's not very good at this, so we're training him. We're trying to make him a good producer. And this morning he really was not producing that well. Let's just put it that way. But that's fine because every time you fail to produce, it's a lesson to be learned for the next producer. So, but you know, with that all being said, you know, this has been a fun stream for me to do. I personally, although I have been for 4 years now creating a annual Christmas themed series. I just died, but don't worry about that. I'm going to rewind back in time. You may be surprised to know that I actually despise Christmas. And every year that Christmas comes around, I hate it even more than the previous year. Also, producer, you could probably get my microphone or whatever off, make the screen bigger or whatever. I mean, if you want to produce, I don't know if the producer's even here, but put me up at the top left so that people know that at least I'm pretending to be here. Just like put me that, you know, that one where it's like the screen's at the top. Yeah. Well, make it smaller. Make the smaller one, the smaller version of that one. That's a good start. Yeah, there we go. Top, bottom, left, whatever. Who cares? That's a good producer. That's a good producer. Very good. Very good. All right. I'm pretty much just finished a little a cup of whiskey of unknown. You don't know how much I filled the cup up, but I just finished the cup that I poured not too long ago. So hopefully the rest of the stream goes by without any problems as a result of that. Hopefully. I noticed that the private chat has a big number, a lit up number. The producer's probably trying to get in touch with me at this current moment of time, but I don't actually have the producer chat open. So I'm sure that they're trying to talk to me. They're trying to probably beg for forgiveness because of their transgressions earlier, probably what they're doing. I can only imagine what they're writing in the private chat, but I assume it's, you know, please forgive me. That's the only thing I could think of. What else could they be writing? I don't know. But, A War on Christmas 4, Santa's Revenge Tour is it's right here. We're actually pretty close to the end, although the last couple of levels are a little longer than you know, whatever. I just opened up the chat room. But yeah, I think Christmas sucks, and I think people who celebrate Christmas suck more than Christmas. Similar how the only thing I hate more than America is Americans. The only thing I hate more than Christmas are the people that celebrate it. So, you know, interpret that as you will. This level, it's pretty hard, so I'm gonna try my best to haul shell through this one. Little gamer reference for all the gamers out there. Are there any gamers in chat? Press 1 if you're a gamer. Press 1, and then enter. And I hope that you were previously on the chat screen, so you know that it would actually be posting. I hope you didn't accidentally brick your machine, but just press 1. Gamer, we're the gamer. Gamers. I'm a little bit of a gamer. I try not to be, but you know, I game sometimes. I've been known to game once in a while. I love candy canes. Not the best rockets you've ever seen in your life, but it was pretty decent, I guess. I killed a couple of them there. I would like to once again remind everyone that I do not post on my main YouTube channel, as you may know, but I do post on another YouTube channel called Doom Speedruns. Is the handle. The display name is Doom Speedruns by Andrea Rovensky, and that's me. That's the name I was given. Actually, I gave the first part of it to myself. The second part of it was given to me by other people that I don't quite like associating with, but I haven't really put in the effort to just, you know, go ahead and undo that whole thing yet, but maybe one day. But either way, you know, that is me, and you can subscribe to that channel if you like watching Doom. I don't use my microphone over there, but, you know, it's probably for the best, so you can go subscribe today. It's Doom Speedruns on YouTube. Go check it out. Just killing all kinds of guys here, you know, just blowing them to smithereens. I think that's most of the level. Now I have to do the secret, which is the best part. Everyone loves this secret. I've gotten rave reviews on this secret. Everyone loves it. I think that's all of them. Maybe there's like one more in here. What do you think? There's a couple more. Look at that. There's 3, and now there's 2, and then there's 1, and now they're all dead now. Okay. Oh, there's one more. There's one, and then they're dead. And there's one more, and then there's another one, and then we're dead. And then now I can leave in peace. All right. It's a little bit of professional commentary here. I've been a commentator for a long time, and that's my professional commentary. If anyone would like to play A War on Christmas 4 Santa's Revenge Tour, you can play it. All you need to do is own a copy of Doom 2. If you would like to own a copy of Doom 2, you can do that. in a lot of ways, I prefer if you didn't purchase it from Bethesda. Bethesda is owned by Microsoft, and Microsoft funds the technological genocide of the civilians in Gaza. So I suggest not buying anything from Microsoft or Bethesda for the rest of your life. But there are ways to purchase Doom 2 in a legal fashion. You can go on eBay and purchase the CD-ROM and then rip the CD-ROM and install the game. That way Bethesda does not get the money. Or you can just download it illegally, but I can't really say that on stream. But what I can say is you can purchase Doom 2 from eBay in a way that Bethesda does not get the money. And you should do that. And once you do that, then you can download a War on Christmas 4 Santa's Revenge Tour and play it today. This is level 9, Wila Glakiai. This song is in all 4 of War on Christmas games because it is the best song ever made for any video game. The music here is from Rockman 8, specifically Frostman's stage. I'll make a popsicle of you. Is a quote by Frostman from Rockman 8. I do have the chat open. If anyone has any questions, comments, or concerns, it doesn't necessarily have to be about the game, but, you know, if it's not about the game, there's a good chance I'll just not even bother responding. So, but feel free to levy them into my direction. Just point it at me and fire. What game? This is a War on Christmas 4 Santa's Revenge Tour. You see how it rhymes? It's pretty funny. It's clever, you know. I don't know if anyone noticed it, but it rhymes. The subtitle and the title, they go together, you know. Synergy. I just want to go play Rockman 8. That's what I want to do right now. It's a lot better than this, I'll tell you that. When in the year do you start working on these? Usually in mid-November. I'll fire it up and I'll stare at a blank screen and I'll draw like 1 or 2 lines on a screen. And then I wait, you know, because I'm thinking in mid-November, oh, let me get this done ahead of time so I can post it early. And then usually around, you know, like November 29th, you know, I'll be like, oh, yeah, I should probably work on that. And then I work on it for like a week, really hard for like 10 hours a day. And then I finish it sometime around December 10th. That's typically how it goes. That BFG did not go according to plan. I use a modern level editor because it has shortcuts. And it also doesn't have to, like, take 10 years to do any action. One thing about making Doom levels is, you can make levels literally as quick as your imagination goes, for the most part. There's not much, you know, make an action and then watch a progress bar as the level editor tries to put the level together. I've been making Doom levels since I was about maybe 9 or 10 years old, so I've used quite a bit of level editors over my lifetime. And back in the day, man, those level editors are rough to use. I'll put it that way. That shit, yikes, you know. But I use an editor, I should say, called the Ultimate Doom Builder, is what it's called, which is a play on the Ultimate Doom, which is the 1995 re-release of Doom, which is a 1993 game. So right now, in the storyline of A War on Christmas 4, Santa's Revenge Tour, which is what I'm playing right now, by the way, the storyline is Santa Claus is alive. And turns out people have been cloning him and using those clones to commit crimes of unspeakable proportions. Crimes such as child murder in this fictional universe, which is not real. Because as we know, in the real world, no one would ever shoot children in the real world. No one would ever do that in the real world, especially with sniper rifles or drones. That would never happen in the real world. And so we have to retreat to fiction in order for that to happen. So in this fictitious universe, which is not real, all the children have died in a murder. Well, murders, plural. There were multiple. You know. And Santa Claus is being blamed for it. You know, that's not good. It's a little identity theft. So, you know, Santa's trying to figure this shit out. Also, the weather machine, there's snow everywhere. So that's a side quest, really. It's a side quest. So you got a main quest and a side quest. You know, there's a lot going on here in A War on Christmas 4. Santa's Revenge Tour, now available. All right. It's time to deactivate the weather machine. I also would like to say that this space continues all day, you know, at least until we're done today. As you can see, by the way, there's the weather machine. I don't know if you can make it out in the thickness of the weather, but there's the machine up there. This space is not closed for Christmas. We almost closed for Christmas because, you know, some people on this space do celebrate this holiday. Which is unfortunate, but we're trying our best to fix them. Maybe we'll have some sort of conversion therapy so that they can realize that Christmas is the devil's holiday, but that's a whole separate deal. But we will be live all day because we actually care about minorities here on this space, you know, such as the minorities that cannot celebrate Christmas with their family. You know, you ever see the fucking Hallmark oh, gotta go celebrate Christmas with the family, and we gotta get around the tree and sing songs and do all this fucking horseshit. Well, not everyone's that fucking lucky. you know, or stupid, because frankly, it's just you have to be a little dumb to like actually do that stuff and be entertained by it. Let's just be honest. You're a little dim to think that Christmas is genuinely entertaining, but that's a whole separate thing. But there are a lot of minorities out there that don't have the privilege of having a family unit that loves them and cares for them. So we're here to do entertainment for those people. I'm about to die, so that's really cool. All right, I'm alive somehow. That's a little wow. Okay. But anyway, we're here for those people. If you are not one of those people, have fun hanging out with your family or whatever the fuck that, you know, enjoy getting sick with a you know, 7 years of a plague, but your family loves you, and that's why they're all coughing and sneezing on you. This is what happens when Jake leaves and I'm drunk. So now we get the real. This is what I've been feeling for the last couple hours, but now I'm finally able to talk without being silenced. But man, oh man, there is nothing more. Well, there's one thing I hate more than Christmas, and that's Christians, but that's a whole separate story. Man, I despise Christians. But anyway, this is a War on Christmas 4 Santa's Revenge Tour. This was released on December 12th of this year. I died. Let me just rewind in time to do a little time travel. Santa's a time traveler. You can go back in time. So that's what that was, a little bit of that. But we're trying to deactivate the weather machine. You may be seeing the weather machine. That's what that is, by the way. That's a weather machine. I tried my best. You know, it's not perfect, but yeah, that's a weather machine. We're trying to deactivate the weather machine so that World War C will end. I think you only died twice through the whole thing. Well, I wasn't looking. Let's see. You know, I started dying when I started getting the whiskey. To be fair. Anyway, let's deactivate the weather machine. Hit that button, and then you know. There you go. By the way, for the producer, I may be going over a little bit. We have 2 levels left. Could be anywhere from 7 to 15 minutes, depending on how much I want to sit here and then avoid playing the game during the loading screen. So, if Xmas was the devil's holiday, that would make it cool. That's true. That's true. Charlie Kirkmas. Now that would be something if they did that. I don't know who they is, but if they did that, that would be something. So Jake's not here, so I'm gonna have to read the text screen myself, which is a little embarrassing because I wrote it, and you know, it's a little embarrassing. But ho ho ho! The horrendous and horrific snow machine has been hatefully and hastefully powered off. Explosions abound, earthquakes making sound. Everything seems to be falling apart. And there's still the matter of the millions, or billions, is anyone keeping track, of fake Santa wannabes ruining your rock-solid reputation. Christmas ain't over yet. Alright, so as you notice, the snow is now off as a result of the weather machine being off. So now there's no more snow. And now we have to get the hell out of here. Ooh. Merry Christmas, ho ho ho. That sound effect, if I am correct, is Fred Flintstone. If I'm correct, that sound effect is Fred Flintstone. I'm pretty sure. Sounds like Fred Flintstone anyway. So one of my favorite things in video games is when you go back throughout the previous levels of the video games. And so, in this video game, A War on Christmas 4, Santa's Revenge Tour, which came out on December 12th, 2025. In this particular video game, we are now going backwards through all the previous levels. Except because of all the earthquakes, it's all falling apart. Wow, isn't that crazy? I think it's pretty cool. I don't know. Maybe it's not that cool. Who knows? Oh, I'm dead. Let me just... Oh, yeah. Just trying to get to the end here. Just trying to finish this one. You know, I think I'm just gonna switch to a gun. The whole candy cane thing, you know, Christmas spirit and all that. I'm just gonna use the guns. I think the guns are a little bit better than hitting people with a candy cane, I think. A little bit of backtracking. Man, I love backtracking. You know, you often see a lot of people, they say that they hate backtracking, they hate revisits. I say, fuck that shit, man. Revisits are awesome. I love going back to a level with new equipment, new power-ups, you know, it's crazy. That shit's awesome. It makes you feel like you're like the coolest gamer in town. I died on the health pickup. A little unfortunate, but, you know, do a little time travel, figure it out, you know, whatever. But yeah, if anyone is planning on visiting their family, I hope that it goes poorly, personally. I hope that you have a bad time, and I hope you regret it in the future, and that makes you change your behavior in the future so that you just don't do that again. If you're not planning on going to hang out with your family, then I hope you have a great time. I hope you, you know, you have to... That's the thing, like, about this time of year is just, it's like you enter, like, a fucking psychotic fantasy world where, like, 80% of the population is just, like, they're just fucking robots. They're just zombies. Oh, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. You know, it's like just having to survive in a zombie apocalypse, you know, like that. It's just really, it's terrifying. So if you're trying your best to survive, you know, I'm hoping for the best. If you're not trying your best to survive and you're one with the machine, then, you know, once again, hopefully you learn your lesson, but you probably won't anyway. If I were going to be on here all day, which I am not, it would get dark extremely quickly. It's like daylight saving time all over again. You know what I'm saying? It's going to get dark really early. You know, it's a little temporal joke. You ever think about that? Humans just change the clock. What the fuck is that? You just change the clock. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just change the clock. Now we just get up at a different time, and it's normal. That's just normal. It's just another thing that's normal in this fucked up hellhole. You just change the clock. They change the clock, and I have to deal with it. Other people change the clock, and I have to say 4 o'clock when I really mean 5 or whatever. You know, like, how fucked up is that? It's the same thing with Christmas. It's other people forcing this fucking shit all over me. Ugh. Really, it's rape culture. When you say Merry Christmas to someone, it's equivalent to rape culture. You're forcing your fucking garbage all over someone who didn't ask for it. It's the same thing with daylight saving time. It's all in the same fucking category. Anyway, we're in a cave right now. And it's dark, so someone's got to turn the lights on. So we got a bunch of doors here. We got a blue door. What's behind door number 1? I don't know. We got a red door. Just kidding. It's green. Green door. This one's red. Yeah, that one's a red door. We got blue, green, and red. Those are Christmas colors. According to some people. I don't know. Alright, and then that's the white door. That's my favorite door. Am I right, people? Just kidding. Now we gotta kill all the white creatures that are residing in the white door. That's why we open the white door, so that we can take out everyone who's inside. All these white creatures. We have white imps, white Santa Clauses, and they're all really dangerous. They're both a danger to themselves and others. So, all the white imps... Imp being just a creature from hell. So the white creatures from hell. You could even just go say, white devil. You know, just synthesize the language a little bit, get the best form. So the white devils are now running around like lunatics, you know, as they do. And so you got to take care of them. They're all over the place. It's a huge problem. Alright, now we have the blue key, so we can go in here. We got a couple more white devils. And then we get to the regularly scheduled devils. That's one of my favorite parts. Just killing them all with one shot. It's really cool. If I'm allowed to say that, am I allowed to compliment my own level? I don't know. It feels a little silly. It feels like I shouldn't be allowed to do that. There's some unwritten social rule about complimenting yourself. You're not allowed to say, wow, I think I did a good job here. It's corny if you do that, so... Instead, I choose to do a little self-deprecation. Wow, man, this level sucks. Am I right? Aha! Here is the one and only skull key. Look at that. One and only in the whole game. You might be thinking, what is a skull key? Because I did not... If you don't know about Doom, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Honestly, I'm not even gonna bother filling it in. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know, dude. Whatever. Just watch the fucking shit and enjoy it. I don't fucking care. Alright, so now we're nearing the end of the penultimate level. Penultimate means one before ultimate. Ultimate meaning the end. Ultimate meaning it's the final whatever. You know, I don't know, it's a descriptor, you know, but so we're in the penultimate, which means one before the final ultimate level, and it's about to be over. So we're about to enter the ultimate level. You did a great job. This is awesome AF. What's awesome? The game? The commentary? What? Hey, Groove Dragon. Ben Dixon would approve? I hope so. Ben Pastor Dixon. My good pal. The level is more awesome than you even knew it was going to be while you were building it. Damn. Thanks. Alright, everyone, the last level. And then I'll let the producer take over. This is Santa's Shocking Showdown. Carta duodecimus. It's a lot of Santa Clauses. They're red and green because that's the Christmas colors, you know, red and green. I think there's a couple blue ones in there just because, you know, got to shake it up a little bit. The total amount of monsters are 2512, which has how the Europeans would stylize Christmas. The original level that looks like this from the first game had 1225 monsters. This one has 2512. So America was super served in the first game, and now in the fourth game, Europe is super served, and the rest of the world. I think most of the world uses that dating format. Really, I think putting the year first is actually the superior dating format, but that's a whole different conversation. We'll ignore that for now. So the ocean is melting because the weather machine has been disabled. So now all the ice is melting. It's kind of like a climate change situation. Somehow I feel like I'm about to die, and that's a little disconcerting. The musical number is from the PlayStation game Rayman, which was a North American launch title for the Sony PlayStation. Rayman, specifically the song is for the final level of Rayman. Think about the synergy. So it's the final level of this, but it's also the final level of Rayman. 1995 game for the Sony PlayStation. So just a little bit of that. I like to do that kind of thing, where it's like, you know, you pick the final song for one game that's completely irrelevant. Why would Rayman be relevant here? It's really not, but you know, I do that kind of stuff. I think it's cool. I think it's neat. It probably isn't, but I think it's cool. Whatever. I don't know. Look at these guys. They fire like 5 snowballs at once. That's crazy. So anyway, as we approach the end of A War on Christmas for Santa's Revenge Tour, once again, I would like you all to subscribe to my Doom Speedrunning channel. It is at Doom Speedruns on YouTube. Check it out. Watch every video. Learn something. Educate yourself on fine gaming culture. Coming up next on this space, I believe we have a little bit of pre-recorded material. I believe we'll be having a live show once again at the end of the evening. And I will ask the producer to give me a little bit of just producer, throw in the producer chat the rest of the schedule. I killed everyone. Then I can read it out loud, and then we can get out of here. But real quick, let me read the final text screen of the game. As you glare out to the endless frozen or melting ocean plotting your escape, you ask yourself, why bother? There's nothing out there for you until you clear your name. They all think you're public enemy #1. And now it's your job to find out who the real villain was the entire time. There's a little setting up the next game there, you know. That's right. The next game. There's going to be a 5th one. Can you believe it? How long am I going to keep this up? I don't know. Anyway, that's Max the dog. I got to go take Max the dog outside. It's been about 4 hours. So I'm going to go take Max the dog outside in a minute here. But I would like to appreciate everyone once again for checking this out. According to the producer, Raw News and Politics coming up next. Psych Grind. That's Chloe Humbert and Matt Strackbine's new show. I think this is I don't think this is the first ep, but it is a new show. So go ahead and check that out soon. And then an exclusive, maybe not, maybe a rerun, but an interview with Matthew Strackbine. As you know, Matt Strackbine. It's a rerun, by the way. It's Matt Strackbine is the brainchild behind this space. He is the mastermind behind this space. So if there's any problem, if you found that this show, this War on Christmas show, if you find that this was not good enough for your liking, go tell Matt Strackbine, the letter hack. He's the one in charge here at this space. So if there's any negative comments, if there's positive comments, let me know, right? But if there's negative comments, forward them to Matt Strackbine, the brainchild of this space. So once again, I would like to thank the producer for fucking up the first 30 minutes of the stream. Thank you, producer, for ruining the first 30 minutes. That really helped me out. But after that, after I took over from the producer, it was really well oiled. So thank you, producer, for pretty much just giving up after the first 30 minutes and letting me do it. But coming up soon is all the stuff I mentioned before, and then some more after that. So thank you for watching this space. Be sure to keep yourself safe. Not this holiday season, but this plague season. The influenza situation is not so good. There's a whole vaccine mismatch, and then also everyone got an immune reset from COVID. So you don't want to get sick unless you have a low IQ. Then feel free to get sick over and over again. But again, if there's anything you can do out there, please do not die. Keep yourself safe. And I mean that. I'm not going to say that in this fake ass, keep yourself safe and happy. No, I actually mean that. Keep yourself safe. Keep yourself happy to the best of your ability. And, anyway, I'm going to go cry myself to sleep. All right, producer, take me off.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have great news to share with you guys. In case you haven't heard, we are all going to be so rich. We are going to be rolling in the dough here in America. Every American, pretty much. Here's why. Pharmaceutical companies are now going to start paying us to take their drugs. Yes, you heard that right. Let me show you how I know this. Check this out.
Negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%.
If you didn't know, that was part of Donald Trump's national address last night. As you heard, he is slashing prescription drugs by up to 600%. So not only are we not going to have to pay for prescriptions anymore, they're giving us cash back up to 600 times what the drug would normally cost us. So we're all going to be wildly wealthy. And then Trump also announced inflation gone, prices down. That includes gas, right? Wages are up. Everything's perfect. Everything's coming up roses. I don't know why I'm singing like Ethel Merman, but anyway, that would have made more sense. If I went to the White House last night and sang like Ethel Merman, it would have made more sense than what we saw last night. Trump has said, or he said in this address, that he, quote, brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. Oh, and if anything is wrong, totally because of immigrants and or Joe Biden. It's all of their fault. Check this out. This was the headline out of the UK. This was in the Independent. And it says Trump holds national address and rally style speech blaming Biden for the state of his nation. And then Trump mentioned Biden so much that Morning Joe did a supercut of all of the times he mentioned him. And they set it to Willie Nelson's version of "You Were Always on My Mind." And then this part was my favorite, though, of his speech. Trump actually said this. He said, quote, "For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before." I mean, talk about projection, right? I mean, other than his whole illegal aliens thing, that is who he's fighting for. That's who he's working on behalf. This is a president who has pardoned more criminals less than a year into his presidency than any other president in history had pardoned in their entire 4 or 8 year term. And some of these people that he's pardoning are truly the worst of the worst. They are child predators, they're rapists, they have killed people. I mean, it's insane. And then check this out. The one good thing that Trump announced in his speech last night has now been outed as complete and total bullshit. So you guys may have heard, Trump announced they're going to be sending checks, or I guess they've already sent the checks, to each military member, active and I guess veteran, for $1,776. So yeah, $1,776. Okay. This was his big announcement, apparently. The troops are going to get what he's calling a warrior dividend. Apparently, this is bullshit, okay? He said, oh, we're paying this money out of the tariffs. I'm telling you, everything's coming out of the tariffs. It's like a clown car, apparently. The money just keeps coming. Like, oh, we're going to pay for this with tariffs. We're going to pay for that with tariffs. We're going to pay what... Apparently there is no end to this bucket, right? Like it's just a money tree that keeps replenishing and regrowing $100 bills every 5 seconds. Beyond the fact that the Supreme Court still hasn't decided whether these tariffs are actually legal and if they were legally imposed, it was also just reported this money that these service members are going to receive, they were already owed this money. Check this out. So this money, number one, is not coming from the tariffs. It's coming from our defense budget. And this outlet, this is called Defense One news outlet, they said very clearly in this article, this was money the troops were already owed. So it says, quote, "The senior administration official told Defense One in an emailed statement late Wednesday evening that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth directed the Pentagon to disperse $2.6 billion as a one-time basic allowance for housing supplement to all eligible service member ranks 0 through 6 and below. Congress appropriated $2.9 billion to the Department of War to supplement the basic allowance for housing entitlement, which is BAH for short, within the One Big Beautiful Bill," the senior official said. Approximately 1.28 million active component military members and 174,000 reserve component military members will receive this supplement. So I guess it's not retirees. I guess it's not veterans. But in a nutshell, what they're saying is this was money they were already going to get. This was money that was going to be paid to members of the military to help them pay for rent and, utilities and other basic living expenses, because the military recognized the cost of living has increased. So this proves that Trump is full of shit in two ways. First of all, he's lying. He's pretending that, this is some act of generosity on his part. Like he just, pulled this out of thin air and I'm such a good guy. Look at how I take care of the military. And then he obviously hasn't reduced the cost of living, or these additional funds wouldn't be necessary. And I think we all need to be concerned about his motivation for this, right? Is he just trying to fool the American people and his base into thinking that he's some generous, great guy who just loves the military and, he's trying to really take care of them and help them out at Christmas time? Or is he doing this to bribe them into doing his bidding? Like, look at the money I'm giving you. When I call you up to do something that might be illegal, as I've been doing in the Caribbean, you need to listen to me because remember, I sent you a check. I mean, you have to wonder how many of these military members already knew that they were going to receive this money. And they, and they're looking at this and going, oh, this is bullshit. We were already expected. This money was already going to come to us. I don't know. But in any case, even some of Donald Trump's biggest Kool-Aid drinkers were not impressed with his speech last night. So check out what these 3 Trump pumpers had to say on Real America's Voice. Actually, 2 of them I'm going to share with you. One of them, I cut her part out, and I'll explain why after you watch it. But check this out.
That was a waste of time. That's what I made of it. Womp womp.
Ooh, okay.
Where was the big reveal? Well, that was a campaign speech. Fine, great. I get why they did it, right? You want to present a presidential address from the White House and you want to say, we hear you, we feel your pain, affordability, we're on this. I get the narrative. I get all that. That's fine from a PR perspective. But I'm used to the yesteryear presidential addresses where you actually, if you're going to say something from the White House, say something really important, not a campaign speech.
Yeah, it was a miss. It's always good to see the president, but I was hoping for more. I'll just leave it there.
So I didn't play the comments from the woman in the middle that you saw there. They call her Dr. G. Her name is Gina. No relation. Anyway, she spewed out a bunch of cope about, Donald Trump just needs a live audience to shine and to be his best, blah, blah, blah. So she clearly doesn't understand this wasn't a problem of energy or style or, not having an audience there to clap for his BS. This is a matter of substance. The American people know he is lying to them, and that includes some of his own voters. So let me share these with you guys. It's kind of like an FAFO video along with, the rest of it. So a man named Jay, he says in part, or he responded to somebody and said, I always will support Trump. But he wrote in a post last night that he wasn't really feeling it. He said, quote, I voted for Trump, but tonight I call bullshit on his bullshit. Everything is still going up and get off the Biden shit. He's been out now for 11 months. Put back on regular TV. My electric is going up. Water is going up. My pay is the same nationwide. Gas is $2.50 a gallon. Well, Connecticut is still $2.89 or $2.89 to $3.09 a gallon. Groceries are still way too high, blowing smoke up our asses. Let's see what happens next year. So, yeah, he wasn't buying it. Now, some people in the comments below his post were trying to make sense of it and tell him, Biden screwed up for 4 years. You got to give him time, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, another Trump voter wrote in part, quote, because this is way too long. I'm not going to read this whole thing. So I just pulled out some notes. They wrote, quote, $1,776 to each military member. They get free room and board and free meals. Where are the $2,000 checks to each American? Prices are sky high at the food stores. President Donald J. Trump, I voted 3 times for, and he is disappointing me lately on many levels. Other than deporting illegals, President Trump has done absolutely nothing for me and nothing for retired people. I'm so disappointed and disgusted in President Trump. Sorry for my rant, but I fully expected the president to say tonight he was sending the $2,000 checks. I hit the roof when all I heard is he was sending out checks to just military members. I will always be right-wing Republican, but I am starting to believe that Zora Mamdani has the right idea. Help the people who truly need the help, and the hell with the tax breaks for the rich. Obamacare was a disaster, but the Republicans had from 2016 to come up with another healthcare plan, and they failed miserably for almost 10 years. And then at least one Trump supporter called out MAGA influencers who were on Twitter last night. They were all trying to spin Trump's speech as some sort of win. And so this person wrote, quote, all the right wing paid for influencers trying to convince us how great this address was. Where is the goddamn accountability for anyone? Now we got Bongino coming back to try and get us all back on track. Fuck all of you, or fuck off all of you, signed the Sane Americans, #presidential address. So, yeah. Didn't exactly go to plan. I'm just saying. I mean, not that, that person is a sane American. I don't know, but I doubt it if they voted for Trump. There are some. I don't want to put everybody in the same basket. But anyway, yeah. So there you go, guys. Not going over like a turd in a punch bowl, as they would say. Oh, well, didn't really work out. I don't think they're going to get him a message. There was a time when Donald Trump really understood what he needed to say to win people over. But the problem, as I've mentioned before, is his bullshit is running into the reality of people looking at their bank accounts at the end of the week, at the end of the month, and going, no, that's not the way it's going down. He could BS with other things, but he can't do it with this. This is what they are living every day. So, and it's finally affecting them personally. And so they're not buying it. It's not going to fly. All right. Anyway, I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So as you probably have all heard by now, the Trump administration pulled another head fake with the Epstein files. Well, some of the Epstein victims are now indicating that they might expose the regime, they might expose Trump and all of his minions based on what they know is missing or what's been redacted. So I have news on that. I also have a bombshell to share with you up front coming from Epstein's brother, who says that he knows that these files are being redacted to pull out Republicans and protect them. I also have disturbing news about Steve Bannon and his ties to Epstein. And there have been documents and photos that were released, even though basically what we're finding out is they only released about 1% to 2% of what they have. So this is violation of the law. This is just totally unethical. This is a cover-up. So I'm going to share with you some of what we've seen, some of what we know. But first, like I said, I want to play this audio clip for you because Mark Epstein, which is Epstein's brother, he was on News Nation. And he had something to say that is just jaw-dropping. So listen to this.
To talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing these things and the reason for the flip is that they're sanitizing these files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they're scrubbing the files to take Republican names out of it. That's what I was told by a pretty good source.
You don't say. Scrubbing the files to remove Republicans. And they're doing this at an off-site location so that there are less prying eyes, I would assume, and so that they won't have many witnesses, or at least witnesses that they can't trust who aren't also in on the cover-up. So, yeah, exactly what we thought, exactly what we knew was happening. I also wanted to share some news with you that was reported by the Miami Herald. So this proves that Epstein and other people were absolutely trafficking females. There's no other explanation for this. And I say females instead of girls or women because we don't know the real ages, as you're going to understand in a minute. So the Miami Herald published this report, and they said this was before Friday. This was before the deadline for the government to release everything. And what they said is, quote, images released Thursday from the House Oversight Committee included passports, a visa, and other identification cards from 7 countries: Russia, Italy, the Czech Republic, South Africa, Ukraine, Morocco, and Lithuania. All the profile pictures, names, and other identifying information were blacked out, but many of them indicate they were female IDs. They also said that this evidence that they've reviewed, it shows that Epstein, quote, was trafficking girls and women both from the U.S. to other countries and also luring girls and women from foreign countries to the United States. The reporter also noted that during the FBI's investigation into Epstein, the one that took place around 2007, they didn't collect his computers. They never seized his computers. What the actual fuck? That is beyond unusual. You have a guy accused of child crimes and you don't take his devices? So this absolutely is a red flag. This totally calls into question whether they had any intention, any honest intention of truly investigating him from the get-go, because that is the number one thing that they do. They do that in every case, even if it doesn't involve child crimes. This is insane. And then the report pointed out, if they had reviewed Epstein's emails, if they gathered his computers, looked through his emails, they would have known who his accomplices were, because we now have emails showing that other people were emailing Epstein and offering him women or girls. We don't know, but they would send photos of these females along with their measurements. And then some of these people would refer to them and say oh, this might be a potential assistant for you or a good assistant. Yeah, because you always need to know the measurements of someone you're hiring as an assistant, right? And in one exchange, just to give you an example, there was a woman who emailed Epstein, and she told him that she had this 19-year-old Russian student who she said was, quote, and I'll bring up the quote for you. She is not a big girl, but a little curvy, 5'8", 130 pounds, pretty face, long brown hair, hazel eyes. And then Epstein replied to this woman, and he said, quote, she is too big. However, if you think it important, I can do it one time in the afternoon. Tell her no nail polish. You can do what one time in the afternoon? So creepy, so freaking creepy. And the House Oversight Committee released this next exchange I'm going to show you, talking about someone who was scouting girls, and they were charging $1,000 for each girl they would scout. So as you can see here, they're talking about how they have a friend who's scouting. She asked $1,000 per girl. Maybe some would be good for Jay. Obviously, we believe that to be Jeffrey. And then again, it shows the name, the age, the height, measurements, and so forth. And departing from Russia. So this guy had ties to Russia as well as Israel. I mean, if you look, if you put like a map or set up a Venn diagram, right? And you look at, what countries is Donald Trump completely subservient to? What countries does he bend over for? And then what countries does Jeffrey Epstein, or did he work with and have a relationship with? Pretty close, pretty damn close. There's going to be a lot of overlap there. Anyway, it's obvious these people may not have been using the proper ages of these people, which is why I said females instead of girls. So, they may have had some sort of code like, hey, if I say 14, automatically take off 4 years or whatever. I mean, anyway, we don't know. I'm just surmising. But anyway, check this out. So let me bring this up. So this is a photo of Epstein's desk. Okay, I don't know if this was in Miami, if this was in New York, but anyway, the DOJ released this on Friday along with the rest of these highly curated documents. They then, without explanation, pulled this down off the DOJ's website. In fact, they pulled down over a dozen files without giving any reason for doing so. Well, we know why now. We know why they pulled this one, or they're not saying it, but here's why. This is a close-up of the open desk drawer. And as you can see, there's that infamous photo in the background of Trump and Melania with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But then in the forefront of the image, you can see Donald Trump, and he is standing with his arms around several girls. It looks to be at least 4 girls or women in this photo, some of whom are wearing bikinis. So we don't know who these girls or women are. We don't know their ages. But after the DOJ got called out about this and people noticed and said, hey, why did you pull these photos down? Then they reposted them and they made the excuse that, we thought that the photos showed some of Epstein's victims. So Todd Blanche went on, I think it was Kristen Welker's show, and said, well, we pulled it down because we're trying to protect victims. And then she rightfully followed up and said, so are you saying that Trump was in this photo with Epstein victims? And no, I mean, that's not what we're saying. We've found out they're not victims. I mean, make up your mind, right? They're so full of shit. They are so full of shit. They got busted and they had to reload it. That's what it boils down to. And as I mentioned, the Epstein victims know what is missing so far. And there was one of them, she is I guess she works with victims. So she was in an interview, I believe this was on MS Now, and she had this to say. So let me play this video for you.
Now, what we know is what's missing. And that's an important point for us to keep to ourselves so that we can show negligence. We need a safe place for us to be able to reveal information that we know we have that's missing. Right now, we're all speaking to our lawyers, sharing it with our lawyers, giving them the lists of things that should be found. And I think that's something that maybe this Department of Justice doesn't remember, but we have attorneys. Those attorneys have all of the information.
The attorneys have all of the information. So, you know, what she's indicating there is like, we're going to give them enough rope to hang themselves. We know what's missing. We know what they should have. And if it doesn't appear, then yeah, they're busted. So right now, Donald Trump and his minions are likely holding their breath. They're probably sitting there worried that these victims are going to realize that, yeah, you haven't released everything because we know what should be in there, right? And one of the things that they haven't released, which the victims are calling them out on, is the documents explaining like why they chose not to charge him or the charging decisions that they did make and witness statements and so forth. I mean, the victims themselves are saying, release this stuff. And the DOJ is saying, oh, we're not going to release it because, we're protecting victims. The victims themselves are saying, release everything. They also have to be paranoid at this point that there's going to be someone who, worked to redact these files who might grow a conscience and end up doing the right thing. Here's what we do know so far, though, from what we've seen. So even before Friday's document dump, there were new Epstein photos and emails that were released. And in one of these photos, Trump is seen with 6 females, one of whom he has his arm around. He is grasping her very tightly, as you're going to see. And she looks very young. So let me bring this one up for you guys. As you can see, their faces are covered. So that would indicate that maybe these are victims. And this girl to his right, I don't know, but in this photo, she looks pretty young. He's digging into her side, as you can see. And based on what she's wearing, based on her body, she looks to be young, at least younger than the other ones in this photo. I don't know. Could be wrong. Could, she just may be built like a younger person. But anyway, so there's also a bunch of photos with Bill Clinton, with Jeffrey Epstein. There's one of Bill Clinton, former President Bill Clinton, in a jacuzzi. The woman who is in there with him, her face is redacted. I mean, they're not doing anything or even touching, but, I don't know if it's a victim or not. There were photos of billionaires, Richard Branson, Bill Gates, Trump humpers, Steve Bannon, of course, Alan Dershowitz. There's also photos of singers. So there was Michael Jackson, Diana Ross, Mick Jagger. This guy just hung out with everyone and anyone. And Elon Musk made an interesting comment after these photos came out with Bannon. So someone posted on Twitter about how Bannon was advising Epstein on how to rehab his image, which we all know. That's long been known that they were meeting. He was trying to give him advice and so forth and help him to rehab his image. Well, they shared one of the photos of Epstein and Bannon together in Epstein's mansion. And Musk replied and he said, quote, "Only a matter of time before Bannon goes back to prison." So I don't know if this is just Musk being Musk and he's just spouting off, if he actually knows something. I mean, let's, keep in mind, he was in the government for a period of time with that whole Doge disaster. He was privy to a lot of information because remember, his guys were hacking into stuff that they didn't even have authority to hack into. So if anyone would know that there's some shady shit about Bannon, it would be Elon Musk. And then check this out. So Business Insider reported that Bannon was trying to get on Epstein's legal team. This is, again, when he was charged like around 2007. So apparently They were trying to use something called a Covell agreement or Covell agreement. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but Bannon was basically, the work he was doing for Epstein, he was trying to get it covered under attorney-client privilege. So he is such a two-faced piece of shit, right? He pretends to care about the victims and, truth and, the government being free from the swamp and blah, 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 and seeing all the truth come out. And all the while, this guy cozied up to this heinous child predator, and he was trying to help him. And then we also know Epstein received emails from Trump's campaign. This is very freaky. Under the name pedophiles. So check this out. There's a hacker group. I don't know if you guys have heard of them. They go by DDoS. It stands for Distributed Denial of Secrets. Well, they found several emails from Trump's campaign, and this was in one of Epstein's old Yahoo accounts. And the emails were addressed to the name pedophiles. For anyone who hasn't used email services before, the way it works is you can set up like these bulk emails that, they're like form emails that go out to a large mailing list. And as the sender, you can opt to automatically insert the recipient's name in various places in the email. So it would say like, hey, Gina, we need your help with this campaign, or, hey, Gina, have you seen this? Or, dear Gina, however you want it to be worded. It just makes it more personal, right? And you can insert the name throughout the email. It doesn't have to just be in the greeting. So either Epstein or someone who knew his email must have set up to get on Donald Trump's mailing list, because it said things like, pedophiles, I want you to know how important you are to me. And there was another one that said, pedophiles, I am so proud to be your president. Now, the reason I say it could have been someone else was because the report said these emails didn't start showing up in Epstein's email inbox until 2020. So not until after he passed away. So I would be very interested to know who may have done that and what they know about not just Epstein, but Donald Trump, right? Very odd thing. So anyway, guys, that is it for this video, but I have more Epstein news in another video. You've got to check that one out. I have more juicy stuff to share with you. I also have reactions from the MAGA crowd about this fake release, and they are not happy. So check that one out after this. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have news for you about a big brouhaha going on, big blow up over at CBS News. So I don't know if you guys all know this, but Bari Weiss she's just a horrible person. She just really is. She is a total shill for Israel. She is a genocide denier. This is someone who tried to say that, oh, they're not starving babies and children in Israel. These children are dying because they had pre-existing conditions, as if starving a child with pre-existing conditions doesn't make things worse. Like, she's just horrific. She is just the scum of the earth. Well, anyway, she is also someone who has just failed up, apparently, because she has, she started the free press, and turns out it's not so free. Turns out she's very much for censorship, which is what's going on today, why this whole thing is blowing up. But her channel had fewer views than my channel. I'm not that big of a channel, and I had better viewership than she does. And yet she had CBS News buy her out, purchase her product, purchase her free press for like $250 million. I mean, that is just obscene and absurd. So if you look up the term failing up in the what's it called? The Urban Dictionary, you're going to see a picture of Barry Weiss. That's who she is. But anyway, she was made the editor of CBS. And here's why. It's because after the Ellisons started purchasing everything, Donald Trump donors, the Ellisons, also Israel shills, also genocide deniers, they decided who better to protect Israel? Who better to protect our dear Donald Trump, who's giving billionaires everything that they want? So they put her in charge over at CBS, and now it is just a nightmare. It is, you cannot trust them anymore. They are no longer a reliable news source. So here's what happened. CBS, 60 Minutes specifically, the show 60 Minutes, was doing a segment on CCOT. They were doing a segment on that horrific torture prison in El Salvador. And they interviewed a bunch of the victims, the true victims, the people, the innocent men who were sent there by the Trump regime and who were tortured, who were sexually assaulted, who were beaten, who just were, lived through a living hell. And they decided they were going to do this segment. Well, Barry Weiss pulls it at the last minute. So last minute, she decides, no, we're not going to do this. And this just caused all kinds of chaos. I mean, this literally came at like the 11th hour. So here's the excuse she used. She said, oh, well, I just think that we need to interview the other side. We need to get the other perspective. I'm sorry, but do we interview Jeffrey Dahmer to get the other perspective on the crimes he committed? Do we do that normally? Like interview the criminals, the actual criminals, the ones who are hurting people, causing harm, destroying their lives, causing them to be tortured? And apparently, the journalist who put the story together did reach out to the Trump administration, and the Trump administration didn't want to comment. So, she's just setting up a paper tiger excuse for this. And then apparently the staff was just furious at this. So they threatened to walk out. A bunch of people over there, and I think this still holds, a bunch of people are saying, I'm not down with this, because this is all she's been doing. All she's been doing is covering for Israel, covering for the Trump administration, and acting as an apologist for the MAGA right, for the heinous right, for the filth and the racism and bigotry and everything else. She just did an interview with Charlie Kirk's widow, which is like, who cares? Who cares to hear from this woman? Which is exactly how it was received. It got an abysmal rating. Hardly anybody watched it compared to everything else that people were watching at the same time. And she's up there, again, praising Israel along with Erica Kirk, trying to win back the MAGA crowd that they're losing, because a bunch of young people, especially young men, they are not MAGA. They may have voted for Donald Trump last year, but it was more so because of the vibes. It was more so because they weren't old enough when, during Donald Trump's first term to recognize and realize what was actually going on and how horrible he actually is. What a lying, scummy piece of shit he actually is. So, they went by unfortunately, they went by the word of people who know better, who should know better, who were old enough to know back then what was going down. They went along with the Joe Rogans, the Theo Vaughns, the Andrew Schultzes of the world. And, just accepted, okay, well, I like these guys, and if they're going to vote for Trump and they like him, good enough for me. So they're losing a lot of those people because a lot of them, again, are not MAGA, and they're not on board with the genocide that Israel was committing. So they're turning against MAGA. They are turning against the hardcore base, and it's causing this divide in Donald Trump's coalition. And so Barry Weiss seems to be, she claims to be on the left. She claims to be a Democrat, but yet she's out there trying to push this agenda because when it comes down to it, people like Barry Weiss, their loyalty doesn't lie with the United States. They are not America first. They're not even America second. They're Israel, Israel, Israel. That's all they give a shit about. That's the agenda that they're pushing. And that is what they care about the most. Same with Miriam Adelson, Donald Trump's big donor, who gave him, I think it was like $200 million or something like that. Donald Trump himself said that he questioned her one time and asked her if her first loyalty was with the United States or with Israel. And that, he surmises that it's actually Israel. I mean, talk about, dual loyalty. I mean, it's not even dual loyalty. They are absolutely loyal to another country over our own, regardless of what they do, regardless of how many people they kill, how much damage they do to our world, how many countries they go out and bomb. So these people are sick. Nothing else matters. Nothing. They are 100% all for Israel. That is what Barry Weiss is doing. And that is why it seems that's why she's protecting the Trump administration, because she knows that they are all for Israel as well, and they are protecting Israel. So that seems to be her number one motivation. And it definitely 100% is the motivation of the Ellisons. So the more they buy up TikTok, CBS, everything else, this is what's going to be shoved down our throats. And they're going to do nothing but cover for this administration. This vile, heinous, disgusting, Hitler 2.0, fascist fucking regime. So fuck Barry Weiss. Anyway, there you go, guys. That's my rant for today. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have a fun story to share because if you guys want to see proof that Donald Trump is absolutely losing his mojo, losing his base, all you need to do is look at his rallies, right? Because we all know only the most diehard Kool-Aid drinkers are going to come out in mass to support him. Well, last Friday, I don't know if you guys heard this, but Trump had a rally. This was in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, and the crowd was absolutely anemic. Take a look at this report. So the Washington Post covered the event, and they wrote, quote, "The crowd was smaller than the rallies Trump typically drew on the campaign trail, which he often touted as a measure of his popularity. Outside, a man hawking Trump merchandise was struggling to find takers for MAGA beanies, even after dropping the price to $5. I don't have $5, replied Thomas Schaefer, 18, not in his wallet and not in his bank account. We're really broke. It's Christmas time, man." That's apparently what he said when the vendor hit him up to try to sell him something. So the Post then also spoke with a vendor who was there, It's a guy named Guy Harper, and he's apparently traveled around the country for the past 8 years selling Trump merchandise at his rallies. Well, on Friday, Harper told them, or not told them, they saw him packing up all of his stuff before the rally even started because there were so few people there. And the article said, quote, "Look at this," Harper said, gesturing at a street devoid of crowds or lines of cars waiting to park. "Usually, Trump rallies are like a football tailgate. This is strange." Harper chalked it up to a late start time, 9 p.m. on the Friday before Christmas, but speculated that people being skeptical about the economy could be playing a role. Gee, you think? You think people might be a little bit upset about the economy? And then the Post also mentioned that Trump brought up MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, at the rally, and he used his new nickname for her. He called her Marjorie Trader Greene. Then he kind of like, well, I don't know. I was calling her Marjorie Trader Brown, but then people said you can't do that because it's 2 words you're changing and it doesn't make sense and blah, blah. I mean, he had this whole thing about it. Well, the crowd barely reacted. I mean, I'm sure he thought he was going to get applause and people were going to cheer for him and, yeah, get rid of her, and, and all that shit, lock her up. Nope, barely a response. So, yeah, I mean, it just really seems like his time is almost up and in more ways than one. So anyway, guys, I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you so much for watching and listening. And yeah, that's your Christmas gift right there. Kind of. I mean, I can think of one that would be better, but oh, when the saints come marching in. Oh, when the saints come marching in. Anyway, all right. Anyway, love you all. Please like this video. Please share. Subscribe if you have not. Check to make sure that you are still subscribed, because I hear from people all the time saying that somehow they just were unsubscribed, like YouTube is doing it or something, and they didn't even know. And if you could donate, I know it is Christmas. It is tough, and people's wallets are a little thin. So if you can't, totally understand. But again, if you can share this video, that really helps as well. So love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Everyone, welcome to the show. So as we all suspected, at the very last minute, Donald Trump's administration refused to release all of the Epstein files. This is despite them being legally required to do this under the law. This was a law passed by Congress, signed by Donald Trump himself. And, his supporters were all saying, oh, see, he's not trying to hide anything. He signed it into law. Yeah, okay. Well, he just made liars out of them again. And in an interview on Fear News Network, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said that they would be releasing some of the files last week, but they're going to be withholding hundreds of thousands of documents. That is insane. And we know that that's exactly what they did, because we know now they've only released like something ridiculous, like 1% to 2% of what they have. And the excuse that he's using is complete bullshit. He said, quote, "There's a lot of eyes looking at these, and we want to make sure that when we do produce the materials, that we are protecting every single victim." Okay, we know that's a bunch of bullshit, because we know that they already spent months and months redacting the Epstein files. Remember, it was recently reported that they spent almost $1 million on just overtime so that agents would be able to go through, sort everything out, categorize it, catalog it into spreadsheets and make redactions. So there is absolutely no reason why this wasn't complete. And they had a 30-day hard deadline. And as everyone started to review what little they did release last week, it was reported that the entirety of the grand jury testimony was fully redacted in one file, So not just names, but the entire 119 pages. It was just pages and pages of nothing but black. You couldn't see anything. Also, they were required to explain why they were redacting certain things, and they did nothing. They gave zero explanations for why they blacked out what they did. And then Fox News, they have a digital reporter that said that the DOJ not only redacted victims' names, but they redacted information related to politicians and government officials. So this is Fox News reporting this, guys. As you can see, the headline is Epstein Files Explode Open as DOJ details discovery of powerful figures and more than 1,200 victims. And the Fox reporter, her name is Brooke Singman, she wrote that, quote, more than a dozen politically exposed people and government officials' names appear in the hundreds of thousands of pages of Jeffrey Epstein files made public Friday, sources said. All of them were redacted. So these are not victims. These are politicians. These are people involved in the government, and they redacted them. And check this out. So this was one of the pages where they have faces redacted. These are men. These are not the victims. Okay? And I don't know if you guys can make it out because it's in black and white, but all of these men are either wearing dress shirts with ties or they're wearing suits. And at least one of them in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see he's posing in front of a flag. You know, kind of like a politician does. You know, all the photos that all the politicians take, all the Congress members. Yeah, this guy in the bottom lower corner, left-hand corner, is wearing a suit and tie, and he's in front of a flag. Who is that? Who the fuck is that? And Congressman Ro Khanna said in an interview that there are two specific documents that are vital that they were looking for, that they knew to keep an eye out for, that are missing from this release. So he was in an interview on CNN. Here's what he had to say about this.
Those two documents that you were told by the survivors' attorneys that are the most important, the indictment that came out before Jeffrey Epstein got a sweetheart deal and an 82-page memo backing up why he should be charged, neither of those are in this release tonight.
Neither of them are in the release, and to the extent the drafter's intent of a law matters, Thomas Massie and I explicitly drafted it to cover those two documents. And you had 3 federal judges look at our law and say, release everything in terms of the grand jury.
So either they are hiding these documents and we're never going to see them, or they're going to come out in future batches. And also, a reporter posted these 2 documents on Twitter that I'm going to show you here. So on the left, this is what he wrote. On the left, an Epstein document the DOJ released in 2024 with Trump's name and others. It's still up on the DOJ website. On the right, the same document as DOJ redacted it in response to the Epstein Files Transparency Act. So, in other words, this same document was released by the Biden administration. The original was released by the Biden administration back in 2024. And in this document, Donald Trump is named. When Donald Trump's Department of Justice released this same document last Friday, they redacted his name. This is a direct violation of the law that was passed. The only names they're allowed to redact are victims. So in another interview, I think it was on CBS, Ro Khanna said that he and Republican Thomas Massie, who are the ones who put this whole bill together to begin with, they're putting together a bipartisan coalition and they're trying to hold Pam Bondi in contempt. So they're hoping to vote on this to hold her in contempt. And what this would do would allow them, if it passes, they could impose a per diem fee, a fine on Bondi until she complies with the law that was passed and until everything is completely revealed and released. Here's why this might pass. It's because, as I said in the beginning, Democrats aren't the only ones who are pissed off about this blatant cover-up. There was a lot of cope from MAGA, like especially the MAGA influencers, the ones who are the biggest Kool-Aid drinkers and trying to keep everybody in line. They were all out praising the Trump administration, calling them the most transparent in history, which is the biggest laughable bullshit statement on the planet. But anyway, there were a lot of other normie, just run-of-the-mill, everyday Trump voters who are furious and who were pushing back hard and saying, like, what are you talking about? And they made it known, too, we're not buying this spin. Some of them are done with this administration. So take a look at this. One of them posted on Twitter, quote, "As a Trump supporter, I am also a follower of the law. The bill clearly states all unclassified documents to be released by the end of day today. If not, people should be arrested." And then another person, another Twitter user named John, he warned earlier in the day on Friday that if he saw any kind of attempt to obfuscate or cover up, if there was any lack of transparency, he would assume that Donald Trump and his donors were guilty. Well, after all of this hit the fan and it was revealed that, yeah, they are withholding documents and that a bunch of others that they did release were redacted, John posted this, quote, "They're all guilty now. I'm done with this nonsense. Let the left impeach them all after midterms. Covering for pedophiles is where I draw the line. Let them all sink." And then another person replied to John, and this person said, "I am already done with them anyway. I don't think I remember someone coming in with that much momentum only to squander it all in less than a year. Trump won the popular vote and did what? Nothing." And then a guy named Fred, he warned, quote, "Get ready for Marxist communist socialism, gentlemen. Why? Because our SMF president protects billionaire pedos while simultaneously going down on Israel." And then another guy named Harold, he posted this. You can see the meme of what's her face there. But anyway, he wrote, quote, "Trump must resign. I thought the Wall Street Journal Epstein/Trump birthday letter was another lib hit job. But even the mostly redacted Epstein files suggest Trump's too close and prob a diddler. Total failure, total distraction. Real work needs to be done in this country. Time for J.D. Vance." Well, he tagged J.D. Vance. So I replied to this guy and I pointed out that J.D. Vance is part of this cover-up. And I asked him, why would you think that he's going to do anything different or be any different? And this Harold guy actually liked my reply. So people are getting it. And then this other Twitter user wrote, quote, "I wasted 3 votes on Trump. Freaking 3. Transparency? Fuck off with that BS. Everything is redacted. He doesn't give a shit about the victims or us, the American people, only protecting millionaire and politician chomos." So, like I've said, guys, this had to happen, right? Trump had to win, and he had to destroy his own image with MAGA. They were never going to believe us on the left. They don't trust us. And they had to experience this firsthand. They had to experience his failures and his deceit firsthand. It would not work any other way. So, kind of a good thing, right? Kind of like a necessary evil. But anyway, I will keep you posted. I'm sure there will be many, many more FAFO Epstein victims. Or not, I shouldn't say Epstein victims. That's insulting to the actual victims, but many more FAFO experiences for Trump voters who are now realizing that he is a lying, grifting piece of shit who didn't mean any of it. So, all right, I will let you know. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have some really interesting news to share with you guys. We may have smoking gun evidence against not just Donald Trump, but Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. Actually, the smoking gun evidence against Bondi and Patel is pretty much a sure thing. Like it's proven at this point. Maybe on Donald Trump. So I'm going to explain all this, but unfortunately, given that they control all of government, we're never going to get the real story. We're never going to get all of the evidence against him that we need to prosecute. So here's the deal. Here's what's going on. Jeffrey Epstein wrote a letter seemingly wrote a letter, I should say, implicating Donald Trump in his crimes against children. The FBI also received a tip about Donald Trump and Epstein allegedly violating a woman. And there's also clear evidence that Bondi and Patel lied when they said that there was no evidence of any third party committing any crimes. And I'm going to explain to you why I'm furious with Barack Obama and Joe Biden over this. So evidently, Jeffrey Epstein or someone else sent a letter to fellow child predator Larry Nassar. You will remember him. He was the doctor for the U.S. women's gymnastics team. And he was convicted, sentenced to prison for many, many years for violating children in that regard. So Jeffrey Epstein, or like I said, someone sent this letter to Larry Nassar saying that Donald Trump is basically part of their club. And that letter was accidentally released by the government before they then pulled it down off the website, and now they've put it back up. So this was the report that came out today, or one of the reports on this. The letter was postmarked August 13th, 2019. So that would have been 3 days after Epstein died. And, the DOJ is saying, well, we verified a bunch of things and it doesn't add up. And so this letter was fake. That's very possible. It is very possible that this was fake. And I'll explain why. Because here it is here. Here's a photograph of the letter and of the envelope up above. The letter reads, if you can't make it out, quote, "Dear LN, Larry Nassar, as you know by now, I have taken the short route home. Good luck. We share one thing in common, our love and caring for young ladies at the hope that they'd reach their full potential. Our president also shares our love of young nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab snatch. Whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair. Yours, J. Epstein." Now, I didn't read the full thing, but this is why I say it could have been, they could be telling the truth on this one thing, and it could have been written by somebody else. Because as you heard in the beginning, it says by now you know I've taken the short route home. So that would indicate he's already gone, right? Because he didn't know he was going to be, well, maybe. I mean, if it was truly suicide, then maybe he did know he was planning to off himself. But if he was suicided, as we all suspect, right, and it wasn't really at his own discretion and hand, then no, he wouldn't have known. So yeah, it depends if he actually did take his own life or if it was taken from him. But if this was really written by Jeffrey Epstein, how sick these predators are, right? I mean, they convince themselves, oh, I'm helping these victims, I'm helping these girls, or it's because they wanted it. They all need to be put down. They need to be put down like rabid animals. Anyway, the DOJ was given this letter after Epstein's death because it was marked return to sender, as you may be able to make out. That's the red stamp that you see on the envelope. The reason this was returned was because Larry Nassar had been moved to a different prison. So this letter ultimately was handed over to the FBI's New York office, and then they requested a handwriting analysis. So that was reported in this Daily Beast report. Or no, this was Raw Story, I think, reported this particular article was published at least by them, but this was reported by multiple news outlets today. So they wrote in this letter, which was again released today, FBI New York requests the laboratory perform a handwriting analysis comparing the letter received from MCC, which was the prison, and the handwriting of Jeffrey Epstein to conclude if the individual who wrote the letter was Epstein or another unknown person. Handwriting samples from Jeffrey Epstein's cell at MCC will be submitted along with the letter in question in IA envelope 1A65. So we don't know if that analysis was ever performed. There's nothing to show that it was ever performed. Like I said, though, the DOJ is out today saying, oh, yeah, we already looked at a bunch of different factors and we already determined that this is bogus, this was not real, and this was somebody else wrote it. I'd like to see that evidence, wouldn't you? In any case, as I said before, this could be the nail in the coffin for Trump. I don't know. I mean, he already looks suspicious as hell because he's been hiding all of this since he took office. Plus we know he was accused back in 2016. Mentioned this many times. There was a lawsuit filed by a woman. She claims that she was violated by Trump and Epstein when she was only 13. To make matters worse for Trump and his regime, there was also a list of potential co-conspirators that was released this week. So the Miami Herald published an article this morning. In it, they wrote, and I'll bring this up for you guys, quote, the FBI had a list of 10 possible co-conspirators to Epstein's crimes. An FBI investigator with the Crimes Against Children Human Trafficking Unit on July 9, 2019, noted that 3 of the co-conspirators were in Florida, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, and 1 in Connecticut. It also noted that 1 is a wealthy businessman in Ohio. So that wealthy businessman in Ohio is Les Wexner. He is the founder of Victoria's Secret. He has, of course, denied any and all wrongdoing for many years now. But for some reason, he was one of Jeffrey Epstein's biggest benefactors, and nobody knows why. So the fact that this was not only being investigated by the Child Trafficking Division, but you also now have written evidence that they believe there were 10 co-conspirators. This directly contradicts what Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have been saying. Remember, they claimed no co-conspirators. Nothing more to investigate. Nobody to investigate. This was all just Jeffrey Epstein alone, totally acted alone. In Bondi, her exact quote was, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." So they are flat out lying. They're just lying. And there was another potential smoking gun in this last batch of documents. There was, and I mentioned this at the beginning, there was a tip reported to the FBI in 2016. This came from a limo driver who claims he has knowledge of Trump and Epstein's crimes on two different fronts. So I'm going to explain this to you. So the FBI must have spoken with this driver at some point because they drafted a report about this. So here's the first part of it. The names of the driver and the woman that he's referring to have been redacted, as you can see, but it says in part, quote, "During Redacted's time as a driver, he had met Donald Trump. Redacted noted he picked the president up in 1995 and took him to DFW Airport. Redacted reported some of the things President Trump had spoken about during the ride while on his cell phone were very concerning. Redacted reported he was a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median and within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him, meaning Trump, due to some of the things he was saying. Redacted noted Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone and made references to, quote unquote, abusing some girl. Redacted was unsure who he was talking to, nor who he was referencing." So this limo driver is so pissed off at what he's hearing from Trump, what he's hearing Trump say on this phone call, that the guy's like, "I'm about to pull over and whoop this guy's ass. I'm about to beat the shit out of Donald Trump because of the things he's saying about harming a child." And then the report switches to talking about the limo driver speaking with a female passenger who he drove at a later date. They didn't specify when this conversation took place, but it must have taken place before the year 2000, and I'll explain why in a minute. So the report, I was going to say article, but the report goes on to say, quote, "As Redacted talked about his time meeting Donald Trump, Redacted went stone cold. As Redacted stated, he raped me." So the limo driver is telling this woman, "Oh, yeah, I met Donald Trump. I actually drove him one time." She goes stone cold and says, "He raped me." Redacted replied, "What?" Meaning the driver. As Redacted replied, meaning the woman, Donald J. Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein. Redacted noted, meaning the woman, some girl with a funny name took me into a fancy hotel or building. That's how it happened. So this is absolutely consistent with all of the stories we've heard from all of the Epstein's victims saying that they were scouted by other girls or by Ghislaine Maxwell, that, you know, they were recruited by these other girls and Ghislaine Maxwell and then they would take them to Epstein. I mean, a funny name would obviously be Ghislaine, right? No other name, at least that I've heard, involved with Jeffrey Epstein is as odd or quote unquote funny as Ghislaine. So, and then the report goes on to suggest and mentions Ghislaine, that this female was later found dead after she reported the assault. So the investigator also went on to write, let me bring this one up for you guys. oh, sorry, guys. Wrong one. So here it is. Redacted, advised redacted. I believe that means the driver advised this woman to call the police regarding the incident. As redacted stated, I can't, they will kill me. So the driver's encouraging her to call the police, and she's saying, I can't, they'll kill me. On Christmas Day, redacted contacted redacted, stated she had in fact called the police about what they had talked about. So meaning the driver and her spoke again, after driving her, spoke with her on Christmas, said, hey, I ended up calling the police. I took your advice. I did it. Redacted told redacted she had done good. That was in quotes. So it sounds like the driver told her, hey, you did good. I'm glad you did that, blah, blah, blah. It goes on to say, redacted reached out to redacted, stating redacted was dead and noted she was found with her head, quote unquote, blown off in Kiefer, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene and redacted stated there was no way it was suicide. Coroner stated it was suicide. Redacted later stated redacted committed suicide because redacted had gotten cocaine from a Mexican drug cartel. Redacted feels the murder is a cover for Ghislaine. So it seems like there was a police report, must have been, because this officer or investigator is saying, hey, police who were on the scene said this doesn't seem like a suicide. And then the coroner said, oh yeah, it was. Okay. Who are you going to believe, right? A police officer who's there in real time taking a report and writing this down, or a coroner who is later looking at the case after it's known that she's gone and could be bought off, right? And obviously other people are saying, no, this was definitely not suicide. This had to do with Ghislaine Maxwell. So, I mean, this is something that can be easily verified or debunked, right? I mean, obviously there are reports. There are real-time police reports. The fact that there's no record of what was done to follow up on this tip definitely raises a lot of suspicion. And what I want to know is, well, no, this wouldn't be the same woman if she was in fact found dead. So, this is a second woman outside of the one who reported and filed a lawsuit in 2016 about Epstein and Trump. So this is another one, right? Because if this woman was found deceased around 2000, which is, what this is all dated, because this was reported in 2016. I mean, I don't know, right? And it says in here, as you may be able to see, that blank did not, or redacted did not hear from redacted or redacted until January 10th, 2000. So I'm assuming, or actually I've got that backwards. So I think he reported this in 2000. I think he reported this as the 2020 election was going on. In any case, this appears to be a completely separate person, separate from Katie Johnson, the other person who has accused Trump. Also, as I mentioned, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, this tells us they're stone cold busted. They have been lying for months now. On top of everything that I had already mentioned to you guys, though, there's even more evidence that they've been lying. So check this out. So this is one of the documents that was just released. I'm not going to read the full thing, but this is a victim statement which flat out states that this girl and others were kept in stalls, like similar to horse stalls. And she says that Epstein would bring other men into the room, and this was supposedly underground somewhere, bring them into this room where all these stalls were, where all these girls are being held. And Epstein would show them off. He would walk the men up and down, to look at them. And then, he would make comments about them. And then Epstein allegedly told them that if they, quote unquote, performed well with other men, they could then become Epstein's girlfriend. And this alleged victim stated that she was assaulted by Epstein and, quote unquote, other men. So Bondi and Patel lied to Congress under oath. They lied when they said there are no other men involved. There's nothing else to see here. We looked at this. We looked at all the evidence. There's no third parties, blah, blah, blah. So who are they protecting and why? And then check this out, you guys. So this was another one that came up. This was another document that was released, and it says this was apparently reported, I guess, in October of 2020, and it talks about these women who went to a party, they went to someone's house. They try, one of them was warning the other one to stick with me, let's stick together because, you don't want to go end up in any of the rooms with these people. Ghislaine Maxwell is mentioned that she apparently invited some of these people. She was the hostess of one of these, of this party. And then further down towards the bottom, it says that they were also invited to go to a party that Donald Trump was hosting at Mar-a-Lago. And the one woman who was warning the other one, she said to her, look, I don't know if we should go because it's not that kind of party. She said it was for, quote unquote, prostitutes. So she's warning this other woman like, hey, this isn't just like, hey, let's hang out, have fun and dance or whatever. This is for, quote unquote, prostitutes. Whether or not this is legitimate, whether or not this was followed up on and investigated, we don't know. We don't know. But this was just released as well. So a lot of damning stuff, all of the MAGA influencers on Twitter trying to spin all of this. Oh, it's all Bill Clinton. And the left won't condemn him. Fuck Bill Clinton. Nobody on the left cares about Bill Clinton, and the Democratic Party should never, ever again have him at any of their events. Just to be clear, MAGA, we have no love loss for Bill Clinton. We think he is gross. We think that what he is accused of doing is gross with adults. He has not been accused by anyone of doing anything to an underage child, but he has been accused by many adult women. Him hanging around with Jeffrey Epstein is gross, just as it is with Donald Trump. Him cheating on his wife, what he did with Monica Lewinsky, putting her in that compromising position as an underling, as someone who, is young and impressionable, gross, should have been run out of office at that point. And that was a mistake by the Democrats, 100%. I hope to never see or hear from him and his disgusting wife again, his genocide-denying wife ever again. Hope that clears it up. Will just one of you say the same fucking thing about Donald Trump? He has been accused of violating children, at least one child that we have heard of. Where is your outrage? Where is your condemnation? So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. There's all these pictures of Clinton. Okay, what about these accusations against Donald Trump? When is one MAGA person? Actually, I have seen one. I take that back. I will admit I have seen one on Twitter, and she has been speaking out vehemently for months against Trump. I can't remember. I think she goes by like Patriotic Blonde or something like that. And yeah, she's about the only one who's calling him out for this shit. So other than her, none of you have a leg to stand on. You have no moral ground here, no ethics, no principles, unless you can step up and say, yes, this looks bad. And this is not what we bargained for, and he's not who we thought he was. Anyway, I'm not going to hold my breath. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like this video. Please share it with others so they know what all's going on. Subscribe if you have not. Trying to get to 250,000 by the end of this year. So if you can help out with that, I really appreciate it. If you can donate, truly appreciate that as well. Happy holidays to everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate, whatever, blows your hair back and you believe in. Be great. Have a fun day, a safe day. Love you all. Take care, and I will talk with you soon.
I'm Matt Strackbine.
I'm Chloe Humbert.
Welcome to the Psych Grind.
Psych!
If you, like a lot of us, get most of your information and news online, then you may have experience with certain social media accounts or platforms turning from popular online politicos to full-on political influencer overnight. Random comments, replies, and posting articles shifts into outright propaganda. And so you've probably heard yourself saying something like, hey, why didn't anyone warn me about this? Especially upon realizing a reliable source is perhaps not so trustworthy. In this episode, we're talking about the mechanisms that have been put in place to make it increasingly difficult to share information in an effort to warn each other about things we absolutely should be warning each other about. As you listen along, if you're thinking to yourself, wait, I have questions about this, well, it's good to have questions. So we've included references in the show notes, and of course, feel free to reach out to us with any questions, comments, or concerns. And one last note before we get going, whatever you think of this episode, don't shoot the messenger.
So there are a bunch of reasons that people get bad information or have important information kept from them. It's a big problem, even for the average person. It can separate targets from their money egregiously, or even cost lives. There's a story in Europe, a company that used dirty tricks to disable actual public trains as a punishment to a public sector train company that used another maintenance contractor. And when a group of people uncovered what was happening, the company just kept suing them using intellectual property law to oppose them and stop them from revealing the corruption and the bad behavior. This is a story I read about on a blog post by Cory Doctorow.
So we're citing Cory Doctorow's blog post, which is called Pluralistic. Even though this piece is in reference to a situation from 2001, Pluralistic published this as a 4-part series in January of 2025. I just want to make that note as to why this topic is still relevant. So let's go back to 2001, where he writes, quote, in 2001, the European Parliament capitulated, enacting the EU Copyright Directive, whose Article 6 is a copy-paste of DMCA 1201. Now let's pause and explain what that is. The DMCA 1201 is the Digital Millennium Copyright Act's anti-technology circumvention provision, and it has not done exactly what it was meant to do. Instead of safeguarding anti-piracy protections, the provisions, according to a summary from the Electronic Frontier Foundation, have been used to stifle a wide array of legit activities such as free expression and scientific research, jeopardizing fair use, and impeding competition and innovation. And that's just a snapshot of why DMCA 1201 is problematic. They write, the 2001 EU Copyright Directive Article 6 literally says that it requires member states to protect against the circumvention of technological measures that prevent unauthorized copying and against the manufacture/distribution of circumvention devices. So it's the same damn wording from 2001 and would likely result in the same damn problems. Now, continuing from Cory Doctorow's account of this story, quote, fast forward 20 years, and boy, is there a lot of shit with microchips that can be booby-trapped with rent-extracting logic bombs that are illegal to research, describe, or disable, like choo-choo trains. Last year, the Polish hacking group Dragon Sector was contacted by a public sector train company whose Newag trains kept going out of service. The operator suspected that Newag had booby-trapped the trains to punish the train company for getting its maintenance from a third-party contractor. When Dragon Sector investigated, they discovered that Newag had indeed riddled the train's firmware with booby trap. Trains that were taken to locations known to have third-party maintenance workshops were immediately bricked. Let's pause here again to clarify. A bricked train is a train that has been intentionally made inoperable by a software mechanism, usually by its own manufacturer. Bricked is used as slang because the affected thing is essentially rendered as useful as a brick. Now back to Doctorow's account of this story. Quote, hilariously, this logic bomb would detonate if trains just passed through stations near to these workshops, which is why another train company had to remove all of the GPSs from its trains. They kept slamming to a halt when they approached a station near a third-party workshop. But Newag's logic bombs would brick trains for all kinds of reasons. Merely keeping a train stationary for too many days would result in its being bricked. Installing a third-party component in a locomotive would also trigger a bomb bricking the train. In their talk at last year's Chaos Communications Congress, the Dragon Sector folks describe how they have been legally terrorized by Newag, which has repeatedly sued them for violating its intellectual property by revealing its sleazy, corrupt business practices. They also note that Newag continues to sell lots of trains in Poland despite the widespread knowledge of its dirty business model, because public train operators are bound by procurement rules. And as long as Newag is the cheapest bidder, they get the contract, unquote.
Brute force bullying by people who are leveraging the law as a club. And it sounds like in that story in Europe, they were even automating some of the sabotage so that it was creating collateral chaos and then getting away with it too. Weaponizing the law is actually a specialty for some industries, and it's an industry in itself, really. Some people make a living weaponizing the law for big business, just like there is a specialty in tax law to find loopholes, usually for the very rich. So Slap suits and other bogus lawfare are a real and constant threat.
Speak out against the government or whatever and get slapped with a lawsuit. ACLU Ohio has an article titled Slapped, a Tool for Activists. What is a slap suit? And it says, quote, SLAP is an acronym for a strategic lawsuit against public participation. The term was coined in the 1980s by two University of Denver professors, George Pring and Penelope Cannon, who co-authored SLAPs Getting Sued for Speaking Out. At its most basic definition, a SLAP suit is a civil complaint or counterclaim filed against people or organizations who speak out on issues of public interest or concern, unquote.
Journalists, activists, and ordinary people face this when speaking out against powerful interests that have a lot of money and access to a lot of lawyers. It's supposedly illegal to use lawsuits to silence free speech in America this way, but unfortunately, you need a lot of money to assert yourself. You need money to go to court to defend your right to free speech, which is why the ACLU has a lot to say on this, because sometimes ACLU is the only hero out there for some of these situations. Debunking disinformation or revealing corruption and scam stuff is financially disincentivized. The bad actors benefit from poorly thought out laws or even booby-trapped laws written by powerful interests, and then they hide behind them, impervious, because they have tons of money to pay lawyers to tie things up.
Tech tycoons, including prominent American software engineer and venture capitalist billionaire Mark Andreessen, who want to set up private cities that operate like monarchies, were buying up tons of land in California. And when some ranchers refused to sell, these guys sued their neighbors who didn't want to sell just for talking to each other. Why? Because they claimed it was collusion for price fixing. So they sued to keep the ranchers from even talking to each other about the network state plan, the tycoon takeover of their community. They can't even warn each other about that, under the threat of losing everything.
Yeah, so this is related to that whole network state garbage. If there's a good 5-minute video explainer from Gil Duran on their wacky plans, if you need to get up to speed with that kooky aspect of this bizarre timeline we're living in, and what these tech magnates have in mind as their preferred social order arrangement. The billionaires have billions. It's essentially so much money that they essentially can spend endless money on bullshit. They can hire tons of lawyers and operatives and PR teams. It reminds me of this board game I had as a kid. It was called Go for Broke, and you were given a pile of money at the start, a lot more than if you played Monopoly, and the object was to spend all your money first to win the game. And it wasn't easy. There was a casino and a stock market and such, and you would wind up winning sometimes, of course, which would thwart the objective. And I can't help feeling that tycoons essentially live in a real world version of that game where they can't ever spend it all, but they continually spend it on really micromanaging level interference in people's lives. And the really galling thing about them suing these ranchers who were getting bullied and accusing the ranchers of collusion and price fixing at the same time that that was going on in California, over in Colorado, the real estate corporation RealPage claimed price fixing is free speech in order to try to stop a law against collusion that they were doing. So what's good for the golden goose applies differently for the rest of us, and so forth.
When it was the ranchers who wanted to just, talk to each other about what was happening to their community, their free speech was squelched by big money litigation using laws meant to protect consumers. But when similar regulations are used to protect consumers, then suddenly corporations have free speech. Not to mention, most people don't have the legal team to go up against a tech tycoon's legal team in court.
Google used claims of trade secret law to compel a municipal water provider to not disclose to the community in South Carolina how much water the data center was going to be using. The amounts were redacted when somebody made a FOIA request. They had to sue to find out.
Again, the little guy is required to obtain legal representation and invest their own money to get justice, whereas regulations could have been implemented to protect residents of the community.
Right. And then there was the doctor who debunked anti-vax myths and called out people who were repeating these falsehoods. The doctor telling the truth and said something angry about the anti-vaxxers. And Russ Baker wrote that they, quote, aggressively pursued her, and a process server even gained access to her apartment building to dramatically serve her at her door, unquote.
Sounds like intimidation rather than that they've been, materially harmed by whatever she said.
Oh yes, this lawsuit sounded very weak, frankly, and there was probably no way to win. But who has the time and money to defend themselves from something like this? And then there's the discovery process issue, where these lawsuits can get very invasive, where they want to start rooting through your personal communications. And that might be the point. Apparently, not even ABC or parent company Disney wanted to go through the discovery process with Trump. Robert Reich, retired professor and former labor secretary from the 1990s, he wrote in his newsletter about how ABC settling the case was probably about discovery. He wrote, quote, "Four media lawyers I checked with told me they didn't understand why ABC would settle before trying for summary judgment, especially when it had such a strong case." Conservative radio host Eric Erickson, who used to practice law, says ABC and Stephanopoulos wanted to avoid discovery, unquote. And Robert Reich quoted Eric Erickson saying that the settlement wasn't the cost of doing business, it was the cost of avoiding discovery. So just having the courts poke nose into your business is a disincentive to get mixed up in that. And the doctor who was sued settled and issued an apology of some kind. I didn't even bother reading it because, of course, who cares about an apology that somebody is bullied into issuing as some kind of, I guess, some humiliation ritual or proof that she was in the wrong or whatever. So when I published a piece about a doctor connected to those type of anti-vax people, of course, I was cautious, even though I'm a nobody. The only reason I was writing the piece was because I saw that people on the left and long COVID sufferers were being drawn into anti-vax and promoting the claims and the treatments offered by anti-vaxxers. I watched some Facebook interviews with no transcripts, in some cases, to find out what this doctor had said. And that's not searchable if it's in an interview without no transcripts. So I laid out just what this one particular doctor had himself said, direct quotes, and what was already reported in the news. And I felt compelled to have 130 footnotes for a piece that was about 4,500 words long. That's one footnote for every 35 words.
Why so few?
This kind of writing, this kind of documentation, to be accurate and not say anything someone can twist into some kind of slap suit, it's not easy. There's definitely no incentives for doing this for free other than wanting other people to know. I was just sick of having to send people individual links all the time and repeat myself. But let's face it, who's going to be doing this for you all the damn time? Not many people are going to be motivated to do so. And then there are times when things get misinterpreted or real threats are used to twist it upon people, like the claim that the protesters are threatening, for example. And in this time when anti-vaxxers have threatened, and there was a shooting at the CDC in August 2025, and this is horrendous. And then crickets from the Trump White House on that, of course. But Here's the thing. When Joe Biden was president, the CDC kind of twisted that against a normal, regular person calling out conflicts of interest. This person was not anti-vax. In fact, they were speaking out in favor of infection control in hospitals. They were pointing out that there were conflicts of interests on a CDC committee panel where some had corporate ties, and one is, in fact, an executive in the industry, and the hospitals have been so opposed to spending money for infection control and PPE, they lock up N95s and so on and so forth. So when this person spoke about the conflict of interest, you know what happened? They invoked the threats from the anti-vaxxers as the reason to silence anyone calling out conflicts of interest on the committee. The person running the public comments actually made a veiled accusation that pointing out conflicts of interest was making the committee members feel quote unquote unsafe. This clearly works to chill advocacy and stop anyone daring to complain about people with conflicts of interest. So then, when the Trump administration brought in committee members with even worse conflicts of interest, those people can say anyone who criticizes is also a threat. And in this case, when it's government, it's not just threat of lawsuit, but potentially targeting someone with criminal law in order to shut them up from talking about government officials with financial ties to industry that they're regulating. It's the very definition of the violation of free speech. This is the First Amendment. But in an age where things like January 6th happen and there are county sheriffs deputizing militia members and randos and shootings like the attack on the CDC in Atlanta, the lines get blurred. In a kinetic war, they call this the fog of war.
Fog of war from Wikipedia. The fog of war is defined as the uncertainty in situational awareness experienced by participants in military operations. The term seeks to capture the uncertainty regarding one's own capability, adversary capability, and adversary intent during an engagement, operation, or campaign. Now, I personally don't appreciate living in a society where we need to use these terms in everyday life, but the ability to make quick decisions, to maintain quality forms of communication, and most importantly, to assess situations in real time are more vital than ever. Preventing the fog of war is the same as staying alert, staying on your toes, keeping your head on a swivel, keeping your eye on the ball. These are all ways of expressing the need for situational awareness and, perhaps more importantly, engaging in critical thinking and the ability to accurately comprehend what's going on around you whenever you might need to.
Yeah, and when it's unclear what is within the acceptable window, when norms shift, people start pushing the envelope. And of course, the dubious actors, the sketchy industry operators, the mercenary propaganda pushers, and the people disseminating disinformation are, of course, often the most litigious. And just like the government holds more power than the average person, people with piles of industry money, it creates a power asymmetry. People with the most to lose often have the least ability to actually defend themselves legally or mount a legal attack on their own behalf, even if that made sense. I've been maligned and smeared multiple times, and I just had to wait it out. I've had a famous author send his fans to hassle me. And yeah, that's a thing. You can get if somebody wants to shut you up. I dared to use the word eugenics in 2022. So trolls told me to harm myself. And that's a thing. They call them suicide trolls, online mobs who blatantly or manipulatively encourage the victim to self-harm. And this should not be confused with rest in peace trolls, which is also sadly a thing.
I'm afraid to ask what that is.
No, those are the trolls that post horrible stuff on social media in response to death notices or like memorial page comment sections. That's why funeral homes hold all the comments submitted for their website for review.
I suddenly can't wait to see the comments and reactions to this podcast, or maybe I can. And can you imagine someone asking you what you do for fun and you're like, I'm a rest in peace troll. I mean, that is a genuine, like, losing faith in humanity moment for me.
Not really much surprises me now about what some people will do for fun or money, but maybe that's because I was playing Diablo Online 25 years ago, which was a really mix of interesting people and fun people, and then this small percentage of weirdos who would create an outsized annoyance on purpose. I think that's universal in gaming, online gaming. You will have that, the trolls, and the griefers. Even if you can avoid the worst of the oddballs, okay? The general population of people who might wind up in your audience or in your social circles, there's a certain amount of decent people who nevertheless will not just feed the trolls, but put faith in them and then react poorly by being warned when they're making trouble or lying or aren't who they appear to be. Uh, I've seen it happen in an online group of people who knew each other for a few years. And they wound up holding space for some newcomer nobody knew who just showed up, started spreading bullshit, uh, recounting misinformation, and starting arguments. And a whole bunch of people just took the word and the side of the interloper, the provocateur, who nobody even knew, over the people they knew in person, the people they knew were real. I don't know how that happens, but in some of these situations, even when somebody is revealed to have been inauthentic or even just unreliable, there's a resistance to acknowledge it. Uh, because nobody wants to be told they've been bamboozled, because nobody wants to be deceived in the first place, obviously. Getting the bad news is usually not pleasant. Sometimes people dig in and lash out, and they lash out at the person telling them just because that's who's in front of them, that's who's available, or because they blame that person for shattering the illusion they quite liked for whatever reason. And I've been on the receiving end of those bad feelings.
Which is why it's ironic when these same people essentially, shooting the messenger also wonder, why wasn't I told about this?
Yes, it's frustrating. I've been in situations where I've tried to warn people over and over again not to trust some online account, trying to show them evidence that the account is inauthentic. And then there would be times that finally things would go too far and everybody would act like they were shocked. But people get attached to influencers to the point where they start defending them. So there's like this level of denial and motivated reasoning. People even become vindictive sometimes. Sometimes people go back to the bad actor or the con artist or the snake oil salesperson or whatever, the person who deceived them, or otherwise gave them bad information, and they end up telling that person, hey, I've been warned about you. And this, of course, the bad actor is going to say, well, who's making that accusation against me? And then they tell them. Then the person who's tried to warn people gets put on like a shit list. And often these bad actors are not acting alone. They have both people who are in on the deception, and they have fans and followers who have been cultivated and convinced to stand them, to be loyal, fiercely loyal. So you know what happens then. Once all the stands and fans are informed, there's a critic.
More lawfare and more online dog piles.
Most of the time, they just mention it to their fans and followers, who then go after the person. So there's a plausible deniability for the bad actor, though in recent years, people haven't bought that as much. We're much more willing to hold people with large platforms accountable for inciting their loyal fans, but unless they're on a ballot, apparently. But basically, they get to work smearing the person. They dogpile them on social media. They find people in their network and try to tell their friends or even their family members rumors or whatever. This is certainly not a new tactic, though. Back in the 60s, the automotive industry didn't want to have to put seat belts or any safety features in cars. So what did they do? They went after Ralph Nader because he wrote a book called Unsafe at Any Speed, and that was published in 1965. And he was the face of the seatbelt law movement. He was an advocate. There was a legal case you could read from 1970 where it's described Ralph Nader's reports about attempted honey traps and how they approached his acquaintances to question them and, quote, cast aspersions.
I'll read from the case, quote, specifically, the plaintiff alleges that the appellant agents conducted a series of interviews with acquaintances of the plaintiff, questioning them about and casting aspersions upon his political, social, racial, and religious views, his integrity, his sexual proclivities and inclinations, and his personal habits, unquote.
Very unseemly. Sometimes they'll go after somebody's YouTube channel, for example. Jonathan Howard got a takedown request from Vinay Prasad, and then YouTube deleted his entire channel. The entire channel.
I help launch an online media outlet that uses YouTube's platform, and I have, a very recent experience with this. It happens a lot, seeing the play-by-play when a colleague's YouTube channel has been deleted. Just woke up one day and it was gone. And there's this wild appeals process where you just, you're getting automated replies that in the end turned out to be completely wrong. They make it nearly impossible to get your account back, and you basically have to fight for it every day. But to lose your channel, that's apparently much simpler to do.
Yeah. So, the story here with Jonathan Howard is that he's a doctor in New York City who volunteered to treat COVID patients at the outset of the pandemic. Back at the beginning of 2020, there were no vaccines. There were drugs for coronavirus. There wasn't even an established way to figure out how to best treat hospitalized patients. They were doing the best they could. And healthcare workers dealt with unprecedented volumes of patients who were really sick. We remember the freezer truck morgue days. Some of us do, at least. Vaccines and also survivorship bias put that in the rearview mirror for most people. But I'm sure it left an impression on the people who worked in those situations. And Jonathan Howard went on to publish a book documenting all the terrible things, the deniers, the COVID deniers, the minimizers, the people who said to do nothing, and the people who poo-pooed getting vaccinated, and all of the kind of rhetoric and bad faith and all the rest of it, because it was harmful and it continues to be harmful. And people not getting vaccinated leads to suffering. I've done a lot of documentation about people who said really gruesome things regarding the pandemic. Like in February 2020, when the economist Robin Hansen suggested in a tweet that Americans be infected on purpose, and he kind of described what sounded like what he thought would be a prescribed controlled burn or something, but not for a forest. I mean, for the American population of humans, it was really macabre stuff.
I have the footnote here from your Medium post. The headline says, quote, Robin Hansen's 2020 viral Valentine tweet. And then beneath that, and by viral, I mean the pandemic, because the tweet itself was not very popular at all. Shots fired, Chloe.
No, it actually wasn't very popular. It's not like it got a lot of traction, but this guy is well known in economics and in astronomy circles because of his great filter theory, which in my opinion is a flawed economic theory slapped onto astrobiology, but that's beside the point. I saw the tweet at the time because Matt Stoller called it out as a wholly reprehensible suggestion. Little did we know there was a whole bunch of people ready to say the same thing and worse, and then they were all meeting at the White House that summer. While doctors like Jonathan Howard were taking care of patients, they were meeting to draft up ways to have people infected on purpose. And among the people opposing public health interventions was Vinay Prasad, who was telling people it wasn't all that bad, and that alone undermines vaccine uptake, of course. But he also just undermining trust in vaccines. He once suggested that nobody needs to wear respiratory protection for smoke. He claimed that worrying about safety or using respiratory perfection as required by OSHA standards is, and I quote, untreated mental illness. Not even kidding. There's an irony that he complained that COVID contrarians like him were being censored, but he was so prolific in his public statements, like essentially calling people crazy for wearing masks for viruses or other respiratory hazards like smoke. He made so many statements like this, and I guess he probably figured pretty prominently in Jonathan Howard's book of all the terrible things these people had said.
So Jonathan Howard is the good guy versus, he's a doctor who treated COVID patients and then wrote a book documenting things that were said by anti-vaxxers and people opposing public health measures.
Yeah, so Jonathan Howard is a doctor and an author, and he's written various articles for a longtime blog debunking quackery called Science-Based Medicine. He's a bit highly online. He's a social media hotshot, but he's trying to document what these people said so we don't memory hole it. And people might trust these people. Every once in a while, I found out something about someone popular right now about their history. And it's one thing if they've done a mea culpa. If they've changed directions, admit they were wrong, or have made some kind of amends, but that's often not what happens. What happens is that the Overton window just shifts, and people get rehabilitated, and the general public just doesn't know the history or the details. So somebody had to do the dirty work of documenting the modern day versions of the anti-vax Florida man polio denier from the 1950s.
Of course, there was a polio denier. Why is there always a polio denier? How long before people admit polio is real? I mean, polio isn't it as old as like recorded human history?
Yes, according to the WHO, their polio eradication initiative Egypt page says, quote, the earliest evidence of poliovirus comes from the pharaonic illustrations in Egyptian artifacts from 3,000 years ago. And since then, the disease has paralyzed millions of Egyptian children. Wild poliovirus was stamped out in Egypt through diligent efforts to immunize every child, unquote. I'm sure there were other anti-vaxxers and polio contrarians at the time, so I do think it's good that Jonathan Howard put together a book with all the COVID deniers and such in one place, for the record. Because all I've ever heard about is this Miller guy from Florida back in the 1950s. He owned a cosmetics company and opposed the polio vaccine, and he actually blamed polio paralysis on Americans who made inferior dietary choices.
That sounds familiar.
Yes, anti-vaxxers often sell supplements and personal care items. This is true if you go online and look at what the marketing is and the economy going, along with the eugenics ideas and a focus on nutrition. Lots of times people get around the rules just selling stuff they market as treatments, but just by calling them personal care items or getting them classified as cosmetics or whatever to get around regulations or standards for health claims. There's a great YouTube panel discussion presentation from MIT Initiative on the Digital Economy from March 2023. And one researcher in their presentation, they described the online marketing economy surrounding disinformation on the internet. And they say, quote, the issue is that if you broaden out, you start to see all of these dynamics can take place because there are very clear revenue models and businesses. People are making money from this. For example, I trace what's called direct benefits. So these companies that are selling products and services directly related to the idea that's circulating. So if you are anti-vax, you are selling supplements, right? If you're selling essential oils, you're selling products that are directly benefiting from the disinformation or misinformation that is circulating, unquote.
But in the case of Vinay Prasad, the guy who compared COVID public health steps to Nazi Germany, he's actually a cancer doctor and oncologist. And then he goes and gets a position in the second Trump administration as the director of the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research at the FDA, where he's helped make it more difficult to get the COVID vaccine.
Right. And though I heard he almost got ousted by Laura Loomer, but that's a whole other story. At any rate, Vinay Prasad has been financed by a libertarian funding organization that also funds pushing for school privatization. The reporter Walker Bragman has documented quite a bit of evidence that people pushing to shove kids back in schools before they had the chance to get vaccinated for COVID, as well as all of the return to office bullshit, the demonization of remote work to get people commuting again, all of that has been shown to be backed by fossil fuel interests. The Koch brothers and other right-wing dark money connections, getting kids on the gas-guzzling school buses, I guess. And even after an anti-vax shooter shot up the CDC Georgia campus and killed a police officer, and people were only allowed to remote work again for like 2 weeks. They wanted them back in the office.
Back to Vinay Prasad and his getting Jonathan Howard's YouTube channel taken down.
So now what's happened, and I saw this first on social media posted by Jonathan Howard himself, but it was reported in The Guardian, where apparently Jonathan Howard had some clips on YouTube of, I guess, Vinay Prasad, I think probably some other COVID contrarians, the recordings of their own social media posts where they say shocking things against public health or anti-science or anti-vax or whatever. And Vinay Prasad got YouTube to shut the whole channel down over this. And these clips, I guess they said they are not fair use because there was no commentary within the individual YouTube posts. They were just referenced in science-based medicine blog posts, and that's what he was using them for.
The Guardian headline says, top FDA official demands removal of YouTube videos in which he criticized COVID vaccines. So they cited, quote, copyright infringement for a channel that was attempting to preserve what officials in the current Trump administration said during the pandemic. The videos amounted to a collection of real things which real people had said who were in or ended up in very influential positions of government. But apparently, you can't just, repost existing videos without commentary. Sort of undermines the need for these comments to remain in the public eye, but okay. It would actually seem that the officials themselves didn't want that out there all in one place, which has to make you wonder why they suddenly feared their own words. Unless, of course, they actually never counted on their remarks being used in that manner as a sort of, public service where they could easily be referenced.
Right. So you would think that this would be considered bad form for a public figure to be targeting their distractors, but it isn't uncommon. I could just say that the Biden administration at least attempted the outward appearance of being better about this, because I was highly critical of Ashish Jha. He was appointed as the COVID in the Biden administration, not an anti-vaxxer, but he waffled on mitigations, and a lot of people were critical of him, and he had me blocked on Twitter on 2 accounts, I guess because he didn't like my opinions or my criticism. When he was appointed to the Biden administration, the first thing I thought of was, I'm going to complain about being blocked on Twitter, except when I went to his account, I found that I'd been unblocked, and it had been recent too, because I definitely hadn't seen any of his tweets. I obviously don't know for sure, but I suspect, because of things I've heard through the grapevine, that when people were appointed to White House positions under Biden, they would make sure not to block anyone on Twitter because of people having sued over this for First Amendment rights. In 2021, Texas AG Ken Paxton had to unblock some people on Twitter after a lawsuit. But of course, this isn't all cherries and sunshine either, because it was used as the basis of a similar lawsuit in 2023 by a constituent trolling a black state senator in Louisiana with racially specific, disrespectful comments, where the black senator had blocked the person because they said they disrespected the senator, told the senator to burn in hell, and said, quote, "I don't respect all black women. Some of you bitches are very dumb," unquote. 2 years later, in August 2025, a federal court dismissed the case, and the Louisiana Attorney General was quoted in an article as saying, quote, "It is remarkable that in 2025, the Attorney General's office has been called to defend a black state senator against allegations that the U.S. Constitution requires her to allow an anonymous and abusive troll to litter the senator's personal social media account with messages like 'burn in hell' and 'you black bitches are very dumb,'" Merle wrote. "Yet here we are," unquote.
Yet here we are.
Yeah, but still, Vinay Prasad going after critics while in a government position is not the norm.
This quote from the Guardian article is certainly something. Quote, "Although the videos Howard collected were often only viewed dozens of times, Howard included them in his own articles that appeared on the science-based medicine blog. Now those video links are dead." He noted that snippets of Prasad's comments still appeared on anti-vaccine social media accounts, suggesting Prasad was directing his removal demand only at a critic and not anti-vaccine influencers. In the past, Prasad has complained about censorship by social media companies, unquote. Now that's rich. Censorship for thee, but not for me. So here's the thing. Let's say Howard had adhered to fair use and added commentary and made edits to the video clips he was, using right there on YouTube. They can still take channels down. They do it all the time, and they don't need legit reasons. Then sometimes, like a year later, they just say, "Oh, it was a mistake." Even if, like I was saying before, an account holder may take up the appeal process, the real point here with Howard would be to keep him spinning his wheels long enough for the perpetrators to basically sanitize their reputations.
I can't help it, but I want to say that the hypocrisy is the point, but I've heard that categorized as a thought-terminating cliche in a video that was recommended to me on YouTube.
Okay, so a thought-terminating cliche is a non-answer, a semantic stop sign. According to Wikipedia, that's, quote, "a form of loaded language often passing as folk wisdom intended to end an argument and patch up cognitive dissonance with a cliche rather than a point," unquote. And oh my God, I hate when people say it is what it is.
Don't work for the government, then. You'll hear it all the time. Though heaven only knows what you'd be hearing from federal workers anymore. But the fact is, it almost goes without saying, really, that the baddies never seem to concern themselves about being hypocritical or self-contradictory or even nonsensical. And the real issue here is not that Jonathan Howard did something the wrong way and that he could be targeted on some technicality. We all know the YouTube copyright strikes when it's clear-cut fair use, and that people get accounts suspended on social media because of automated systems making nonsensical decisions. That's what happened to me on Tumblr. I got shadow banned because of a photo of a fossil, a fern fossil that got flagged as explicit adult content. It was 6 years old, or maybe even more, closer to like a decade old, and it got flagged. The point is that there's an imbalance of power when Vinay Prasad is a public official now and getting, a low view count, non-monetized YouTube suspended. It's going to make people think twice about using clips at all. But even when it's the target of an attack who is more well known, sometimes you'll hear about randos defending some fake account on social media and going after a critic who has legitimate criticism and does it under their own name and then gets dogpiled by some anonymous troll accounts. Maybe they're bots, maybe they're sock puppets, but you have a mob of online angry villagers with flaming torches coming for somebody. Every once in a while, you hear about somebody's, employer being called, and most of the time it backfires in public opinion. But sometimes people lose their jobs over these kinds of things that are ostensibly in the people's private lives, but no lives are private anymore if you're online at all, especially on social media. So it's natural that most people want to avoid risk.
Yeah, nobody wants to be trolled, doxxed, or worse.
And it's really common to see people smearing the messenger on purpose because smearing the messenger is the best way to stop a message. It's a well known, effective tactic for counter messaging. It's been used by governments and industry interests and people, probably forever.
Because it works.
Yeah, sadly, even when it's Darvo.
Darvo. What is Darvo?
Darvo stands for deny the allegations, attack the accuser's credibility, and reverse victim and offender roles.
That tactic comes up a lot.
You betcha. There are firms that specialize in smearing people. That was reported in the New York Times in December 2024 with regards to the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni legal case. The New York Times reported, quote, according to a legal complaint that she filed Friday, it claims that their PR effort had an explicit goal to harm Ms. Lively's reputation instead. Her filing includes excerpts from thousands of pages of text messages and emails that she obtained through a subpoena. These and other documents were reviewed by the New York Times. There have long been figures behind the scenes shaping public opinion about celebrities through gossip columns, tabloids, and strategic interviews. The documents show an additional playbook for waging a largely undetectable smear campaign in the digital era. While the film about domestic violence was a box office hit, making nearly $350 million worldwide, online criticism of the actress skyrocketed. He wants to feel like she can be buried, a publicist working with the studio and Mr. Baldoni wrote in an August 2nd message to the crisis management expert Melissa Nathan. You know we can bury anyone, Miss Nathan wrote, unquote. The New York Times also reported that this Ms. Nathan had also other famous clients like Johnny Depp.
Well, on that note,
we'll pick up next time with more tales of trickery and the reasons people aren't warned.
In future episodes, we'll have to cover some of the things that have been brought up this time but really deserve more attention, like bots and shadow banning and Darvo.
If you say so. I don't make the rules.
You literally made these rules.
Oh yeah, you got me.
All right, hey ho, let's go. This is Resistance Radio, and let's get started. Today, my cat may be joining us because he's been all over the place. All right, let's get started. Sometimes the most dramatic public health stories start in the most ordinary places, like a backyard chicken coop, right? Last week, Washington state health officials delivered news that's both rare and sobering. An older adult from Grays Harbor County, about 78 miles southwest of Seattle, has become the first known person in the world to die from a rare strain of bird flu called H5N5. We've had other deaths from the avian influenza bird flu that was H5N1. That's a very notable distinction to make. So just so that you know that this is H5N5, what does that mean? The proteins on the surface of the virus are numbered, and we're able to classify the different viruses according to the various proteins on there. And so in this case, what you've probably heard in the past was H5N1. I certainly have talked about it a lot on this channel, but what we're talking about here is H5N5. Okay. And here's the rest of the script saying just the same thing. This isn't the usual bird flu we hear about. H5N5 is a new variant. So new that until now, it has not been seen in humans. The person who had underlying health conditions was being treated for the virus after exposure to their backyard flock, which had contact with wild birds. Think of it like a viral relay race. Wild birds pass the virus to domestic birds, and sometimes a human in the right, or in this case, wrong place at the right time gets caught in the chain. Now, here's the good news. The risk to the general public is still very low. No other person exposed to the flock or the patient have tested positive, and there's no evidence that the virus is spreading from person to person. Health officials are monitoring anyone who's had close contact, but for now, it's not pandemic level threat. Thank goodness. It's more like a single sad exception to a sea of normalcy. Still, this case is a reminder of how viruses can surprise us. Over the past year and a half, there's been about 70 human cases of bird flu in the US, and this is that H5N1 strain I was talking about. Now, that's about the number of people in a small lecture hall. Most of those cases come from direct contact with sick birds, not from other people. And while H5N5 is a new player, it's not spreading like wildfire. It's more like a cautious visitor, not a party crasher. But for the family and the community of Grays Harbor, this is a loss. And for the rest of us, it's an important moment for us to pause and remember that even rare diseases matter. They remind us to pay attention to our health, to our animals, and to the subtle connections between us and the world between us. My name is Dr. MARKALAIN DERY, and this is Resistance Radio, where we keep an eye on the rare, the real, and all things that matter. Thanks for tuning in, and peace out. All right. We are recording. Hey ho, let's go. This is Resistance Radio. My name is Dr. MARKALAIN DERY. All right, buckle up, because the CDC just served us a plot twist so wild it could be the pilot episode of a new medical drama. For decades, the agency's message was crystal clear. Vaccines do not cause autism. That was backed by more research than there are episodes in a Netflix marathon, with studies spanning millions of children from every corner of the globe. But now, in a move that would make even the most dramatic soap opera writers jealous, the CDC has changed its tune. The new language on the CDC's website says the claim that vaccines do not cause autism is not evidence-based, as if decades of rigorous science suddenly vanished into thin air. Instead, the page now suggests that studies haven't entirely ruled out a link between vaccines and autism. Let's unpack that for a second. If I said, we haven't entirely ruled out the possibility that the moon is made up of green cheese, would you start packing for a lunar picnic? No, of course not. That's not science. That's a game of what if, played with the lives of millions of children. Now, here's the kicker. This change didn't come from new evidence. It came from a new political administration. CDC workers, people at the CDC, I see you. I know it's not you. It came from a new political administration led by a health secretary who's been pushing this debunked and garbage idea for years. Scientists, pediatricians, me, my colleagues, Infectious Disease America, the IDSA, Infectious Disease Society of America, doctors, even the Autism Science Foundation are now appalled. They're not just confused, we're furious, because when agencies start rewriting facts to fit a political narrative, it's not just science that loses, it's trust in medicine, public health, and even government that takes a hit. And the fallout is real. Vaccine misinformation is already fueling outbreaks. Watch, all of my videos are all about this for the most part. And measles is knocking on our door again. We're on the verge of losing our hard-won measles elimination status, a badge that took decades to earn. Every percentage point drop in vaccine coverage is like opening a door for diseases that should be relics of the past. And when agencies muddy the waters, parents get confused, doctors get frustrated, and kids end up in hospitals with diseases that we could have prevented, vaccine preventable illnesses. So to the CDC, and I see you, CDC, I do. I see you. I know who you are. For the physicians, the workers, the lab techs, everybody at the CDC, I want you to know that we see you. We know this is not you. Okay? So to the CDC, and again, I say this knowing that this is not you, but it's really to the administration. If you want to keep public trust, say what the science says, clearly, confidently, and without asterisks. Because when facts get rewritten for politics, it's not just science that loses, it's all of us. My name is Dr. MARKALAIN, and this is Resistance Radio, where science speaks for itself and spin gets left at the door.
If you wouldn't mind, please welcome or join me in welcoming tonight's live guest. It's Josiah of Pondering Politics. Hey, Josiah, how are you?
Doing well, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for joining me. This is a treat. Like I can't remember the last time I had you on, but it was way too long, right?
It's been a year. I think it was shortly before. I know it was 2024 because it was before the election. So
yeah,
probably a year and 6 months ago. How are you? Have you been?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. You know, there was this one random night where I had just gone off air and I tuned into your channel. I was like, oh, he's live. But you were wrapping up. And you were wrapping up with the Vanguard, and I think it had been, my sense was that it had been like contentious, like there had been debating going on or something, right? And people seemed a little fired up, and then somebody mentioned my name. I don't know why. And you said, he's a great guy. And I was like, that sounds like a good note to end on.
Now, I imagine if your name did come up, that was said with the Vanguard. If my conversations with the Vanguard are usually pretty chill. Zach tends to be spicier than Gavin. Zach gives me a harder time, but I like both of the boys.
There were other guys on there.
Okay, that was Live and Learn. That was the podcast I used to be on.
Oh, okay.
And yes, that was absolutely contentious. It was a shit show from start to finish. But yeah, it went viral for all the wrong reasons.
Well, right up till somebody said I was a good guy. I was just thrown by that. I was like, okay.
We needed to end on a unifying message. And so I was like, you know what?
Oh, no. Sorry. I'm here for it.
I tell you, you're a good guy and you kick me off the screen, man. Like, what's up with this?
I got to tell you, man, the show was on hiatus for months and I'm a little rusty. Why
the hiatus?
I can only apologize. I started and finished an original graphic novel, and I've been producing other podcasts. I launched a media collective. I have an audio podcast, and I do 2 other shows throughout the week. So it's not like I was just on hiatus from the Monday.
So what you're saying is you're lazy. What you're saying is you're lazy. You had nothing else to do. You just got distracted. You're like, you know what? You want to play video games. That was it.
It's a real boring existence. But look, before we get into this question, Q&A interview, I'll explain a little bit. I want to let everyone know, please follow Josiah over at youtube.com/ponderingpolitics. You're coming up on 1 million, dude. Right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll tell you, like, my channel does pretty well, but I got to say, like, there's some, Adam Mockler, Luke Beasley, Jack Cocciarella, like, those are the guys, like, they're the head of the pack, along with Brian Tyler Cohen, obviously, and David Pakman. Like, those are the people who have just, like, taken off like jet fuel. But my channel does all right. I mean, I'm blessed to be able to do this full time since February 2024, and so can't complain.
You know, I think it's obvious all those other names you mentioned have artificial growth. You're doing it organically and real.
You know,
right? Let's be
honestly, like
honest.
I don't want to out them like this, but yeah, I mean, honestly, I've got Adam and Luke, especially, they're my boys. But yeah, that we're announcing news here. It's all fake. They're all imitating me. Is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm clipping that. All right.
Yeah.
Look.
Make sure you send it out there. No, I mean, so Adam is part of Midas Touch. He's a Midas Touch contributor. So I mean, he's just killing it. Luke is one of the OGs. Jack kind of popped up right before the election. And you've got there's some others out there too. It seems like the space is definitely we are not lacking for progressive and liberal content creators, and it seems like finally we're starting to see the left or the left adjacent start to have a footprint in alternative media. It's still not what the right is. The right still outnumbers and outguns us, and they definitely have like external funding that we don't.
And
but
that is artificial. That is,
yes,
that I wouldn't say
100%.
Authentic at all. But
and some of them even have like foreign money coming in. Temple.
Yeah. And like, claim like, oh, was that? I didn't even realize. Oops, my bad.
Yeah, like
anyway,
how did these rubles get there? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm definitely not giving it back.
No,
Right?
why would you? I mean, if I didn't, like, why would I have nothing to prove. I mean, like, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. This is you're still in the guinea pig phase of this casual, random, silly, but also serious interview that I've composed. Jesse Dollamore, another great one. He was my first go round last week. So thank you for letting me, iron this out, so to speak, or get up to speed. I'm going to start with, like, these are, you don't have to answer any of these. You can answer them very briefly, whatever you want. I've got a long list. I'm just sort of going to jump around. And these are not challenging, as you'll see with the first one. Summer or winter?
Summer.
Oh, okay. So spring or fall? I'm assuming spring.
Yeah. For me, it's spring, fall, then winter, and spring, fall, summer, winter. I prefer like the moderate seasons over either of the extremes because you get the best of both worlds. But if I have to choose, I would rather be warmer than colder. I don't do well in either circumstance, but you have more liberty. You can go out with friends when it's warm. You're not going to go, bar hopping or anything in the dead of winter. So
let's account for extreme climate change. Same answer.
Then no, I would probably prefer it be on the colder side. I mean, what's funny is like I remember doing I remember reading a lot about climate change because remember in the early aughts it was pitched as global warming, and then over the years that became a bit of a misnomer because it just referred more to just the extreme weather pendulum. Like there were record-breaking winters during climate change, and people, conservatives who were denying the reality of climate change were like, well, how can it be global warming if it's snowing? And it's like, okay, we need to rephrase it to climate change as opposed to global warming.
Circus or carnival?
I don't know what the difference is.
Well, circus, you're sitting there watching. A carnival, you're sort of walking around looking at rides.
Probably
like you get your 3-ring circus or choose your own adventure carnival.
I'd probably err on carnival, although my wife has been taking me to Cirque du Soleil. I've done like 2 or 3 of those, and so that's a lot of fun. So probably if Cirque du Soleil is circus, I guess I'd have to go with circus.
I'm with you. I might amend the question. That's a good one. What's your second favorite color?
Purple.
Okay. What's your first favorite color then?
Green.
Oh, nice. So you're just like secondary guy. Cool. All right. I mean, I'm a color separation guy and production artist, I can appreciate that. What's your favorite curse word?
Fuck.
Now, what about your least favorite curse word?
My least favorite. Probably dick. I don't know. I feel like it's just overused and like it doesn't even really work as an insult. I found like when somebody, you know, when somebody calls you a dick, I think for a lot of people, it's like a badge of honor. Like we love, I'm a big pop culture buff, and we as Americans, we love our, you know, our acerbic anti-heroes who, like, you know, Dr. Gregory House or somebody like that who's kind of pitched as a dick. And so it doesn't even land as an insult anymore. So yeah,
Okay.
I'd say dick.
Good one. Are you a karaoke guy?
I love karaoke.
All right. What's your go-to karaoke song?
I wish I had the range for it because my favorite band is Journey, and you need like a high tenor, like counter tenor for that. So like that's the white whale. You know, I'm constantly chasing it. You know, we have to knock it down like 3 keys. Not that I have a super deep voice, but like to get to Steve Perry level, you gotta take it down a bit. So I would say, if I want to sing it in like even anything the approximate original key, I'd have to go with like Matchbox 20, which is my third or fourth favorite band.
We have a sign on the front door that says "Don't knock, be leaving."
I like it.
It is.
Good pun. Appreciate it.
Wife
You have Journey
loves that.
and you have puns. Like that's a good combination.
Right. Okay. Wrong answers only.
Okay.
Who would you cast as you in the movie of your life?
Wrong answers only. Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, that's bad. That's just like a horrible answer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, you
well,
said
you
wrong
did it.
answer, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you,
he needs a
finish the
comeback
assignment.
for his career, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Okay. Let me give you something more serious. There's recent reporting. There's a lot of reporting. I don't think there could ever be enough, but there's so much like so many atrocities coming out of this administration. Like, how can you keep up? This reporting is on Attorney General Pam Bondi and the FBI creating a watch list of quote unquote Antifa members and broadly expanding the definition of domestic terrorism to include things they just personally don't like. Are you concerned something you may say on air, even if it's just something taken out of context or you were doing an impression and somebody clips it? Are you concerned that something could name or land your name on a government watch list?
100%. Yeah, 100%. It's funny, like when I like do my taxes and stuff like that, that was a question I had for one of my accountants about like stuff like that. And like, you know, because you never know. I think that being a, you know, I have the advantage in the sense that I'm not like, you know, again, I do well, but I'm not Brian, I'm not Adam Mockler, I'm not, you know, Luke Beasley or something. I'm not Destiny. I'm not like these higher profile critics of the Trump administration. And I tend to avoid like interpersonal drama. Like I'll say some pretty harsh things politically, but like I don't like traffic and controversy for the sake of it. But yeah, that's definitely been a concern of mine, especially as retributive as the Trump administration has been. Yeah, absolutely.
You wake up one day, you're in Donald Trump's shoes. What's the first thing you do?
Oh, man.
So it's about noon, right? You wake up. And like,
I think I would use the cultish grip I have over the Republican Party to basically destroy the Republican Party for future elections. So like I would leverage the fact that they fear Donald Trump more than anything. I would say something like, I'm ordering Congress to start passing sweeping voting legislation. We want to maximize the vote. We want to make it, you know, election day is a federal holiday, no exceptions. Early voting, you could mail in voting, absentee voting. We just send it out in advance, because not only do I think that would piss the Republicans off, I actually think it's good for everybody, including conservative and Republican voters too, because it would just make it easier to vote. I would do stuff like that. I would say we're going to pass a federal ban on partisan gerrymandering. Like I would do stuff like that. I would say, you know, we kind of screwed the Democrats when it came to the Supreme Court. That's not very fair. I'm a big boy. I believe I can win a fair fight. So I am ordering, you know, the Republican Senate to create additional vacancies for the Supreme Court. It's time we play fair. We're not afraid of the Democrats. We got to show it, and we're going to give them some justice. Like I would do stuff like that. See what I can get away with to basically even the terrain a little bit. And then I'm trying to think. I would probably start humiliating members of my cabinet more. I would definitely fire Pam Bondi. I would. There's all sorts of mischief I'd get
See,
into.
if you raised any suspicion, as soon as you started making your own people live in fear, they'd go, "It is him."
Exactly.
Right?
Wait,
And-
this doesn't make any sense. And he's yelling at us and giving us orders. That really is Donald. Yeah,
Well-
I would use his awesome power over the Republican Party for good.
they'd have to go along with him because why would they suddenly stop going along with him when he started doing good stuff? Like that would be really, oh man.
Exactly. And because the other thing is too, I'm sure the Democrats would be suspicious under this, but the ban for partisan gerrymandering, obviously a bunch of, Republicans would not want to do that. But the upshot is you don't need that many. You would just need a few to flip because you'd have all the Democrats on your side. So yeah, I would use my bullying grip over the GOP to do some good.
I bet Melania would be forthcoming as well.
Probably.
Probably that's an ice cold relationship.
If I were Trump, I would probably be pleasant, to be around.
She'd be like,
for the first thing, she's
hey.
like, wow, I don't loathe you quite as much as I normally
it's a
do.
wonderful life in a way. I guess it's kind of cool. Huh.
Although I hear she's, from what I read, she's not a very kind person either. She obviously is nowhere near as bad as her husband, but reportedly she's not a good person either, which isn't surprising given that she chose and is choosing to be married to this guy.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge tell.
And I
What?
would donate all my money.
Oh, there you go.
Planned Parenthood, every Democratic organization imaginable. Yeah, I would give all of Trump's money away.
Like Acorn, you bring Acorn back.
Mhm.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, that'd be the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalism would implode. The
Oh,
stock
if
market
Donald
would
Trump,
plummet.
if Donald Trump gave his money away, oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that'd be it.
Mhm.
That'd be good. We got to find a way. We need to make this science. Okay, do you have any advice for a previous boss or manager?
Yeah, I would say, I don't know if it'd be a manager because I don't know if they have the power to pull this off, but I would say I think it's important for businesses to abandon the whole shtick of we're a family. It's I don't think most employees want a secondary family. They just want a relatively stress-free job where they're paid relatively well. So if I could advise previous CEOs I've worked for or whatever, but hey, don't worry about the pizza party. Don't worry about the family thing. Just say, hey, look, you work from 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. I'm not going to call you before or after. Let's have a good, productive relationship where it's as less stressful as on you as possible. So you stay with the company because that's good for me. It's good for the company. It'll be good for you because you won't be miserable here. And then when you clock out, you just forget I exist until the next day. I think that's what people want is just, more freedom. When I started working from home during the pandemic, and having that sense of freedom and disconnection between myself and my previous employer, for a lot of people, it was the exact opposite because they had their laptop at home. They would get messages outside of work. But for me, it was more, I felt more comfortable having a healthier dynamic with my boss and my employer. And I would just encourage that. Don't BS your workers. Don't worry about Christmas bonuses. We're going to have a pizza party. I think at the end of the day, more people would just rather have more money and more freedom and a relatively stress-free environment than this kind of BS pseudo family, sort of dynamic. I just don't think that's what people want. I think they just want to use work as a means to an end and then go about their lives.
That's a great point. The family thing, I used to always be like, we're a family. Okay, so what are you, my uncle, brother? Or can I get a cosign loan?
Does that mean you won't fire?
Does this go?
Yeah. Does that mean you won't fire me because it would make the family dinner? That's what I mean. It's
unconditional love here.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just be honest for what it is. And again, try to stress the stress-free environment. If you worked for me, if I had my own company and you were my employee, I'm not here to be your friend, but I'm also not here to freak you out. We're going to get along Like, hopefully we have a very civil, cordial, productive relationship so that if you have a problem, you can come to me in freedom. But I'm not going to pretend to be your best friend. I don't want to hang out with you after work. I don't want you to hang out with me. I want you to go hang out with your family and your friends and live your life on your terms outside of the 8 or 9 hours that you're contractually obligated to me.
Hiking or jogging?
Trying to think how I could do either of those things sitting down.
Jogging can be very meditative.
I would say, honestly, I would say hiking if I had to choose, because jogging implies like a consistent rate, but there are times in hiking when you can take it slow, and I'm very much taking it slow when it comes to cardio. So,
jazz or rock and roll?
Rock and roll. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we covered that, right?
Yeah.
Like Journey. What's something that you just do not care about? Like, do you ever think about that?
Football. Oh, my wife's a big football fan. I am not. My family are football fanatics. I'm not. I like basketball. That kind of hit.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Merry Christmas to all the Americans. Happy Boxing Day to all of my Australians. How are you all doing today? It is certainly a Christmas. It's definitely one of them of all time. I don't know whether it's a very merry one. I hope it is. I genuinely do. I hope you're having a Merry Christmas. I'm gonna mess around a little bit today. Obviously, it is Christmas. The show is not gonna be as serious. I'm gonna try and keep it a little bit less depressing than it usually gets. But to start off with, I suppose it's only reasonable to show one quite depressing thing. Here is what Christmas Eve looks like in America. Or looked like, rather. Where are we? Here we are. Fun times, you know? Didn't know you'd be hosting Visora? Absolutely, I host my show here every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Oh, hello! You want to say hi, don't you? So, everybody, I would like to introduce you... Oh, the whining. She's not even whining. She's happy. That's the funny part. She just sounds like it. This absolute unit of a cat. Puppy! Mwah. Yeah. Okay, I'll just let you sit there. She's very, very vocal. And of course, you're gonna jump up onto the counter. I gotta work, dear. I gotta work. I gotta bring in the dough so that I could feed you. But it's Christmas. Yeah, fair. Alright, well, back to work now. Normally, too late for me, 1 a.m. on a work day usually. God damn, it's 1 a.m. for you. Fair enough. Gorgeous? I know, it's great, actually. Worked out fantastically because, my friend had to find a home for the cat, just like a week ago, and my cat, Frank, recently passed away a couple months back, and I wasn't gonna go and get a new cat. Like, things are too complicated. Like, the whole reason that I didn't want, like, the financial aspect of it. This is like a fancy cat. It's a solid cat. She is smart. She's chill. I've never seen a cat adjust so quickly to a move. Like, it's almost like it took no time for her to adjust. The day that they brought her here, it was really, really windy, and my house is pretty shittily insulated. So you could hear the wind, and that freaked her out for, like, that day. She was entirely fine the next. Like, I would have been amazed if I just saw her get out of the carrier and then just be perfectly fine, as if she's not in an entirely new environment with like 4 less human beings than usual, another cat less than usual. Nah, yeah, hell no. Would not have expected. Have a good night, Nick. Thank you, by the way, to all of the mods and editors at this space. Y'all do a fantastic job, and keep this stuff running. I could not do what you do. All right, let's jump back to it. We're gonna mess around a little bit today. To start off with, here's a video that I'm probably gonna play a couple times today, and it is a thing that I really need to drill into the heads of each and every one of you. So let's give it a go.
Every single American that keeps saying, by law, they were required, by law, by law, by law, they were supposed to do this by law, they broke the law. The law doesn't fucking exist! The law doesn't fucking exist in America, everybody! Every single member of the government is a criminal! And we keep expecting the criminals to hold the other criminals accountable! When the fucking dictator in charge can ignore the courts, law doesn't exist! When every system of checks and balances we had fails because nobody's being held accountable, law doesn't exist! Stop screaming about what is legally required! Nobody fucking cares! The only way this stops is if the people listen to the Constitution and overthrow tyranny! Revolution! To every...
It's as simple as that. I don't care if neoliberal/capitalist politicians didn't commit sex crimes, they need to go. Why is this comment blocked, Google? Am I wrong? No, you're not wrong, and that's exactly why that comment is blocked. All of them need to go. They are all criminals. Whether they are, actively part of the sex trafficking organization or some other crime, they are all criminals. All of them. Every last one of them. Mind you, it's still insane to me that this is, like, I hear people talk about, like, Trump regime as if, like, oh, it's the mob government, but not connecting the dots that, no, like, it's literally the mob government. Go ask literally anybody who lived in New York in 1980 or 1990. Literally a single person, any of them, who lived in New York City. The man's name was Teflon Don for, the non-stick Teflon in your pans and pots because the charges never stick. Like, he was hanging out with the Italian and Russian mobs since the 80s. He is known to be friends with several mobsters and sex traffickers over the years. It drives me insane. It really, really does. You know what else drives me insane? Some of the left-ish, I call them. Now, like, part of this is because what we consider the left is an amalgamation of, like, different political views that are fundamentally opposed to each other in a lot of cases. They just don't fit anywhere outside of, it's just the easiest categorization. It's a small subgroup, and it's not, liberalism or conservatism. And so we just call it the left. But the left has, there are people who are leftists. I mean, like, actual leftists, ones that I would consider a leftist and would work with, who have more in common with a right-winger than with some other people on the left. Like a sock dem and a libertarian socialist are not gonna, they're gonna have a harder time working together. While y'all sit there singing Xmas carols, did you all enjoy how much more you had to pay to get your kids Christmas presents? Just gonna keep sitting there and taking the whole nightstick day after day? Well, great place, Steve Rogers, to be, considering that's kind of all I do. And this is me being far less depressing than usual.
phenomenon in left-wing online spaces in which there seems to be a subgroup of leftists that I have started to call the evangelical left. And this has become much, much more apparent with the recent TikTok drama involving Christian Divine, in which he stated that North Korea was a dictatorship, but there are a lot of left-wing talking points that describe how they got to this point involving the United States and so on and so on and so on. And you would think that since he agrees with 95% of left-wing talking points of these very, very left-leaning creators, that they would be mostly in agreement with him and they would be receptive of...
You would think. But no. Look, just to really hammer this home, some dude on TikTok makes a video saying most of what Westerners know about North Korea is propaganda and is wrong. But North Korea is a fascist country based solely on their publicly available constitution. And then, like, there's people on the left calling this person the butcher of Pyongyang now. I'm sorry, like, you need to touch grass. Like, to the point where, like, it is now an emergency. I need you to go to the emergency room, stop and pass go on the way, and touch some fucking grass. The older I get, the more I just see everyone as people. The longer we go, the less I see people as people.
Of his opinion, even if they don't agree with it 100%. But he has been getting shredded by a lot of these creators for stating that North Korea is a dictatorship. How is that possible? He agrees with the majority of what they're saying. That is because there is this subset of leftists who cannot fathom the idea of their worldview or politics being critiqued whatsoever. So maybe a better term for these people.
By the way, this is the exact kind of brainwashing that was done to conservatives in this country, in this society, really. It's that inability to feel uncomfortable. It is that it is stripping you of your humanity. There's a reason I call a lot of people zombies, and it's because they are a husk. They used to be a human. They used to be a person, and then they died. And then now this is their reanimated husk being piloted by, I don't know, whoever put the thoughts in their brain. Larry Ellison, primarily. No, I totally believe their leader can do a round of golf in 18 shots and never shit them. Just like I believe the U.S. leader is great at gold and stopped 8 wars. I thought it was like 12 wars now. Not to mention, oh, speaking of. I did not want to shut this, but you know what? It's worth it. It is worth it. Here. So, you know, stopped 8 wars, apparently. But then, we just did this. We bombed Nigeria today. Merry Christmas, everybody. Why? ISIS, apparently? I guess. Just great way to start Christmas. God damn it, hold on. I copied the wrong link. Now I have to go find this one again, and then copy it. Let's see, why we bombed Nigeria. Anyone who calls himself a left-wing anarchist or a sock them are total drags on the movement. I mean, personally, I'm probably closer to an anarchist than I am a socialist, but I don't really label myself because the labels don't really mean anything. Everything is vibes-based now, and nobody really cares what words mean anyway. So the label is unnecessarily complicating things. But the people who do label themselves like a sock dem or like an anarchist or something, I do tend to find that, yeah, they are oftentimes far more interested in their label, even if it's one that I would agree with, than the actual movement. Anyway, so tonight, at my direction as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terror scum in northwest Nigeria, who have been targeting and killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years or even centuries. I previously warned these terrorists of blah, 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 blah. Alright, so the reason is apparently ISIS is attacking Christians. Well, that's interesting, because, you know who else attacks Christians? Like, pretty regularly, that we don't talk about? Now, like, mind you, in this case, I would happily fight for the Christians in this case. It's just you're never really going to get to. And here's why. Damn it. I wasn't even going to bring this one up today. Go. Here's who hates Christians a lot and also harms them and attacks them. Archbishop of York revealed that he was intimidated by Israeli militias during his visit to the Holy Land this year. Most revered Stephen Cottrell said he was stopped at checkpoints and militias told him that he could not visit Palestinian families in the occupied West Bank. Yeah, the community note. Sure, I absolutely believe the community note. Mind you, no, like, Israelis really hate Christians. Here. Had another one of these today. Here we go. Here is more footage of just how much they actually they despise Christians. It's actually shocking. Here is a Christian in Israel talking about his experiences.
Spitting in front of me, spitting behind me, spitting on me, saying bad words to me, bad words about Jesus, throwing stones through our windows, and hate graffitis, and there's very often death to the Christians.
Death to the Christians? I mean, listen, we're bombing ISIS for attacking Christians. Maybe you guys should stop that. I don't know.
ציון חווה אין ספור התנכלויות ותקיפות אלימות כלפיו וכלפי אנשי הכנסייה.
Unfortunately, after that, it happened again and again. It was not that it's a singular experience.
חלה עלייה במספר התקריות המכוערות.
They did indeed, Vicky. What's up with that? I can never say your actual name. God, it's funny. No, yeah, you're never gonna see us talk shit about that country that's attacking Christians, though. That one particularly gets to take the pass. You know who's not gonna take the pass, though? Is this South Carolina man facing a DUI and a patrol car theft charge who told the Trump that who told the judge he'll call Donald Trump if he has to. I got some news for you, mate. You might be white, but you're not rich enough for that. I'm pretty sure you couldn't afford the $50K minimum for a bribe. Too many people with nothing but online connections think that they can be anyone they wish. Well, this is why I say stop being online. Go offline, go outside, talk to your neighbors, and walk around your community. Pretty much nothing that happens online is conducive to positive change. Not for us, at the very least. Now, like, that's not a rule. There are exceptions to that, but primarily, yeah. Also, like, you're engaging with a lot of bots. You don't know it. Anytime you open these glowing rectangles, you are being manipulated. Every time. You're not immune to it, I'm not immune to it, no one's immune to it. Try getting a real fucking life. Exactly. No, I agree. Like, go outside. Example, this guy. 2 online.
You've got charges pending in both the magistrate court and general sessions. You've got a driving under the influence going to Spartanburg Magistrate Court, and you've got a failure stop for a blue light and a grand larceny.
Well, that's a lie, because I took a drug test. I did a blood drug test, and it come back negative.
Up to 30 days on the driving under the influence.
Okay, well, I'm not doing that.
Sign right here.
I'm not signing that.
Okay, that's what
And
I need you to know.
I'm also the traffic failure to stop for a blue light, no injury or death.
Did you say a blue light? My guy, you're also colorblind too? How do you even have a driver's license? You think that you can just call the president and get a pardon. You can't afford to do that. It's $1 million to get a seat at the table with him as a group at Mar-a-Lago. It's $5 million to get a one-on-one with him. $50K minimum for a pardon. Considering that's how much the Honduran PM paid. Well, that and, like, you know, come hang out at Prospero will make that the new Epstein Island. But beyond that, there was a $50K bribe. You're not gonna actually get anything out of this, mate. Some lights are actually blue. I mean, I assume they meant the traffic light. No injury or death. He just said, but did you die in a court of law? He did indeed say that, actually, yeah.
First offense.
Do you
I'm
want
not
to give me a
signing
phone
that.
number for your mother? Your mother's
I'm
in the
not
back.
signing that either.
You're not going to give me a phone number
No,
for your
I'm
mother
not.
to be text message?
No, that's okay.
All right.
The judge is like, you sure you don't want to call your mom? Like, you sure? You know that they think you're that stupid when they're like, you should call your mother. Not like your lawyer, your mother. Wasn't the blue light thing for a thing the judge said, failure to stop at a blue light? I thought he said it. I don't know, it's hard to hear. I mean, real social experiences that help you understand the world regardless of rhetoric. Well, part of that comes from traveling. Also with something we've talked about, you don't like my music. Kind of like, I've lived in 4 countries. That has contributed a massive amount to my worldview. I've also lived all across the US in both the South, the North, the East, the West, the rural areas, like all of it. And so that also is life experience that matters far more than rhetoric. Literally, like most people online, you have no reason to listen to. Because most of the time, you're just avoiding doing the critical thinking by just having someone else do it for you anyway. It's functionally like... The amount of times I get asked questions where people treat me like I'm fucking Grok is insane. So, you know, I imagine when you're not actively engaging with somebody, you're maybe just in the chat or you're just watching, there's a lot of that goes into it too. Yeah, fair enough. Is not the UK though, so, you know.
If you fail to make your court appearance, and your court appearance will be held.
I'm not going to court either.
I understand that. Your court appearance will be held January 22nd.
I understand that, meaning, yeah, no, you're an idiot. Of course you're not going to go to court. You're just going to get arrested afterward.
2026 at 10
Look,
o'clock.
y'all feed me this garbage and feed lies and
You
put
wish
this
to-
crap on TV and say I
You
was
wish to
driving
go-
under,
make sure you
excuse
get-
me,
you
I'm
get-
talking.
No, you're not.
I'm talking.
Okay.
Driving
Your
under the
bonds are-
influence and drinking.
Did someone tell this man to, like, show dominance in the courtroom or something? I don't know, like it's dogs. Like, I don't know, you gotta show that you're the alpha, or the judge will, you know, put you in prison. You complained about the food.
I just set it $902
I don't have no bond.
cash
I don't have no
surety,
bond.
and you got a $20,000 cash surety bond on the failure to stop for the blue light.
Well, I'm not
and
signing
motion.
either one.
I understand that.
I'll contact Donald Trump if
You'll
I
now
have
exit
to.
him out here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. I guess I'll be contacting Donald.
If you had enough money to get Donald Trump to pardon you, you would just pay the ticket. You know what, Judge? Just for that, you get 0 stars. Yeah, exactly. Fucking Yelp review. Mind you, like, real serious shit is happening in the country. Like, for example...
Posted a video in your life. Congratulations. Here's the first one for you. 7 black people have been lynched since 2025 has started. Not one case has been solved. If you've never...
2 things. 1, the police did it. I just solved all 7 of those cases. 2, 7 that we know of. Because, as we've discussed on a multitude of occasions, the shit that you see in the news is them on their best behavior. Not what, like, the full scope of it is. It's not just 7, it's 7 that we know of. And I would be literally dumbstruck. Like, I would quit my job, honestly, if minimum 5 out of 7 weren't by the police. We're about to become a society ruled by info from screens. We've been a society ruled by info from screens for 10 years now. You don't like my music, unfortunately. Like, I hate it. I wish it wasn't the case, but it's been that way for about 10 years. And so, like, when I see stuff like that, just to jump back to this evangelical leftist thing that we were talking about, that's why it gets me that angry. Like, we're here in this country right now. We have denaturalization quotas, 1 to 200. We have U.S. citizens being disappeared. I've shown you ICE driving over the knees of somebody in an armored jeep. I've shown you a constitutional law JD, like from Harvard, to come on and say the law's not going to protect you. And what are they worried about? They're worried about whether Pyongyang is a fascist country or not. calling some dude on TikTok the butcher of Pyongyang for a video about their own constitution. That's it. Agreeing with 98% of your points and coming to that conclusion based off of a North Korean document. You're calling this man the butcher of Pyongyang. Get your fucking priorities in order. You're gonna die. You're going to get killed first.
Your favorite. I've observed this phenomenon in left-wing online spaces in which critiqued whatsoever. So maybe a better term for these people would be non-critiquable leftists or fundamentalist leftists. However, I just personally like the term evangelical leftist because it's a bit more incendiary, and I know it's going to be controversial. I personally would consider...
For the lulz, I respect it. It is funny, it is controversial, and I do hope it pisses them off.
Consider myself a democratic socialist, so take that as you will if you want to ignore my ideas because of that. Examples of these kinds of leftist creators would be Madeline Pendleton as the big one, or Rathbone, who is also no longer relevant.
Madeline Pendleton is such a weird person, too, because, like, the thing is, she gets a lot of flack for a lot of the stuff she says. And a lot of it is well-deserved. But also, she's not wrong about a lot of things. She's generally correct about most things, just she's very wrong about some things. We're essentially outsourcing our central nervous system technology. I mean, yeah, I've talked about how you're basically not a person anymore. You are a farm animal. You are a cow in a cage being milked by Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison for your data. The world will become more and more abstract. To a degree, I think that there is a middle ground there in that you're going to see quite a lot of the world that is currently abstract be far more tangible, and that's going to be from like a poverty survival aspect more so than necessarily like the tech influence in and of itself. We're just numbers, though, yeah. I teach teenagers that can't avoid the real world or let it become abstract. You teach teenagers, I can't imagine how shit your job is from everything that I've seen from teachers in the last year. Props to you for still being a teacher. That has been the history of technology. History is not something that repeats, it rhymes. And that's the distinction. I love it. I'm glad. We need people that love being teachers. Even if a lot of the kids, you know, use AI and don't think for themselves. There are also quite a lot of kids that are specifically going offline themselves, not even because of like the laws forcing like ID checks. I mean like getting offline because they understand it. It's not particularly difficult to pick it up if you have a modicum of, I don't know, critical thinking skills, emotional regulation. Trauma necessarily helps here, actually. If you have some kind of trauma, you're far more likely to engage with reality and not specifically run away from it out of, I don't know, fear of feeling uncomfortable. We desperately need to democratize high tech. You're not going to get that to happen. It's unfortunate. Like in the case that we are, it is... I've tried. I've built methods that are more beneficial, that are cheaper, that are optically more popular. No one cares. No one cares. It's bad. Like, technologically, it's really, really bad. To the point where, like, we have this now. This is just from today, actually. At least I just saw this today. And you're going to see more and more and more of it. Sorry, this is from 2 weeks ago. I only just saw this today. Here's a new autonomous police car that can see inside your house and will collect the data that it has forever. Main function of a social security number is now to help determine your employee ID. Well, yeah, kinda. They did steal that. This isn't fate. This isn't fate. There isn't any such thing as fate. It's not about fate. I'm talking about the possible futures from the material conditions and the social conditions that we are living in. It's not about fate. When I say that's not going to happen, it's not because it can't happen. It's because there isn't the will to make it happen. We could overthrow the fascists today. It could take us 3 days, and we could overthrow the fascists. But we're not going to, because that would be hard and scary, and there's not enough people willing to make it. I saw the other day that a drone perched on trees on branches in Ukraine, I think. Yep, I showed that like 8 months ago, actually. I also showed it this week again because it made the rounds again.
Florida has rolled out America's first fully autonomous police cruiser. They call it the Pug. It's packed with 360-degree cameras, license plate scanners, and thermal imaging drones that can spot you hiding in bushes or even inside of buildings. The sheriff says it's about community safety, but civil rights groups are sounding the alarm. And the worst part of it all is that right as this tech hits the streets, Florida has quietly killed off most of its civilian police oversight. Stick around because we're breaking down exactly what this vehicle...
God, I hate this kind of text so much. I fundamentally would rather us revert to agrarian society than continue on the trend that we're on. Y'all know what, like, Europe's defense strategy is at the moment? Because it's several layers, and the first layer is a 10-kilometer wide robot wall. Not a wall, but a 10-kilometer space of land where there are AI-driven autonomous robots specifically programmed to just kill things that nothing is supposed to be able to live in or get through as the first line of defense along the NATO border. Literally like the plot of many a sci-fi film. Just kill bots, specifically to just kill anything. I don't know if they're going to be programmed to kill Russians. I feel like it would just be, you're not allowed to go here because the robots will kill anything in sight. Because if you programmed it to, I don't know, identify a Russian military uniform, then they're just going to change the uniform, you know? It's pretty bad. Do you think that autonomous vehicles would also stop working if all the power went out? Yes, actually, they do. Let's finish this, and I'll show you what happened in San Francisco this week.
Can do, the massive privacy holes it creates, and why experts say this is just the beginning. PUG stands for Police Unmanned Ground Vehicle. It's built on a Ford Explorer with some pretty significant surveillance tech. First, it has 360-degree cameras that record everything around it at all times. It records every person, car, and movement. Second, it has thermal imaging abilities, which are a significant step up from night vision. Thermal can detect heat signatures through walls, through dense trees.
Nobody is liable for autonomous vehicles. That's part of the point. That's like, it is a use case, getting around accountability. This is why Israel implemented it really early on. They had a list of 39,000 people that their 3 AIs developed, and then they used it to like order the killings of them. In fact, I remember covering just like a year ago even, that the IDF had given orders to follow the AI's commands as if it was a superior officer, in fact. And that goes into getting out of accountability. Well, you know, like it said that, and I did it. And I don't know, it's smarter than me. I just assumed that it knew. I was told to follow orders by it, knowing that it would make better decisions than a human. It even opens up a new argument of, well, you know, you can't say I was just following orders. That's not good enough. But what if you bring in, I don't know, like a good enough lawyer that can make the case of, well, like we applied that to humans, but this is not a human. Like robots are smarter and could potentially be like more trustworthy. And so the like burden of proof, like they could make that argument. I don't know if it would succeed at this point. Like international law is dead too, but that's an argument that can be made, and that's part of the game for them. It's, again, Larry Ellison, Peter Thiel. These guys have been doing this for decades. They're the ones who built Israel's AI. They're also the ones who are building ours. They're the ones... Larry Ellison is the reason the Great Firewall of China exists. He's why their surveillance system exists. He's why their COVID tracking system exists. He's also offered to build the same things for the United States since 9/11. It's just now he gets to do that. Entirely too close. Whoever signed off on PUG needs to be fired, and handing the world an easy win. Absolutely. The company, the regulators, the software designers, the people, the car, the government regulator, all of them, realistically, yes. But like anyone who's actually held accountable, that's different. For example, we still don't talk about accountability the right way. We don't talk about social murder as murder. We talk about it as an accident. Go to Luigi. We talk about like Brian Thompson, the former CEO of United Healthcare, as someone who has made like choices to automate like the healthcare industry, right? To have AI deny you healthcare. I think that's murder. Like it is. But also, one of the reasons we don't talk about this is because if we ever really did take it seriously, it would make a lot of people uncomfortable, even good people. Because realistically, if you have the ability to do a thing, to do an action, and by not doing that action, someone is going to die, you killed that person, regardless of the circumstances. Now, that doesn't make you a bad person. That doesn't even necessarily make you a murderer. It just means that you are, at the very least, partially responsible for the death of that person. You were implicated in the death of that person. If we were talking about this from like a serious lens, this would include essentially everybody who's ever served in government, everyone who has ever worked at a health insurance company, including good people who just needed to do their job so that they wouldn't die. And that job did for a long time include denying people health care. Now, I would say that, yes, those people killed people, but like, we can't even have that conversation. I don't even think that they need to be punished for it. I think the executives and the corpos that create this like system that we have to engage with is the people who should be punished, the people who have committed the actions for their own survival. In that case, like health insurance case, then they shouldn't. But obviously, this also requires the ability to do nuance and critical thinking, because some people are going to be more guilty than others. There's going to be more control over the aspects in some cases versus others. Like, it is a complex issue. They're trying to make fascism an algorithm. They all have done that for 10 years. The algorithm is fascism. The algorithm only shows you what it already has been cleared to show you. This is why I say don't use algorithms. Don't watch videos algorithmically. Write down creators that you enjoy and go check their shit manually. Don't engage with an algorithm like TikTok based off of what's on your For You page. Go and search for things specific, seek them out. Don't use the For You on YouTube. Don't use the recommended for. Use your brain. The algorithm not only predetermines what you're allowed to see, it also predetermines what you want to see. You want to see a thing, a video on a subject, because the algorithm planted that seed in your head days ago. It is far more advanced than most people know. They don't understand how algorithms work. It's just a fancy word to them. It's like AI. They don't understand what that is either. First, the USians should do is build homes from brick and have thermal insulation. Pretend that you have British houses and need to conserve heat. To be fair, you know who needs that a hell of a lot more than Americans? Australians do. You're more likely to die of freezing to death in your house in Australia, a place where it doesn't snow, than you are in, like, Sweden. What's up, Oku? Merry Christmas from yesterday. It's in the past now. Yes, but happy Boxing Day to you. What's up, Encore? The Space Bites does got based on an algorithm, and this woman is telling me not to watch her. I mean, to be fair, Encore, you didn't find me from algorithm. You found me from a raid. But yes, I actually am telling you not to watch me, unless you actually are going to spend the time looking for my video to watch me, unless you're going to engage with the ideas. If you're just going to, like, act as if the person on the screen is telling you... I mean, you know what? Actually, if you are someone who will just do what the person on the screen is telling you to do, send me $50, please. Be real great, actually. We want nothing more than real democracy and equality. It was promised. Promises mean shit. You gotta take it. The only way democracy exists is if everyone engages with it, and most of the country is either not willing to make the sacrifices necessary for a functional democracy, or just actively is against democracy and prefers fascism, which is fucking insane. But yeah, no, sorry. Every right that you have is not given to you. It was paid for with thousands and thousands of people's blood, like yours and mine. Your 7-day work week comes from death, destruction, violence, and blood. Your, like, not your non-7-day work week, your 5-day work week. Your 9 to 5s also come from blood, death, destruction, violence. Like, everyone has to pitch in and actively put in the effort, or democracy doesn't work. You need to all care. It's not even about voting. Like, Australia has mandatory voting. Doesn't mean that we're a real democracy. Fun court, you get wrecked to me all the time. I never click your videos because the algorithm told me to do it. I mean that, or it's because I don't support women or something. I love you, mate. I am by all. I hope you have a good Christmas, Funcore. And those rights can easily be clawed back as actively as they are right now. Well, I mean, yeah. And to be clear, they're going to keep clawing those rights away until you stop them. Again, this is what I feel about not just the law, but I mean this entire conversation on what should be. This is it every time.
Every single American that keeps saying, by law, they were required, by law, by law, by law, they were supposed to do this by law, they broke the law. The law doesn't fucking exist! The law doesn't fucking exist in America, everybody! Every single member of the government is a criminal! And we keep expecting the criminals to hold the other criminals accountable. When the fucking dictator in charge can ignore the courts, law doesn't exist. When every system of checks and balances we had fails because nobody's being held accountable, law doesn't exist. Stop screaming about what is legally required. Nobody fucking cares. The only way this stops is if the people listen to the Constitution and overthrow tyranny. Revolution! To every...
It's true. Real and totally forgot it's Christmas. Merry Christmas, LMAO. All LMAO. To be fair, I only remembered it was Christmas the night before Christmas Eve. So, you know, it is what it is. If I wasn't broke, I'd send you $50. Valid. I mean, the reason you're broke is what that guy's yelling about, but genuinely. Law is more of a suggestion to them. Well, law is just a threat of violence employed by the ruling class, by the ruling economic and political class on the population. That's all a law is. Like, you ever hear of the state monopoly on violence in, like, the modern day? It's because that's what the law is. It is their threat to you that they will do violence to you. We have the answers and the solutions. I don't believe you. To be fair, like, collectively, we do. But most people don't actually want to do the actual answers and solutions to the problems because they're hard and they take a long time. Like, even well before Election Day, when there was, you know, still even some hope, right? I firmly was stating, well before, like, there was much talk of the election, that I don't believe that under the best circumstances that my goals, my ideological belief of what society and the world should look like are ever achievable in my lifetime. That the best I would only ever be able to do in the best case circumstance possible would be to help build the systems and the foundation necessary for someone else to come and build the next bit on top of it, so that, like, we can have that world. And unfortunately, we've only gotten further since then, not closer. The word terrorist came about to describe native resistance to colonialization using unusual means as they had no power. It oftentimes is used like that. I mean, like, again, they've declared everyone who's not an outright Nazi as a terrorist. So, like, even more so these days. Though, you want to know one really funny thing that they're doing now? This one is, to be clear, not good for anyone in the world, but is particularly funny to me. Because it tells me that we are actively shifting from possibly the cyberpunk timeline to the One Piece timeline. Because guess what we're gonna do, guys? We're bringing privateers back.
the House and the Senate, respectively. The president would issue a letter of marque, which lets private citizens act against U.S. enemies and seize property, something that has not been done for over 200 years. And it's already gained support from Elon Musk, who says, quote, it would work super well.
Bringing them back, what was Blackwater? I mean, Blackwater is our Wagner group. This is, if you have a boat and you can go take out a boat in the Caribbean and steal their shit, you can keep it. This is, you can be a pirate for pirates. That's what privateers were back in the day. Despite the propaganda odds, well, like, this is actually one of the cases of them being competent. I want to know who had this idea. Because, like, it's either a very rare competent idea from one of the idiots, or just, like, on message for some of the non-idiots. Because this is actually going to shift the narrative away from Venezuela quite a bit, in that, like, people are far less likely to be pissed about going to war when they're legally allowed to do piracy.
The man behind the mission, Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, joins us now. Congressman, so great to have you on. So why do you think this is necessary to have a bill to allow private citizens to do this?
Well, first of all, we're basically under attack, and there's constitutional consequences.
It was a McKinsey recommendation, not joking. I fully believe it. Yep, that makes sense. I was going to say, this is too smart to not come from a consultancy firm. Pirates were a way of making war. Well, that's why I said we might actually be shifting onto the One Piece timeline here, because, like, One Piece is an anime series, obviously, but, like, in the actual canon lore of that show, of that manga, there is the Marines, the one world government that is specifically using the Marines as their main form of, like, military and police, as well as most people are poor, and the best life you're gonna ever get is a pirate if you're not born into the oligarchy. Not to mention, like, the sea levels rise like 200 fucking meters, and that's why the world's flooded. So, I don't know, maybe we're just like, cyberpunk feels a little dated, we're gonna go with One Piece now.
This was done by, I believe, President Jefferson first, the Barbary Pirates. It's in the Constitution, it's provided for, it just has to get congressional approval, and I think it's a legitimate way to go after these cartels. They're not they're armed combatants, so they're not necessarily military. So there's a constitutional question, and Congress is like
the convergence of the convergence of spears. We're gonna combine the cyberpunk universe and the One Piece universe with our universe, like The Witcher did. Yeah, look, this is very not legal, obviously. Rare case where I'm ever gonna say the Russians are correct about anything. Usually that's when they're criticizing America for something they also do. Russia accuses the U.S. of piracy in the Caribbean, calling the blockade of Venezuelan tankers lawless, which it is technically. Moscow urges de-escalation. Yeah, sure they do. They don't actually want de-escalation. Obviously, it's like they're just having fun here. But you know who is firmly on board with this one? Silicon Valley. Wait, so the U.S. is encouraging U.S. citizens to become drug runners? Yes. Actually, they are. Because, well, actually, hold on. Yes. Because think about it. If fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction, which it is now, and let's say you go out there and you do your privateering, you even stop a drug vessel, and then you come back with your haul, and you're going to turn in the fentanyl, even. Let's say they arrest you anyway and say you smuggled fentanyl, and now you get the mandatory death penalty because they didn't arrest you for having fentanyl, they arrested you for, I don't know, sheltering J.D. Vance memes on your phone. Could happen. I really wish that right-wingers hadn't learned to read literature and warning about what could happen in a dystopian future and take it as a literal blueprint. To be fair, most of them watch the TV adaptations rather than the actual books. Some of them did, though. But yes, generally, like, the tech oligarchs are just nerds who didn't get bullied enough in school. Speaking as a nerd who got bullied in school, I mean, like, Grok comes from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and is inspired by the AI that ended the world in that. The metaverse came from the Snow Crash novel, which is Ready Player One, but with far more critique of capital. So, you know, like, there's a lot. And they also, like, haven't learned to read. Some of them have. The bad ones have. The Sacklers are one of the families from Fallout. I believe that. Vault-Tec, as far as it goes. As far as international law is concerned, it's not piracy the moment it is a state that orders it. I mean, sure, but, like, again, that's legally speaking in a normal world. We're not talking about, like, you know, 5 years ago. It is fundamentally piracy because of why we're doing it, too. In fact, why we're doing it is so important that it's actually shifted the timeline, because now it looks like we're not actually going to invade or, you know, really bomb Venezuela in any real serious way for at least another couple months, because currently the oil market is crashing. In fact, in 2026, you're going to see a lot of U.S. oil and gas companies going bankrupt. OPEC is currently leveraging their monopoly on it, so they are ramping up production to drive down oil prices, to drive out their competition, so that they can then ramp up, like, their prices after they cut production and all of that. I don't care the EU does, though. It's true. It's also hurting the Russians, funny enough. Yeah, but that's what other people are speaking about. It isn't, and the Russians call it meaningless due to that unholy fact. I mean, absolutely. Like, anything the Russians say is meaningless. It's more so just funny to add in. But if you look at, like, Reuters, we have now said for the next 2 months, the military's focus to almost exclusively enforce a quarantine on Venezuelan oil. We went from the oil would be nice, we want Venezuela for other reasons, to now we actually really fucking need the oil. Because U.S. oil manufacturers are about to go out of business. So, funny. Venezuela has ordered its navy to escort any tankers. Yep, I've seen that. Mind you, like, again, this isn't even, like, considering the additional wars, like the fact that we bombed Nigeria this morning for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why. Well, sorry, no, I do. Never mind, sorry. We did talk about that. We bombed Nigeria because they attacked Christians. And that's not why we're... sorry, and that's also the same reason we're not attacking Israel. Sorry, like, right-wing groupthink is really hard for me to wrap my head around. Now, mind you, like, fuck Maduro, but the man can be funny a lot of the time. I still will never forgive this regime for making me have to root for Maduro in any real way. I mean, to be fair, I root for Venezuela, not Maduro, but I have been enjoying the occasional funny thing that he says. Like, for example, where was Jesus Christ born? Our Lord Jesus Christ? In Bethlehem, Palestine. Jesus Christ was the first anti-imperialist known in modern history, the most important anti-imperialist in modern history. It's true. I've said this myself. I've also talked about how he's basically proto-Karl Marx, because what Jesus said was mostly, rich people suck, private property shouldn't be allowed, be nice to foreigners, and then got arrested and killed by enforcers of the state for that. Oh, and was also brown. All of Nigeria, not just Boko Haram? No, actually ISIS, not Boko Haram at all. The post from Trump specifically mentions that we are bombing Nigeria for ISIS. I was gonna play that, but then I remembered there is no actual subtitles on that. Proto, not Froto. Proto. The closest the planet ever got to actual communism, funny enough, was after Jesus' death, where his followers sold their shit, pulled their money together, and then started a commune. Because that's what he told them to do. But yeah, the United States launched a strike against ISIS terrorist scum in northwestern Nigeria. Does not mention Boko Haram. Jesus was a Marxist? Marx was, I guess, a Christian in this case? See, the thing is, like, Christians aren't Christian for the most part. Like, almost none of them are. Very, very few actually are. But yeah, so who knows? No rich asshole allowed in heaven? I mean, he literally said rich people don't go to heaven. So, the closest thing to a Christian, exactly, would be Marx. Oh, by the way, sorry, I forgot, Vicky, to show you this earlier, because you asked about whether EVs would still work in a blackout. There was recently a pretty large power outage in San Francisco, and this is what happened. All of the Waymos all over San Francisco kind of crashed, because all of the traffic lights crashed, and so they didn't know what to do.
If it doesn't move soon.
Nah, way back then the followers of Jesus were way too small and way too out of power to turn the world. By the time the rulers took it up, they changed Christianity to a more warlike thing. Well, that's what I mean by, like, dude was... Like, Christians are not Christian. They don't believe in Jesus's teachings. If we had Christianity that strips everything out of the Bible that literally Jesus did not himself say, I would say based. Don't get me started on needed to ban Zokes and Waymo. Basically. Fuck all of them. Christianity, but Coptic. Well, I mean, like, even the creator of VeggieTales, the Christian cartoon, recently had to say, if your version of Christianity only includes the Jesus of Revelations where he's, like, wielding mouth swords and killing folks, then you've missed the point of more than just Christianity. I disagree. American evangelicals are not Christian, and they are not the majority. They're about 34%, and no, they're not Christian, like, remotely. They're specifically the type of Christian that is the reason why Islam exists. I really gotta close this stream, LMAO. Fair. Yeah, you got work to do, Buncor. I'm gonna make it harder for you to leave, though, because, I mean, you said this before and you were right, and I said this before and I was right, and I know how much you enjoy being right. Europe is, fucked. We are fucking them. J.D. Vance came out recently and said that France and Britain having nuclear weapons is a national security risk to the United States.
This is what J.D. Vance said to an organization called The Unheard. France and...
Yes! Rich people are jobless as fuck. Those rich people have no job. Executives, corpos, CEOs don't have a job. Europe is allowing themselves to be fucked? Yeah. I mean, like, I said this last week, and I'm going to say it one more time. And you guys aren't going to believe me. And especially if you live in Europe. You're not going to believe me until it's too late for it. But Europe already fell. The agreement happened behind closed doors. We threatened them with the national security strategy. We threatened to go in and fuck with their politics, to influence their right. We threatened to... even, like, possibly put sanctions on them. We made them out to be a bigger threat to everyone than Russia, and behind closed doors, they bent the knee. They have handed off power and are working towards that with their right-wing parties, like the AfD, like Reform, like whatever the fuck party Le Pen is in. It's not set in stone, but... I mean, look at the news coming out of Europe, like from European leaders. They have agreed. That agreement has, that conversation took place. That negotiation took place behind closed doors. It's just not public yet. The American dream is to have so much money you don't have to work. If we can just admit to that. We have enough wealth on this planet that every single person alive right now could be guaranteed an upper middle class, comfortable living for the rest of their life without working. Easily, with zero problems. Food, water, housing, all of that shit. We can afford that. Hell, we could afford maintaining our standard of living with very, very, very little effort, as long as we just don't let the rich hoard the wealth. If you have over $50 million, you give the rest of it up or you go in the hole. And everyone who has under $50 million makes $0 above $50 million. Everyone on the planet can easily live that lifestyle. Now, there's more that goes into it, obviously, than that. But, it's also the case when it comes to robotics and AI. I hate robots. I hate AI. But I wouldn't if we didn't live under capitalism. It's the necessity of making profit that makes these fundamentally damaging to society, not just their existence. You could have AI, you could have robots that are useful and helpful to humans, that are not a threat to humans, that are not doing art and doing the labor that humans don't want to do instead, that aren't built specifically with the assumption that they will be slaves that you can own and use any way you want. You know, if we had that thought in our mind as we were building them, we could build them in a way that would work in a system like that. It would not be difficult even. But we choose to because it benefits 3,144 people, broadly speaking. There's 1,455 billionaires in the United States. 1,455 people in the United States that have a collective net worth of $14.5 trillion, who want to steal every last drop from you of your joy, your wealth, your life, and your will. It's just that simple. We aren't as great as we are taught. I mean, the only thing you're great at is, like, America's great at is lying. America is number one in, I think, one thing, and that is number of incarcerated. America is like 38th in everything else. General strike's not going to work for this one either, guys. Like, the issue with the general strike is the same issue why we haven't already overthrown the fascists. We could overthrow the fascists this week. We wouldn't need to do the general strike. The general strike would just add to the timeline. The same amount of people necessary for the general strike could overthrow the fascists non-violently in 1 week without doing that. We don't even need to do that. But we're not going to, because it would require a lot of people to be willing to sacrifice, willing to lose their job, willing to go hungry, willing to be homeless or live in their car. The only reason that we don't believe it is they won't talk about the general strike. No. Like, you're missing my point. Boycott for a day does nothing. It does nothing. Day 2, take the day off. No, fuck that. The thing is, the reason the general strike won't work, Boku, is that reason. Because you just said 1 or 2 days. The only way a general strike works is if you're willing to keep it going indefinitely. Until people are starving to death. The only way that works is if you will keep it up indefinitely. It does work. People will not keep it up indefinitely by just virtue of, if they would have, we would have already overthrown the fascists without needing to. The general strike isn't the point. It's being willing to not go to work indefinitely. That's all we need. Fuck the general strike. We could get it done far quicker. As long as you got the people committed to just not go to work until the solution has arrived. You don't even need to worry about the financial aspect. You could just show up to the Capitol and stand there and occupy it. And then you will die because they'll send the military and they'll shoot you with live ammunition. But that'll then get like another 30 million people up and angry, and then they're fucked. Like, in a week. Done. Easy. You don't need to go that far. Unions of labor got attacked day 1 circa 1920. I'm well aware of that. You're talking about 1920 in a different set of circumstances. And you're talking about a violent revolution in that case. Like, those union activists led to us having the labor rights that we do. As I said earlier, like, that's the blood that your rights are built off of. But liberalism is not a world that I want to go back to. I don't want to go back to the country that existed prior to this administration. I would literally I would prefer that this regime continue than us having a real election in 2028 and electing a Democrat. Because that would fundamentally be worse. People who are currently committed to fighting would go home. And then we would continue to do the same thing. Because, well, not every Democrat, but majority of them are owned by the same people. I'm not saying the solution, I'm talking about the things we have in common. Oh, yeah, no. If the things we have in common with, each other and with the enemy is that we're all oppressed. That's the thing. There is no left or right beyond the right being the enforcers of up. It's up versus down. The right is just the ghouls. They're the zombies, the liches, and the demons enforcers. I'm saying how we the people get power back by expressing our rights as consumers and workers' rights. Nope, I think that that's a shitty way to do it. I think that's just going back to liberalism. I think I would rather this entire system collapse and burn and us rebuild from bottom up. I don't want our workers' rights back. I actually don't want you to get your workers' rights back. I want your workplace to collapse and be unsustainable so that you then leave and then go build the systems that you have to engage with in the system parallel to the existing ones outside of their control. Decentralized to your communities. I want the collapse to hurt so that people don't want to go back to what was that led to the collapse. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get what I want. Part of this really is already factored in. The planning for this has already thought of this aspect of, okay, well, what if they don't get it quick enough? What if, what if we just do let a Democrat get in charge after we set the economy up to collapse so that then we can blame the Democrat and then really come in after that and then, I don't know, clean house. Stuff like that. That does happen. I don't agree. I want workers, aka the U.S., to be stakeholders in the companies. I don't want the U.S. to exist anymore, nor those companies. I want those companies to either collapse or be forced to concede to worker co-ops. In fact, I have a good video on that, on stakeholders in the companies, on a better way to engage with the systems that do exist when you're forced to live under capitalism. But I also don't want to make it better for specifically Americans. Everyone other than Americans, I do want their life to get better, but Americans need to hurt for at least another 4 years. Unfortunately, your brain is just a sack of meat with electricity running through it. We're all pretty dumb. You can trick yourself into feeling better when you're feeling sad by just pretending to laugh. So, yeah, no, it's that simple. It is to the point where it needs to hurt when you touch the stove, or you're going to keep touching the stove, guys. Violence is how we control others without their consent. Well, that's how they do. We don't get to. Good luck isolating that to America. This is short-sighted thinking. Well, I mean, I'm not in charge. I'm saying my preference based on what is the available options that I don't get to pick from. What ends up happening is not within my control. Am I correct in my assumption that you wouldn't need to go that far as long as you had people willing to just indefinitely not go to work? Yeah. If we the necessities that are required already for you to have that population that will sacrifice, we can't even build that currently. We need to first build those circumstances, that foundation, and then we can build the actual organizing from there. Because right now, so many people are fully aware of how bad things are and want to do something about it, but are afraid because they have a job, they have a family, they have a house, they have their own stuff to worry about. I said before, if I was a corpo exec in 2008 after the financial crisis, after the bailouts, after Occupy Wall Street, what would I do if I wanted to make sure that Eat the Rich stayed a slogan of the past? Well, I would make your life harder. I would make your standard of living require you to work 2 jobs, maybe 3 jobs. I would make you exhausted. I would make it so that you are less nourished so that you have less energy to go outside and to organize. You have less time. You have less motivation. I would fill your brain with doomer slop from an algorithm so that you're overwhelmed with all of the bad and then you can't even follow a thread. Like, all of these are system. Like, go read The Shock Doctrine, for one, if you haven't already, by Naomi Klein. It's by design. We've been doing this since the 1960s. We've done this in Iraq. We've done this in Russia. We've done this in Chile, in Costa Rica, in Argentina. We did this in America after 9/11 to an extent. It's all the same thing. Like, the austerity in the UK, in Australia, in America, all over, like, all of that ties in to serve the rich man, sure, but specifically, currently, in the interest of 3,144 people globally. 1,456 in the US, not counting the ones that we don't actually know how rich they are. The ones that are like gods to the gods, the old gods. We all intuitively understand real freedom. So few people are willing to live real freedom, though. Real freedom really just comes from being willing to understand that you don't live in the system that you want to, but living as if you do anyway, when possible. Like, I don't give a fuck about the law further than I don't want someone to beat me over the head with it. I don't want the state to, have a reason to go after me using it as a tool. Beyond that, I don't give a shit about it. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I don't think we should have police. I think the police should be you and your neighbors. That should be what the police is. I mean, really, if you want some form of it, sure, they make them social workers. The police's job should be equally to help the old lady load groceries into her car and help you move when you have no friends, as it is to go after criminals. Like, at the bare minimum. But, like, it is genuinely you. No one can beat it out of us. True. Like, people will revert to that eventually. It's just a matter of, will it be too late by then to actually organize? And also, it comes from an inability to really conceptualize what an organized resistance looks like to this. Because most people don't even really have their priorities straight on who the enemy is. Like, we're still worrying about Donald Trump. Donald Trump ain't shit. I'm not worried about Donald Trump remotely. He means nothing to me. I want him to live. I want him to stay as president for as long as fucking possible. Because I know who the enemies are. It's the people behind him. They're far worse than any one of the people who are currently worried about Donald Trump could even imagine. It's far worse. But, you know who else is a really big enemy that we don't take seriously enough? This guy. Nick Fuentes. Now you might think, well, he's just some idiot. I said over a year ago that by this point, we would be at a point where the right wing has a splinter group trying to build a nationalist party. The National Socialist Network of America, mind you. Kind of like the National Socialist Network of Australia. The Aussie Nazis that I've been yelling about last week. These people are far more of a threat than we pretend to, think that they are. Like, everyone looks at Nick Fuentes and they laugh because they call him a virgin. Yeah, on the road to becoming America's oldest virgin. Thank you for making the point right before I could even make it, R. Now, sure, but that's not what we need to focus on. But that is the messaging. That's literally why Piers Morgan called him a virgin and not a Nazi. Because he's a Nazi. He's a self-proclaimed Nazi. Far more dangerous. Far more, Bannon-esque. These people are winning, mind you. Currently. In every conceivable way, they're winning the propaganda war in the right and broadly. Because, as I said a year ago, you're going to see these people break away from the right with rhetoric that in some cases, especially financial rhetoric, that sounds economic populist from the left. They're going to sound a lot like us. They're going to start talking shit about billionaires, corpos, Israel, mind you, as well, with the express goal in mind of saying, don't vote for the Republicans. Look at what Trump failed. They're cucked. Don't vote for the Democrats. They're just the corpos. Vote for the America Party. We're not socialists like they are. We're the National Socialists. That's the movement that's being built. That's been being built. That's been the goal for a while now. That's also very deeply tied in with people like Peter Thiel, with Larry Ellison. In fact, part of the reason why the Israeli conflation of Semitism and Zionism is in existence anyway. It plays into this same goal. Larry Ellison works with the IDF, has for decades. Larry Ellison also owns fucking TikTok. Mind you, guess what's happening on TikTok now? No, you didn't. Thank you, Bo. I hate this chair, personally. Never buy a gaming chair for comfort. They're horrible. Now, on TikTok, you're getting recommended shit like
this.
this.
Got that same necklace on the TikTok shop, just on the For You page, right? Jack's showed
Now, the video's not going to show. I'll pull up a photo.
And then it was on my For You page, too. And I bet it was on yours, too, right? Yeah, what the fuck? Turned to the side and everything. The name of it was Metal...
Ellison had a huge yacht in the 2000s. Ellison owns a private island in Hawaii. Ellison is the only person on the planet that scares me more than fucking Peter Thiel. Talking of we should be the police. Visora, the JE victims have been comparing notes and similarities, and apparently will be announcing some findings in January. Cool, interesting. I'm curious to see. Now, I don't think that, it will do much. The thing is, I don't really think you need rhetoric on this beyond just make a group chat with your neighbors, have a PDF with everyone's address in it, and call or send any message in this chat that everyone knows is any message here is functionally me calling 911 because I don't want to call the police, because calling the police on somebody in America is about flipping a coin on whether they're going to die or not that day. So, you just do it. You go knock on your doors, you find the people willing to engage with it, and then eventually other people come in, and then they engage with it, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I've seen Bezos' yacht a couple years ago when I was in Turkey. Thanks for the heads up on the gaming chair. You're very welcome. Yeah, get a proper office chair. These are not comfortable in any way.
Hip-hop keychain or something? Yeah, the hip-hop, the HH in there is also not subtle. Hip-hop key.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, you want to guess what this hip-hop necklace is, but, they just said it for me. What do you think the HH in the hip-hop stands for? Because it's not hip-hop. It's this. Oh my god. No, I'm not going to prove my humanity. I have none. I'm an AI. Shut the fuck up. It's this. That's what TikTok is selling. Bezos is sailing yacht? No, it was a big yacht. To be fair, I was in the Bodrum area, which is the main vacation area. There was also some Russian oligarch's 2 yachts. He had 2 yachts parked there. He had his regular yacht and his fucking water sports yacht. Gross. Knew it. Yeah, it shouldn't surprise you. Now, I'm gonna have some fun now. We're gonna watch a interesting little stand-up bit, actually, that kind of relates to what we just looked at. These people are proud of it. These people are proud of their right-wing views, and there's a specific way to deal with them. Like this.
Race. What? You know what matters more than gender? Race. What? Did someone say race?
His face no shot, you just gave me free material like this.
Who said race? A white kind?
this guy right now. Prove your humanity. And, I mean, who else was gonna say race right now?
Because nobody wants to fuck you, man. What's up? Who said race? You said race?
Yeah, I'm on the first date, so.
You just ruined it. Who are you on a date with? This lady?
The way that woman goes, yeah, is, I mean, like, that in and of itself is the joke. Also, that sucks, Boku. Is he Irish? He's Romanian. Let's keep going. Gets better.
Oh my God. All right, what is your name, madam?
Andre.
All right, Andre. That's so weird. Oh, you're so stupid.
Also, yes, we should also treat people who don't treat the fascists and the Nazis like that as stupid. Yeah, like, oh, you're fucking that thing? You're so stupid. That's so sad. Like, yeah, no, that makes sense to me.
Please don't f***ing play. Please don't make children with this guy. We don't need any more of this. Where are you from, Andre?
Russia.
Of course he's from Russia. That tracks. Could only be a few places.
Close the borders. Where are you from, man?
Like Hong Kong.
China? Hong Kong, yes. China, exactly. if you think that Hong Kong is not China, try to explain that to Andre.
Literally. Yeah, you can't be someone who's like, Hong Kong should be free while dating a Russian Nazi. No, you don't get to do both. You can be Chinese and accept that Hong Kong has been conquered by China and date the Russian Nazi. Or you can not date the Russian Nazi, not fuck the Russian Nazi, and then say Hong Kong should be free. He loved, I'm a black Ukrainian Jewish dude. I mean, sure, that tracks. That's called abdication of values. Yeah, it's called, not believing in shit that you say. You know who else? You know who, like, funny enough, I actually respect? Because two people, horrible people, that I actually hated while they were alive, died abiding by their values. Now, Turning Point USA posted recently, the dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubricated. Now, this, mind you, is stealing this quote from a Ukrainian who posted that quote with a tweet of the Ukrainian flamingo missile because it's pink and they were calling it the dildo of consequences. I remember even covering that post. It was a train station in Russia somewhere that had like several tracks that perfectly like converged inside of a station that had a circular dome. And it was like, that's the perfect target for the dildo of consequences. So not only are they stealing this, but beyond that, Turning Point USA was founded in 2012 by Charlie Kirk and Bill Montgomery. Two of their major policy pushes were a more prominent gun culture and zero COVID restrictions. Bill Montgomery died to the COVID virus, and Charlie Kirk died to gun violence. These are two people who, at the very least, as much as I may hate them, didn't abdicate their values. They died from their beliefs appropriately. They know nothing about things like toys and lube. No, definitely not. To his words, yes, specifically, in fact. And the funniest part of this is, by the way, is that his legacy is not what he would have wanted it to be. Now, to be clear, his real legacy is that he got to see the Reich before he died. I'm sure he died happy. But he's not going to be remembered because now he's just a shitty meme. He's a very special shitty meme, actually. This doesn't happen very often. But the name Kirk is now an infix in the English language, which is very particular to a specific type of word, as you'll see in just a second.
Genuinely is low genuinely such an interesting linguistic development. Low Kirk genuinely is low genuinely such an interesting linguistic development because when
Now, by the way, I had to look this up because I am not Gen Alpha, but low Kirk genuinely is, I think, on the low and genuinely at the same time, which is already a conflicting mess. But the Kirk bit in the middle is the infix.
only a few instances in English of an infix. A prefix is an affix that comes before a root word, and a suffix comes after, but an infix comes in the middle of the word.
I got banned from Twitch for a month for covering the death accurately, Vicky.
Lots of languages have them, but English typically doesn't. The only exceptions are when we use swear words as infixes, like in abso-fucking-lutely. And so I think what makes Low Kirk genuinely so interesting is that it shows how the idea of Charlie Kirk has changed since he was exterminated. We've seen his face edited onto every...
Sorry, I forgot that's the way he phrased it in that video. One more time.
What makes Low Kirk genuinely so interesting is that it shows how the idea of Charlie Kirk has changed since he was exterminated. We've seen his face...
The funniest part about that, by the way, is if you look in the comments. Exterminated is such funny word choice. Oh wait, it's not the top comment. God damn it. Whatever. There's a comment from the actual video creator saying, I wanted to say died or was killed, but the algorithm would have censored that. Mind you, sometimes we do live in a very funny world where the censorship rules make you have to say the thing that will offend the people that you're already trying to, like, capitulate to far more by following their rules. It's very funny. It's not a conflicting mess if you remember what it's actually like to hide your activities from your parents. Yeah, personally, I don't remember that. I mean, like, I did a lot at the time, but I don't really remember it. Visora, I'm an obnoxious cis white dude. You look hot. Give me money. I love those guys. They give me money. I work for free, guys. I don't run ads. I don't take sponsorships. Whether it's here, YouTube, Twitch, drop a, like, dono for your independent media. Support the people who give a shit. But let's continue. Yeah, bro absolutely fucking rocks.
Edited onto every celebrity imaginable, his last words repeated ad nauseum to the point where they mean nothing, and his last name used as a verb can mean anything from receiving head to getting shot. As a result, Charlie Kirk has become
Yeah, the getting head one is my favorite. I've heard getting kirked. I've heard got that wet neck. Interesting, like, phrases. This is all coming from, like, the minds of Gen Alpha and, like, young Gen Z, by the way, which, funny enough, is, like, the far more Hitlerite, like, group. They also just don't care. Wet neck is diabolical. It is absolutely diabolical. Like, I feel like if you got fired for making that joke, I couldn't even really blame them for that one.
abstracted to the point of meaning nothing, just like a lot of swear words. And because swear words don't have concrete meanings, we can use them as infixes without breaking English grammar, just like the name Kirk. And I think that this comparison to Kirk and swear words becomes even more apt when you think about where most swear words come from. In English, most swear words are derived from terms having to do with sex, excrement, or religion. All of these are things
which, I mean, when I think about the Republicans or the right broadly, I do think about sex, religion, and excrement. Now, usually the sex is, you know, non-consensual. The excrement is pretty obvious, and the religion is also pretty obvious.
that can be seen as very disrespectful or crass to discuss in certain contexts. And Kirk is the same way, as talking about him in the wrong context can get you fired or doxxed. And this taboo surrounding his name is only amplified by the internet. It's why his name's been censored in the captions of this video. The fact that even saying his name is so taboo has effectively turned Kirk into a swear word, allowing words like low Kirk genuinely or getting Kirk to exist. Low Kirk genuinely is...
Can we have a long-form video essay, please? I would love one of this. I would do it, but I will absolutely get banned. Again. And I just got unbanned, so I'm not going to do that. But I did send the actual video clip in the chat, because not only is he correct, it's also extremely funny. How correct he is. Not that James T was anywhere near the best captain. Got no idea. Call me a conservative, but I still use the term blowjob. I'm still old. I'm so old. To be fair, I mean, like, that's probably what I would call it if I had to just use the word on the spot. But I really think it's wet neck is just too funny for me to not wish that I would use it. Don't get banned. I don't want to get banned. They really are snowflakes, though. Recently, I got banned off Twitch for talking about the Bondi shooting in Australia, and I still don't know, like, what specifically they banned me for. I got unbanned, the appeal worked, but, like, their reasoning said that I was making fun of the disabled. And the only people I made fun of in that stream were Nazis and Americans. So I went and I asked on Twitter, like, I tagged Twitch and Twitch support. I said, just for, like, the future so I don't make this mistake again, are you calling it ableist to make fun of Nazis, or are you calling it ableist to make fun of Americans? And they never answered, and neither did the actual email lifting my ban. Like, it just didn't. Sorry, that second comment you read was me furthering this comment. It's just sad that he shared a surname with a Star Trek Kirk. Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense. I've never seen Star Trek, so I would not have caught that at all. The memes for him, though, are unhinged. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at here, is that his entire legacy has been reduced to that of a joke that his supporters will take not seriously, and his enemies enjoy, which is diafucking-bolical. Because I know, like, leftists that are out on the street getting shot by ICE at protests who blast the We Are Charlie Kirk song in like a like EDM remix, unironically, because the Agartha mix actually slaps. So, like, the fact that his legacy is now a meme for his enemies to enjoy. Like, I would not wish that upon my enemies. That would be savage. I would literally feel bad if I got to decide. I would still do it, mind you. I'd feel bad. Still do it. If I got to decide that. Zora, the commentary you just shared is how we should live. Basically, what I internalized by watching Star Trek Next Generation. I mean, I'm glad that my viewpoint aligns with that. It just sounds creepy. The Agartha mix is far less of the creepy singing and far more of just, like, sick beats. But, like, I mean, like, look at this kind of shit. We have holiday-themed Kirk memes from the Gen Alpha and Zoom. We are Wait, is that gonna copyright? Like, there was not enough of that for it to be an issue, but, like, counting or not counting peppermint violence? Really? Holiday-themed Charlie Kirk memes now? Like, it's wild how little, like, people give a shit. When, yeah, like 2 months ago, people were getting fired for this. And, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I don't give a shit. Like, sure, are these memes making people slightly more right-wing? Maybe some of them. Not a lot. Far more of them, it just makes it so, like, anything that they care about is now not serious, doesn't require any, like, actual investment of time or energy. I mean, they had the tent replica up at Turning Point to take selfies, and yeah, I remember that. They had a merch shop next to it, too. I don't need to Greek or Roman the term for what I do with my penis. True. I was raised Jehovah's Witness. I don't know holidays well. Oof. That sucks. Sorry, I'm just going into memes now. I've talked longer than I intended to already. I was planning to watch like a 20-minute video, but might not get to do that one, considering, I mean, I only have half an hour left, and I will absolutely talk more than 8 minutes.
Here, boy, I am a veteran of the United States military. I served bravely in Venezuela.
Free Venezuela!
You little fucking bastard.
Wild to see videos like this from, like, Chris Valenti, who usually is very, like, pro the troops. Like, not pro these troops, but like pro supporting the troops generally. Interesting to see that coming from him, even. I mean, like, base is correct, which is to the point where, like, even the military doesn't actually want to do that, so. The Jehovah's Witness joke? What joke was that? Happy Christmas? I'm confused now. Viz, you're hot. Keep it. Thank you. I will keep it. Y'all want to get terrified by something that mostly women end up having to deal with, but is not exclusive to women? That most cis men don't even think that they can possibly even have to deal with? Endometriosis is fucking terrifying. I don't understand how this isn't classified as cancer.
Tell me something scary.
Endometriosis. It's freaking scary. Because it's not just in the stomach or around the uterus or not. We have found endometriosis in your leg, in the muscle, in your joints, in your lungs, in your cardiac tissue. Talk about bleeding heart every month. We have found it in the brain. Talk about period fog. No. Literal period brain. And that is not the scary thing I'm talking about. For decades, for the entirety of the history of study of endometriosis, we thought that let's get rid of the uterus, let's get rid of the estrogen through medication, and that's it, we're done. Woman is cured. Except then we learned that endometriosis looks at us and laughs. Screw your scientific progress.
That fucking laugh, though. What's up, Galactic Streamlord?
I'm gonna make my own estrogen with feedback loops and pain boosters, and then just keep wreaking havoc in the body. But that is not the scary thing I'm talking about. We have found, did you know, we have found endometriosis tissue in kids as young as fetal biopsy. Talk about the primordial messiah of pain and ruining your life. Hello, you've not even started your periods, but I am there ready to ruin your life from day one. But that is not the scary thing I'm talking about. The scary thing I'm talking about is we have started finding it in men as well, so we're fucked too.
Now we'll get a cure. DKB.
If only. No, that's fucked. That's fucked. She's hilarious. That is fucked. I didn't know endometriosis was that fucked. Like, I know it was fucked, but I didn't realize that, like, it just refuses to fuck off. I did not know that one. I did not. Can you rewind to where the mum peeker headed? Sure. I don't know where that was. Right around there.
Talking about. For decades, for the entirety of the history of study of endometriosis, we thought that let's get rid of the uterus, let's get rid of the estrogen through medication, and that's it, we're done. Woman is cured. Except then we learned that endometriosis looks at us and laughs. Screw your scientific progress. I'm gonna make my own estrogen with feedback loops and pain boosters, and then just keep wreaking havoc in the body. But that is not the scary thing I'm talking about. We have found, did you know, we have found endometriosis tissue in kids as young as fetal biopsy.
How is this not cancer? Like, classification-wise? Because it spreads, it grows like cancer does, and it comes back when you get rid of it. It's like, in some ways, it's weirder than cancer. Like, cancer doesn't generally exist from fetal biopsies. Like, non-born children don't tend to have cancer unless mom has cancer. Also, did not know that you could find endometriosis in your lungs, in your heart, in your liver, or in men. I didn't know that one either. It should be. It makes sense that it would make more sense to classify it as a cancer. That woman has a husband who cares about women's issues. Lucky lady. Well, he is a doctor. But yeah.
Talk about the primordial messiah of pain and ruining your life. Hello, you've not even started your periods, but I am there ready to ruin your life from day one. But that is not the scary thing I'm talking about. The scary thing I'm talking about is we have started finding it in men as well, so we're fucked too.
You're not gonna find the solution to it that easy. If only this was a case of, oh, it's gonna affect the other half of the population too? Now we'll find a problem solver. No. Yeah, unfortunately not. A lot of people will absolutely take the choice that harms them as long as it harms someone else more or is easy. For example, here is a woman who's like, look, I'm gonna be real clear with you. This woman just dead ass says the words, not literally, but the words that she says mean the same words. You got raped and groomed as a kid, and that doesn't matter because I got groomed and sex trafficked as a kid and I turned out just fine. She functionally says these words. It's kind of fucking wild.
And I'll say it again. The 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old girls that you guys are referring to, they knew exactly what they were doing. Chances are they weren't 13. But if they were, they weren't. But if they were, they knew what they were doing. Just like you did. Everything that you did when you were 15 years old, underneath the bleachers at somebody else's house, skipping school, in a car, all of those items that you were doing, they're doing the same thing. Don't try to make them victims now. Unless somebody pulled up in a white van with no windows and threw them in the van with a fucking pillowcase over their head, they weren't victims, okay?
You'd still
they
defend
went knowing what they were doing. They wanted money. Did they get it? Well, then.
Literally says the words, I got raped and pimped out and groomed as a kid. I turned out just fine. That's what she's saying here. Anyone have any argument to that? Because, like, I hear nothing but those words. Vicky, you were right, yeah. Like, there's lots of male doctors, and some female in the UK and everywhere else. Not just the UK, it's everywhere. Who just think it's, like, bad pain in the tummy. Like, literally, it is classified as worse than getting shot. Like, just average pain with endometriosis. It's worse than getting shot, so... Like, yeah, no. To be fair. Are you surprised? I'm not. They're mad about cool guys stealing their girlfriends. I thought it was gay to like women now. Wasn't that what, like, Andrew Tate was saying? So a cancer virus? Kind of. Like, endometriosis isn't exactly, like, a virus either. It is closer to a cancer than it is a virus. Is this woman a behavioral psychologist? Me? Yeah, it might as well be. It's like when older folks say I was smacked as a kid and it never did me any harm. Well, I mean, yeah, like they are wrong and stupid. This one, however, is slightly different in that case. Like, people who say, oh, I got hit as a kid and I turned out fine, they're also engaging in cognitive dissonance, but it's a different kind of cognitive dissonance. Usually, the kind that is doing this, the, like, defending sex traffickers, it's usually because, or, like, rapists or child predators or what have you, it's usually because they grew up with that in the family, and are used to that behavior, have had to defend their brother, their father, watch their mother do it. Like, a lot of these cases are just that. They are not just fine in any way. No, like, they are in need of a lot of mental health counseling. But, I mean, they think that that's literally, I don't know, like, woke and demonic. So, I don't know. Enjoy suffering? It's not my problem. I give a shit about children if you don't. Including you, if you were still a child. You're now an adult that is actively trying to harm children, so I don't give a fuck about you or your children, personally. Fuck them. Don't care. Generally, were they probably, like, middle of the ground, not bad people, not good people? Probably. I don't care. Because you'd care. You'd care, though. If it was your kid, you'd care. And, hey, if we're living in the world where entirely innocent people are swept up in violence that is entirely unrelated to anything that anyone was doing on either side, just because someone started to talk about shit and then some stochastic terrorist idiot is gonna go and commit some violence. I don't give a fuck about you. That's not my... I tried to stop that world. I am still actively trying to. You are helping that world continue to grow and consolidate power. So fuck you and your kids. Care. Can only help people who want help and see a problem to fix. I mean, like, as I've said, generally with these bigots, it's very similar to that of a drug addiction. They're not going to get better until they hit rock bottom, until their life is so filled with, like, suffering that their life sucks, that they're miserable, that they're angry and resentful, and they start, like, actually paying attention to the causes of their woes, which is generally their own action. I don't give a fuck. I hope they continue to suffer. Because that's the only way you get to that point. I grew up in New Jersey. A lot of people I went to school with are either in prison or dead from drug addiction. I've seen people in and out of rehab over and over and over and over and over again, and the only time it works is when they're finally willing, because they have suffered enough. Because they have lived through it, that they learned a lesson. It's just that simple. And until then, you're gonna have people who will believe bullshit, who will deny reality for, like, the most basic of things, and will, go out of their way to ignore things that don't fit within their viewpoints. Such as, like, you know, ICE arresting a pastor on Christmas Eve. A trans woman tried to pick me up at the club when I was young. She was beautiful. My friend told me. I got really mad and I never forgave myself for that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I also don't forgive you. Get that big titty thoughty with the big dick. And go home and then fuck her and then get fucked. Why not? I think that any conversation about really, like, sex that is in any way negative, that, like, consensual sex, mind you, I feel like I shouldn't have to specify that, but considering we do live in the environment we do, probably should. I don't think any conversation about consensual sex between adults that is negative, any conversation of a kind, is in any way, shape, or form useful. Well, yeah, you've clearly grown in 30 years. Considering, like, you're here and you're not a Trump voter and MAGA, kind of tells me a decent amount. People are likely surprised I memorized so many song lyrics in a language I don't even know. Really? In Turkce? Nadia, what songs? Like, me who listens to Turkish music a lot recently, comparatively. Singing actually makes it easier to memorize lyrics in another language, IMO. I learned songs from all over languages wise in my choirs. To be fair, you're not wrong. There's a couple songs I know in French and a few in German. Though, like, at least I can kind of understand, like, basic German. Alright, guys, we're running low on time, so I got a couple more things I want to show you. We're gonna end off on a positive note, at the very least. I was first exposed to drag queens at raves in the early 90s. Not like Rocky Horror Picture Show, because I feel like that's more the speed for most people. At least, you know, I would think. Hold up. Here, I got them ready. Alright, a little bit of bad news. Then we got a lovely little piece of... So first and foremost, this is in relation to the FDA and medical devices. By the way, if you haven't watched my video on why I think that they are doing illegal human experimentation on ICE detainees, specifically in Honolulu Federal Detention Center, as well as, like, a couple facilities in Arizona and Florida, as well as more than likely in Colorado at the Florence Detention Center. Go check that out. It's on YouTube. It's going to relate to this video. But in that video, we talk about how the specific, like, bodies that are charged with regulating implants, medical wearable devices, such as a Neuralink, at the FDA were purged, and there's literally no one doing that job now. Like, it's an empty field. There's nobody in the office.
Thank you so much for coming. So I was at the US FDA in the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, and our entire communications office was decimated.
All trans people were called drag queens back then, not the trans men. Well, I mean, I imagine it's very similar back then than it is to when it is today, Vicky, in that most people just forget trans men exist. Like, Donald Trump, for example. Non-zero chance trans man. I don't know. I gotta see some evidence. I mean, listen. Every accusation is a confession. Kamala Harris barely spoke about trans people. J.D. Vance is clearly a trans woman and needs to be transvestigated. It would only make sense if they had a double trans ticket, and that's why they keep talking about transgender for everybody.
So right now, if somebody has a pacemaker inside their body that is failing, there is nobody there to communicate that to the public. So we covered everything from Band-Aids to...
Trans men were a thing far before then. You don't like my music? I mean, you can go look at, like, history of like the Indian subcontinent like 3,000 years ago that was trans people.
To brain implants, to breast implants, to pacemakers, to hips. If there's a recall, there is no staff there to tell the public that people have devices inside their body that are failing them or creating toxic situations in their body. Okay, we're going to keep working. We're going to keep working.
Mind you, like, yes, they they don't care about protecting women in the bathroom. That's not, like, they've never cared about protecting women. There's a reason why in Texas there are armed police officers, like, IDing people as they go into public bathrooms. I've shown on this stream, like, multiple instances of cis men walking into women's restrooms and then sexually assaulting women because they didn't know if they were trans or not. Like, forcing them to show them their genitals because they're like, I don't believe that you're not trans. Like, that being the case more often than not. Hell, I mean, God damn it, the post is gone. It was a meme about Nancy Mace getting harassed by the TSA because they thought she was trans. I don't even know if it's real or not, but I don't particularly care in this case. It's Nancy Mace. Fuck her, I don't care. My dad worked on the LA Fire Department with a trans woman captain. He took smiley pictures with her. That's because your father was based, Gary, in the 80s nonetheless. And they really don't care about women's sports? No, they don't at all. Like, again, first off, I need you all to understand that there's like 9 children in the entire country who are trans who play like high school level sports. Like 9 of them. It's not about that. Like, it's about controlling everybody, but particularly women. They want to control everybody, but they really want to control women. I am only trans because I wanted to use the objectively worst bathroom. It was the only way to remove options from this. Welcome back, Buncore. The bathroom perverts are the ones trying to police who's trans and who's not. They're also the ones who are often getting arrested for, like, pedophilia. So, you know, again, every accusation is a confession. Men who are going to assault women, I mean, like, they don't need to do some of the elaborate pretend thing. Literally, yes, that's what I mean. I actually convinced somebody on the bathroom issue of that using one of these dudes as an example. I was like, listen, like, look at this guy. He doesn't need to dress like a woman to enter the woman's restroom and then force this woman to show him his genitals. Or her genitals. That sounds like BS. I bet they use that as an excuse to be a creep. Which bit? The, like... I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry, infallible foul. Mind you, like, again, like, it all comes down to the same shit like this. Like, the bathroom stuff is functionally the same as the Patriot games. It is about controlling people and creating, like, a conflict among people that didn't need to exist so that you don't pay attention to the bigger thing.
In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory, but I promise there will. In the fall, we will host.
First off, like, I'm so sick of them using AI videos. I'm at the very least glad that you can still tell when they put out an AI video. But, like, everyone talked about this and talked about the Hunger Games aspect of it. Sure, yeah, like, there's a lot there. Down to, like, we don't know what the rules or the reward is. The reward literally could be food rations, like the Hunger Games. Not to mention, a lot of Americans are hungry. But the primary goal of this is to create infighting within states. It is so that someone who lives in, like, rural Kansas who has to compete against someone from, like, I don't know, Michigan or Massachusetts even, is going to be more like, nourished, is going to be, like, at a disadvantage. Whereas, like, they'll have other advantages in their physical ability, I would imagine, compared to like, someone who lives on, like, the East Coast in New York City. And then that will then create conflict and rhetoric about, like, differences between the states and not up the chain. It's patriarchy, removing of rights, getting rid of Roe. It's all linked, making people scared and separate and not willing to put themselves out for others in society. I mean, every single time, yes. And, like, to be clear, also Project 2025. Like, you guys understand that they've completed about half of Project 2025 already in 11 months. And the second half of that project is far worse. The second half includes a bit about women not being able to travel across state lines without a male escort, by the way. Like that's in that. Stop mistaking a sentence for an endorsement. This is how Nietzsche was misunderstood? Like, I'm confused what you're... well, yeah, no, see, the thing is, generally, you don't like my music. I mean, you might be old. I only learned about this a couple weeks ago myself. The kids these days, they put, like, a /s at the end to signify sarcasm. And, I kind of hate it because I've now gotten used to it. And, it's hard to tell outside of that. Sometimes. But, like, fundamentally, yeah, it is that by design. Didn't even consider that for the Hunger Games thing. Yeah, that is more so the goal of this than the actual, like, Hunger Games thing. It, like, the actual UFC fight on the White House lawn that's going to take place at around the same time is more conducive to what the media is billing the Patriot Games point to be than the Patriot Games. Like, the UFC fight does more for that than the other way around. That is fucking stupid. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, wow, it's actually useful? You're also not wrong. And yes, they want to make women property again. Well, the thing is, they're unfortunately succeeding. And a lot of women are... I recently saw a right-wing woman complaining about the fact that she had a dead fetus and couldn't get an abortion even though it was very likely to kill her. I'm like, I don't want you to get one. Sorry. I don't like that. That's the thing. We need to start shifting the perspective of, like, what's permissible on the left. We're in a war, guys. Like, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna kill all of us. That is really funny. It is really funny. Like, yeah, like, they're gonna kill you. You could have been trying to stop that, but you were helping them. And now, I don't give a shit about helping you. Hold on, let me see if I can find this clip. Because I do still have something positive I do want to show you guys. But if I can find this clip on the spot, I will show that too. Nah, sorry. I'm not gonna trudge through Twitter looking for it right now, but... Like, do you deserve one, lady? Yeah, that's the real question. It's almost like we told them exactly that would happen. It's almost like we did, Pinkerbell. Yeah. I I mean, look, it's the same point of view that I have when we're talking about, like, calling ICE on a brown Nazi. Is ICE bad? Yes. Do I want to get rid of them? Yes. Would I happily call ICE on a brown Nazi that isn't famous enough for them to know him? Like, you know, like Nick Fuentes, you couldn't do that with. He'd be fine. They know who he is. They likely watch him. But some random ass, like, black Nazi? Yeah, no, I'll call ICE on that one. Go to the camps. Enjoy. Have fun. You wanted this, right? Yeah, but you also have to not take it personally when people misunderstand your words. You don't like my music, especially online. And almost nobody actually does infuse their words with meaning. So, you are kind of the odd one out. This is what happens when you don't follow through with Reconstruction. True. And denazification. Look, guys, the fundamental nature of humanity, in my viewpoint, is this. And anything less than this is not good enough. The right, I don't even consider as people. They have zero ability to act like a person, to engage in humanity. May or not fully endorse this practice of weaponizing ICE against the Nazis? Please do. I will publicly make this endorsement. Clip me now. I think that it's perfectly fine if you call ICE on a Nazi. Anyway, some positivity for you guys. Here is, in my view, the true nature of humanity. Just a crowd of humans at Stonehenge stopped giving a shit about Stonehenge and have, like, now it's the cat. Like, this is now the chosen cat. Speaking of the chosen cat, find Poppy.
He's the god of the circle. There's a bad cat.
They have arrived. All hail Kitty.
He's the god of the circle.
The god of the circle, true. Look, I mean, religions have been built on less than this. Nazis are philosophical zombies. I mean, functionally, I would consider them literally zombies. They don't have thoughts. They are a horde that will fundamentally, like, attack anything in front of them that shows any amount of life, joy, humanity, and they're like a hive mind. They're single-minded animals, or even like, and that's being mean to animals. Animals are smarter than them. Oh dang, your kitty is so stinking cute. Thank you. Yeah, Poppy is definitely smarter than a Nazi, aren't you? Also, chillest cat I've ever seen. Like, totally unbothered. This was the best Christmas present I've ever gotten. Hi. I know, right? Or possibly mass cats? I like mass cats than Xmas cats. To be honest, they're that close to the stones, like, those humans have basically nothing to do until the sun sets or rises, so might as well have fun. I mean, the thing is, cat is far more interesting than the rocks anyway. They have very bad close eyesight, and they tend to react to movement, which is why you need to sort of wave your hand before them when you have treats. Generally, yeah. This one is very vocal, so I can just kind of make myself known by, like, saying something. I mean, she'll also say something. I'm kind of surprised she hasn't been meowing, because she'll usually comment. Earlier, I was yelling about Nazis, and this one was like, yeah, fuck the Nazis. So, anyway, guys, I hope you have a very Merry Christmas, and, or very Merry Boxing Day. I still don't even know what that is, and I've lived in Australia for like 7 years now. I will be, back next week for my normal, far more depressing show. Is that a Russian blue cat? Oh, please do not ever call her Russian. She is a Burmese blue. The first cat I've ever known the, breed of that I've had, by the way. because usually I just adopt a cat at the shelter. Like, this is a friend's cat. I have, like, paperwork and stuff that actually tells me that. Down with the monarch? True. Down with the monarch. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.